Yo, what's up, Pumpkin?
Hey, how you?
I'm chilling. I'm chilling. I'm chilling. Yo, ugly. We gotta meet up. We gotta meet up, bro. Gotta grab some drinks so we in the same state, man. Gotta meet up. Yo,
I thought you live in ain't you in New York or
I
Florida?
yeah, I wasn't. I just left. I had to leave because I got a better job. So they transferred me to the Midwest because a better job, and I always wanted to come and visit and see it. So yeah, but I'm originally from New York, Pumpkin, and I was just all my family are in Florida and New York City, all of them. Ah, damn, he left. Oh, he just left. Okay, he's in Phoenix now. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I got a better job over there, bro. They transferred me over. I like it so far though. I've been for a year. He went to hot Phoenix, man. I'm done with the hot weather. I ain't gonna lie, Pumpkin. I'm done for the hot weather for a little bit.
Man, I love the hot weather.
Yeah, I'm kind of over it. Especially the humidity was killing me. Like sweating all the time. Like I got tired of it. But when I get older, that's gonna be my retirement place. All the Caribbean. He said, I'm done with that cold. I feel it, bro. I feel it. I feel it. I feel it. I feel it. Damn, Punky, you dropped the other person that was here?
I ain't dropped nobody.
Oh, okay, okay. I thought he probably came up by accident. Black Americans, where do they come from? Some come from booty scratching Africa. Some are Asiatic. Some are indigenous. Pumpkin. That's how it feels. Even though I'm not Black American, it's so crazy. I be going to other lives. They be mad because I have opinions on Black Americans. I like, bro. That's just my opinion. You acting like I'm doing some harm. Like people be tripping. People be tripping.
Who getting mad? Who you talking about?
Now, when I be going on other Black American lives, some of them be cool. They don't care. But some of them be like, if you're not a Black American, you can't speak on it. I'm like, all right, whatever. Whatever. He
Yeah,
said,
that's
because you be.
I ain't with all that FBA shit. I understand some of the stuff they be saying, but I'm not anti Caribbean or anti African or nothing like that. But I do get what they some stuff they be saying.
Yeah,
Like
yeah, I get some stuff.
the only problem, the only issue I had when it comes to like the culture shit. But other than that, I ain't got no problem with Caribbeans and Africans and stuff like that. But
Yeah, yeah, nah, I feel it. The crazy part is TikTok. I don't take TikTok serious, Punky. I used to. I used to be coming up here like, cause the crazy when I really turn off this app, I'm around. Guess what? Black Americans. Like, unless it depends where my geographic location's at. You know what I mean? If I'm in New York City, then I'm with my people. But if I'm like outside of New York City, I'm with Black Americans, and they can't. It's this. I just gotta tell them I'm Caribbean, but they don't even know. To be honest, they punkin. They never know. They be when I tell them I'm Caribbean, they be like,
I
"Nah, you
mean,
one of us."
yeah, because
Regardless.
you probably grew up like
Yeah, I did. I
you
did, and
know.
you right. That's why I be telling people like, "Yo, y'all can't tell the difference, man. Y'all just lying on TikTok. Like people think like I'm around Black Americans 20. And you're right, Punk. You call it, that's what it is. The only time they know is like if I bring them over my family house, then you know what I mean. That's
Hmm.
that's the time. It's like it's we eating Caribbean food. They're like, okay, we don't eat that. All right, where you from?
Anyways, host, I have a question about your panel.
Yes, sir. What's wrong?
You say Black Americans, where do they come from? Like, they obviously come from Africa. I'm supposing you want proof of that. But if I said they're from America, you're not going to ask for any proof of that, right?
I mean, we need proof both ways, I guess. I mean, whether you use DNA, whether you use some type of record, so whatever.
No,
I'm
like,
not.
would
I'm
you
not
ask?
anti. I'm not anti DNA. I'm not. I know it's not 100% accurate, but it kind of give you
No,
somewhat
yeah,
idea.
That's understandable, but like the reason I
Yeah.
say that because if I like, there's a lot of African Americans who are ashamed to be African Americans, and when I tell them that they're African, they want proof. But when I say that they are American Indians, they don't ask for proof. That's the thing I'm
Well, the
asking you.
problem is you calling us African when we are not African. I am an African descendant. My ancestors
Right.
was African, cause I'm Black American by now. Cause white folks they can be American. You know what I'm saying? We don't say European American. We just
Yeah,
say white folks are American, so it's the same for us. I acknowledge my ancestors was indigenous to the continent of Africa, but me myself, I'm not. My family not. My family been over here for generations. I'm in the Black American culture. All this, that, and the third, and I'm no longer African. If that makes sense.
No, I understand that. Of course, you're not African now. Your ancestors are, but
you
you're
see,
now
but the thing
And I
is,
have
foundational.
indigenous ancestors as well because I got like 3.2% indigenous American and like 9% European. So I have different other
Yeah.
ancestors as well. You know what I'm
yeah.
saying? So,
That's what I think it's called foundational Black Americans because you guys want to separate yourself from what
So I want to
the
ask,
Native does.
so I want to ask you a question, bro. Are there any pure native that you can show genetic studies on that?
No.
Yes, they are. There's
Yeah, yeah.
plenty of full
Pumpkin,
blood.
can you put them on a big screen so you can show us? I want you want to see a pure native.
You wait a minute. You want me to what?
Yeah, show us a pure native.
Not gonna be able to show you that.
Yeah, so take your time, brother.
I can't do that. I don't have that ready.
Yeah, they never have it ready, Pumpkin. They
No.
never.
Well, how can I have that ready if I was asking the host a question? You
So
came out with this question.
no, because
You
the
came
thing.
out. You came with that question out of nowhere. How can I
No,
have
no,
that ready?
no, because because this is what you guys do. You always be like, "Hey, bro,
No,
y'all
listen.
gotta no, wait,
You asked me a
let,
question out of nowhere to pull
let,
up a
no,
picture of
let me finish,
a
let me finish. This is what I'm saying because
I'm
it's
supposed to have
y'all
that
be
ready.
hit. No,
Like, come on now.
this is the hypocrite because, like I said, because Punky was
Okay,
showing you that she
I
got.
don't know.
Hold on, bro, calm down, bro, calm down. Punky was telling
I don't
you
know what you're talking
that.
about. You're
Oh
just
no,
making
I'm
up.
gonna tell you what I'm talking about. Punky was telling you that she got some native DNA, right? And stuff
Okay,
like that. You don't gotta be
I
a
respect that.
Pacific look to have indigenous DNA, bro. It's the 20. Come on, man. It's the 21st century. So
Yeah,
like,
but you asked me bluntly, show me a full blood American Indian. Like I'm supposed to have that ready, dude.
be,
Do you know what I do in everyday life? I don't
yeah,
have that
yeah, because you just hear the talk and
ready.
just babble and lie.
No, you're just ashamed
No,
that you're
no, no.
African.
There you go with the shame stuff. You can't show me a pure native.
so
You
hold on a
ashamed that
sec.
you can't show me a pure native.
Well, I
Hold on
could
real
show
quick.
you,
How
but
how
I
do
have
you
to.
identify? How do you identify?
I'm American Indian. I
You,
really am. Like that's me.
Yo, black people are Indians, nigga.
I don't
You
have.
say
Yo,
I
Yaki
don't have
tribe.
black DNA or European DNA.
yeah, show me a pure native, bro. I want to see how many pure
Black
natives you guys
people are
have.
you
from the
say you
United
American
States, nigga.
Indian? Like what you mean? Like
We was
you?
here when y'all pulled over here.
You,
Y'all saw
you just
us at the
said
banks, boy.
That's what
you do
Yaki
not know what
tribe represent.
What? Hold on a second. Hold on a second. What
you can't
tribe do
talk
you
because there's
belong
like five
to?
people talking over me.
What tribe do you
Don't let
belong
them niggas
to?
lie to you, bro. This our shit. This our land, bro.
Hold on, T Dot. Hold on. I'm asking
I can't. I mean, if you
Sean.
guys want to
This
talk
our
over
shit, bro.
me,
Fuck him.
I'll let you talk over me.
Hold on a second. I'm asking him a question. What
The
what
fuck you
tribe do
want
you
this
belong
nigga
to,
to answer
sir?
you for? This our shit.
T Dot, you gotta be respectful. This is Pumpkin Live,
Man,
though.
fuck
Come on.
him.
I feel you, but bro, this is Pumpkin Live. We come on. We don't want
Man,
to.
whatever,
We
bro.
we here to dialogue. We
Alright,
not here
I feel you,
to
I feel you.
be
Alright,
combative and all that. Like
alright. But fuck him.
can you answer
Breaking with
me,
scholarship.
Sean
Gotta get
Con?
mad. This breaking with scholarship. I'll answer you.
Are you still
Bitch, I'm
there?
from
See
here,
this.
nigga. This is my
This is
land,
what the
nigga.
native do. All they do is
I
lie,
got
lie,
you. I
lie, lie,
got you. I
lie,
got
and call
you.
us African. That's
Why
all
I
they do.
lie?
They lie.
Why
They
I
This
call
is
us
lie?
my shit,
Africans and
nigga.
can't read. They lie,
It's my
call us
shit,
Africans,
boy.
and
You
can't
pulling up
read.
to my shit. You want me to be nice to a
Still
nigga
let
who
you
pulled up
Yo,
in my
every
backyard,
time,
bro?
like we can show them mass sources, but they
Yo,
just
facts, bro. I'm sick of paying these niggas like niceness, nigga. They don't respect
I'll
it,
tell you
bro.
what tribe I'm
Blast
from.
these niggas,
You let
bro.
me talk.
I'm not Martin Luther King. I'm Malcolm X,
tell
nigga.
you what tribe
You
I'm
get
from
it?
too, but these guys are disrespecting.
I
Come
don't
on
give
now.
a fuck about what the fuck you think, bro.
Damn, bro, you mad, bro?
bro, they never
You're
got
African
no
American.
information. Anthony, show us a pure native, my guy.
Nigga,
Right here,
we
let me
are
go
pure
live. Let me
native.
go
What the
live.
fuck is you on?
Bro,
How do
that's
I?
a fact, but we gotta talk to these.
Why you
Let me
want to
not say
talk to
that.
these niggas for? What you want them niggas to lie to your face, fam? I'm
They
not looking
that's all
for
they
that.
do. Kid been
Facts,
yo,
okay. So what you want
they
them?
been
You
calling
asking
me
this nigga to
lying
lie to
all
you? Are
day.
you asking this nigga to lie?
We
Yo,
got
lie to me.
we
Tell
gotta
me
make that.
something
But
nice.
I
Tell
get
me
that, bro.
something
But
nice.
this
That's
this
what you
is
say.
yo.
Yo, tell me something nice. Yo,
Listen,
fuck
bro.
him, bro.
I get what you saying, but this is the lie. We gotta have a dialogue, bro. It ain't
Whatever,
no.
whatever,
Yo,
whatever.
Anthony,
Y'all want
show
to
me a
entertain
pure.
this shit? Okay,
Yeah,
entertain it.
yeah.
Entertain it.
Go. Yo, Anthony, show us a lie, my God. Show us
Let
a
me go
full
back.
blooded
Let me go
native,
back.
Yo,
Let me
son.
go
Anthony,
back.
show us alive, nigga.
Can you
Yeah,
see
Show
me? Can you
us.
see me?
show us a pure blooded native, bro.
Show us.
Here.
Show us this
Yo,
ain't our
show
shit,
us,
nigga.
son. They
Show us.
can't.
No, Anthony. No. Listen, show us.
Yes.
Here, what?
Turn your
Here's a
camera
pure.
on. Oh
Yo,
shit, this nigga
show us
ugly.
this ain't our
Hey,
shit.
listen, bro.
Yo,
Damn.
look at this nigga, bro. He's
Bro,
South
this nigga
American.
is a pure
Nigga, he's
essay.
South
I'm
American.
not an
This
N
Bro,
is
word.
the
he's at
nigga
the
that you
bro. You
chose
supposed
to
to be at
tell
the
you shit.
taco
What's
stand, my guy.
happening,
Nigga,
Mo?
Where he's supposed to be at the
Taco
taco
stand?
stand.
Let me
I
Where's
just
my
talk.
want a
spicy
burrito,
enchilada?
Let me
baby.
talk.
Yikes!
Extra
He ate my
spicy.
enchilada.
Bro,
Yeah. Arriba, arriba, arriba la rasta. Ching, ching, ching.
Ay, ay,
Yo,
ay,
stop it.
He looks more
Hey,
indigenous than
hey,
most of them,
fam.
bro.
ay,
Hey,
ay,
Anthony.
no
Anthony, this ain't your
llores.
win. Hey, Ant.
yo,
This
yo,
ain't your
yo.
battle, nigga. You don't have no smoke for this situation. What we on? I'm
What
telling
you
you
He looks
want?
right
more
now.
You guys
indigenous
just
than
say they're
Yo,
you.
Indians, and
bow
it's
out,
funny. It's
nigga. Bow
funny.
gracefully, nigga, and move.
Yo,
Bow and move.
You guys will let me talk.
And
Let me talk. Ask
I'm your
questions.
arriba
nigga.
la
Bow
rasta.
and move, bro. Bow and move.
They just don't like Mexicans,
No,
apparently.
Bro,
nigga, that ain't it.
bro, he look
Niggas is
like
not
Eddie
racist. But you're
Guerrero.
not about to come in
Yeah, oh
my
yeah,
shit and
bro.
tell me that it's
I
not
love
my shit, bro.
Mexico. I had a
I'll
taco the
take
other
Eddie
day.
Guerrero.
Yo, he ate your taco.
Fuck yeah, bro.
Yeah.
Tacos are
We
Yeah.
know,
bomb.
You're
arriba
not
la
about to come in my
rasta.
shit and tell me it's not my shit.
With extra red sauce on it.
And
Oh,
apparently
you
they
Hey,
got a
said red
problem with the way
sauce.
fried
you look,
bread.
They on your
bro.
Puro,
neck.
puro
Yo,
fried
they on your
bread.
neck. Yo, they on your neck.
Yo, son, this is crazy.
This
You
nigga
got a
think he
problem with the way
really
you
Ask
from
some
look.
here.
questions. Ask some
He think
questions. You
his
guys are just
ancestors
kind of
are from
clown.
this
Ask some
land. He
questions.
don't
Bro,
even
whoever
match the land. He don't match the land.
he doesn't, bro.
He's brown,
He
dude.
does not match the
Bosco
land,
Yaki
nigga. We
tribe. Yo
match
se
the
chingon. Yo
land.
se chokwe.
We don't match
What
your
the
land.
fuck is
You
that?
don't
Arriba
match
la
our land.
rasta.
This our
That's
shit,
Yaqui
nigga.
language. That's
Can
your
I get a
women, my guy.
burrito
That's
extra
First
Yo,
Nation
spicy,
right
my
this
there.
our
nigga?
shit.
But you
This
can't
our
say
shit.
nothing
I
in your
need a
This our
language.
shit.
burrito.
This
Arriba
our
la
shit.
rasta.
This our shit.
That's right, bro. You guys are
This our
mad,
shit.
bro. It's
Go
Yeah,
cool,
home.
that
man.
yeah,
Viva
go
Go
la
home,
home.
son.
raza!
Go
Go
home,
home.
bro.
Go home. Go home.
Pica,
This
go
not
home,
your
pita
shit,
de
nigga. This our
gallo.
shit.
You told me to go live.
This our
Go
shit.
home, pica de
Go
gallo.
home, nigga. Go home. Tu casa,
We
nigga.
get it.
Tu casa. Tu
Let them
casa,
talk,
okay?
bro. We
Tu
get it.
casa.
Nobody's mad at me on y'all's jokes.
Yo, the crazy part is, bro, if you depict,
Nobody's
No more
bro,
bro,
Las
bro.
Dorsas.
We get it.
can you find a depiction that depicts you, bro, with the mind? You see the
He
Mayans,
don't
they don't
match
look
our
like that,
land, bro.
bro. They
Like
don't
the
look
what?
like Anthony, bro.
They don't look like us
You
out
talking
here.
about like
This our land,
those
nigga.
stones
You
in
don't match
Mexico?
our
No
scenery,
more
Nah,
bro.
the
Las
You
drawings
match
Dorsas.
on the
South
wall,
America.
bro.
You
South
match South
America.
America.
Whoa,
You
they
don't
black.
match
Hey,
United
you turn
States.
your
It's our
camera on,
shit.
bro. Let's see what you look like,
This our
Scam. I
shit.
bet you're African American.
It's
Nigga,
funny.
go
Turn your
home.
Definitely,
camera.
I got you. I
Turn
got you. So
your
let me
Go
show
camera
y'all
right.
home.
Ay,
this,
ay,
right?
Show
ay,
us your
I want to
badge,
show y'all
man.
this real quick,
Open
right?
your
ay,
Let
mouth.
me show
ay,
y'all
Camera.
no
this real quick, bro.
llores.
Riva la rasta.
He ain't gonna turn his camera
I'm
on
not
because he knows he's black
Mexican.
African American.
I got you, bro. Hold on, listen.
Camera on. Let's see what you look like, bro. Let's see if you're Indian or not. I swear to God.
Put your camera on.
We got the red sauce. Now I want to see the green sauce.
Look at that.
Let's
That's
see.
This is
copper
our
skin right
shit.
there, my guy.
What
Yo,
That's
why
extra
are we
shady right
questioning
there.
our
guacamole?
shit?
Let
That's
me
Why are
get
we
a
copper.
questioning our
burrito
shit?
with
I
What
don't
you
like
extra
it.
got?
I
You
don't
ain't
like
got
it.
none
peanut
of
I don't
that.
like it.
butter.
I don't
You
like it.
biting
I
our
don't like
wave,
it.
my
I
guy.
don't like it. I don't like it, nigga. This
Josh,
our
You
shit.
ain't
I don't
like
like it.
us,
I
my
don't like
guy.
it. I don't like the vibes. I don't even like the conversational threads, bro. This our shit.
yeah, because
You're
we asked
just
you to turn
talking
your
shit.
camera
You
on. You
ain't
don't want to
saying
turn it
nothing
on.
about no native. You just talking
Bitch, this
shit.
our shit. What the fuck you talking about,
No more
native?
Look,
Lindor.
My guy, you came on the
let's see
boat
it.
with
No
the
more
white
Lindor.
Nigga,
tee.
Corn
you
with
in my
extra
Came
backyard
on the
talking
tahini
about
boat with
on
the
native.
it.
white
This
tee,
nigga's in
Can I
bro.
our
get a
backyard
cheesy
talking about
corn with
native
extra
Bro, if you don't
language.
turn your
tahini
camera
on it?
on,
Bruh,
you're
you're not
African
from here.
American.
You're
Yes,
in
I
my
am. You
backyard
ain't
talking
from here.
about
You
native
from another
language. You're
continent,
not
my
even
guy.
from here. You're
Real
not from
native,
here,
real
bro.
Indian, and
You're
you
not
Josh, if
offended,
you don't turn
offended.
your
bro.
You're
camera on,
big
you're African
mad.
You're
American.
not
Turn your
from
camera
here,
on.
You're
bro.
big mad, and that's
You're not
funny.
from here, bro.
You're
All
funny,
right, so let's
bro.
move
I'll turn
accordingly.
my
You're
camera
not
on in a
from
minute, but I
here.
want to see this
You're
guy
Yes,
not
first.
I
from here.
am.
You're not from here.
Hey, who you
You're
convincing
not
yourself?
from here.
You're
You're
convincing
not
yourself.
from here.
You're
You're
mad
not from
inside,
here.
and
You're
Josh,
I
what's
not
feel
up,
from
bro?
here.
bad for
Let's
you.
go.
You're
You're
mad
not
What's
from
up?
inside.
So,
here.
yo,
You
I
You're
don't
want to
know
not
ask.
from
Hold on,
here.
I want to
you
You're
ask.
don't know
not from
English.
here.
You don't got a
What
culture.
are you saying?
Is
You're
You're
this
not
guy
from
mixing
here.
African?
culture.
Yo,
Josh,
You're
Anthony. This
not
guy,
from
yo,
camera
here.
Anthony.
on.
This
You're
guy
not from
African.
our land. You're not from our
African, I'm
land.
not
Hey, bro,
You're
you
African.
said turn
not
your
from our
Yo,
camera on.
land.
I just
Anthony.
saw
You're
a
not
picture.
from our land.
Anthony. This guy
You're
African.
not from our land.
Yeah, he's African. Turn your
He's
camera
You're
on,
not
bro.
from our
he's not
land.
even African,
You're
bro.
not from our
Turn your
land.
camera
You're
on.
He's
Let's
not
not.
see it.
But
from our
this
Come
shit, y'all
land.
on.
You're
can't tell the
not from our
difference, bro. I
land.
can't. I
You're
You
can't.
do
not
Y'all
not
from
can't
just
our
talk
tell.
land, bro.
shit.
Y'all
I'm
What you
not
can't.
got,
Y'all don't know what a
arguing.
real
I'm not
indigenous person
arguing with
look
a
like,
He
bro.
clown.
crying
You're
in the
not
car.
from
He
her
crying
land,
in the
nigga.
You're
car.
not
Bro,
You
from
ain't
our
from
they
this
land,
just,
bro.
land,
y'all
Copper,
nigga.
can't tell
copper
what a
You from
skin.
true
You're
This
not
Africa,
indigenous
ain't
from our
nigga.
real
person
land,
look
bro.
like, bro.
This
You
That's
ain't
don't
why I
black.
don't.
This
even
is
match the
copper.
This
scenery,
is why I
fam.
don't have these
You
conversations
don't
no more,
match the
bro.
scenery. Look at you and look at the scenery. Do you match the scenery?
No,
No,
bring
nigga.
the camera out.
That
Bring the
means you're
camera out.
not from here.
Show your
Hey man, can
Nah, he
face
y'all
already
stop this
invited us.
You're
damn repeated
not.
ass argument, bro? Can we have a conversation?
like a female. Just
The
talking
black
shit.
boys, they're so mad.
Come
Like
on,
a
bro. Let's have a
female.
conversation, folk. Like, talk like
Raised by
men,
a
bro.
mama, no dad. Damn, you
Debate
big man.
information. Listen here, Gabriel Iglesias. Calm the fuck down and debate information, bro.
It was your black boys that run their mouth, dumbass, not us.
Hold on. Don't do that black boy shit. See that? I know they on some bullshit too, but we gotta start from scratch, folks. That's not me. I ain't on it. Listen, folks, don't do it.
Hey, are
Let's
you
debate
African
information.
American?
I'm on. Listen, I fuck with y'all. I respect your bullshit, man. I think these folks trying to steal y'all culture. I really do.
Hey, that's cool,
Goddamn.
bro.
Yeah, but you know what I'm saying? Don't do that to me, folks. Don't do that to me. But let's
All right,
come
my
let's
bad.
All
conversate
right, all
like
right. Let's
men
have
though.
this. Hold on. We gotta have this conversation, but we gotta have these conversations properly. Hold on, y'all. Hold on.
There's a fact. Let's conversate like men,
Come
bro.
on. The nigga went
It's
and
not a
didn't give me my burrito.
Where the fuck
I'm like,
Gabriel Iglesias go?
I don't know, but I really wanted a seasoned corn with extra tahini and guacamole. Y'all fucking up my
Yo, so
food
before we
order.
start this conversation, Khan, is this guy a African American, bro?
Who
Look at
that?
him. Khan, you gotta answer this before we answer.
yes,
We
motherfucker, that's an
is he
African
an African
American.
American?
He don't look nothing like he don't look white.
So yeah, but is he African?
Who the fuck is that? Tim Duncan?
Is
No,
he African?
Nigga, is that
Black
Tim Duncan?
Americans
Yeah,
came
Tim
from
Duncan. Yeah, that's Tim
America,
Duncan. So you know Tim
actually.
Duncan is African. But I want to ask
They
Khan.
didn't
Khan, is
come
he
from
African?
Africa.
Is he African, Khan?
Evan,
Yes or no?
wait,
got
one
questions,
second.
man. This guy right here is going all over the place.
Look,
This is
is
one of
he
those questions.
I
African?
got
Yes or
this.
no?
I
Because you
got
said
this.
everybody's.
I
Is
got
he
this.
African? Stupid.
Hey,
Yes or no?
was it
Now I asked
any
the
other
Khan. I don't
votes?
want
Hey, let
nobody
me
to
ask you
answer.
something.
I'm asking Khan. Hold on, T Dot. Is he African? Yes or no?
It doesn't matter.
Hold
It's
on, T
not his
Dot. It's not
land.
about you. I
It's
got
not
a
his
question for Khan. It's
land.
just Khan. It's Khan. It's just Khan. That's it. Before we start this conversation, is he African? Yes or no, bro? Don't mute up, native. You be knowing everything. Is he African? Yes or no?
Okay, we gonna
From
let them
South
two. We
America.
gonna let
This
them
is
two go.
not
We
his
gonna let them
Yeah,
two.
place.
We gonna
thank
let
you,
them two
Daquan Flex.
dialogue. We
Let
gonna
us
let them two
let us go.
dialogue real quick.
Yeah, is he African? Yes or no? Because
We,
you know,
but we gonna hold
Showing
court.
me a random picture.
We
yeah,
gonna
is
Showing
hold
me
he
a
court.
random
African?
picture.
Yes or no? Answer the
You
Answer
question.
the question, you waterhead
Hey,
ass
hold
nigga.
up, man. We ain't gonna do all that
That's a
shit.
random
Yeah,
picture,
answer the
bro.
We gonna
question.
hold
Is
court.
he
If
African?
he,
Yes or
we gonna
no?
hold court. If he asks a yes or no question, you feel me? Just answer it with yes or no.
That's it,
Don't
bro. Is
dialogue.
he
But
African?
hold up, though. Scam.
No, he's not
dialogue on it
African,
too
bro.
hard too either after they answer yes or no.
Okay, I'm gonna tell
You know
you
what I'm
right now,
saying?
he's not African. If it's
Fam,
his
let me
fucking
check
jersey,
this.
says
Let me check this,
Spurs.
fellas.
Okay, so he say he
Let
not
me check
African.
this. Let me
Go
check.
ahead,
Let me
go
check.
ahead,
I'm
Scam.
about
He
to
say he
check.
not African.
All right, cool. So look, he finally. So I showed him two black men. He said the first black man was African, which he Papua New Guinea, right?
Okay.
So he got the first one wrong, but he did get this one right. Yes, he's Australian Aboriginal. So that means that you can't guess by looking at somebody's
Not African.
complexion, bro. So you can't. The first one you say he was African. The first dark one I showed you say he was African.
So let me
Yeah.
get it right, Scam. Your argument is you can't use lookership to
Yes.
determine where somebody from.
Facts. You
Okay,
got it
cool.
wrong.
So Chud,
background.
so Chud, what's your rebuttal argument to that statement? That you
'Cause I'm
cannot use lookership to determine where anybody's from.
You talking to me?
Yeah.
Chinggis, bro.
Oh my
Chinggis.
bad, Chinggis. What's your rebuttal to that? What's your rebuttal argument to that statement?
My rebuttal, whatever. Dude, he's asking me if he's African when obviously, how should I know? I only know who he is. He's like a random.
But that's what he told you. That's what the quad was telling, bro. That's what he told
Right. So
you.
okay. So do you believe that through lookership you can determine where somebody's from just through pure lookership?
Through pure, it depends.
No, you got to give me a yes or no on that one. Yes or no?
No.
Okay, cool. So then, Scam, you got to come with a new argument because his argument is not that you can choose.
Thank you. No, you finally put common sense on him, bro. Because he was going off for lookership. So you kind of like, now we can have a real debate because you kind of broke it down. Finally.
Okay.
We were just yelling back and forth. That was my whole point, that they need to stop going off for lookership, bro. Because this guy also have dreads too.
Okay.
Can we get you to turn your camera on like the other Mexican?
Do they match our land?
Are you talking to me or are you talking to T Dot?
I'm talking to you.
Wait, but he hasn't even turned his camera on. I asked him to turn it on.
I don't
The
need
same.
to.
I'm the
I don't
same
need
skin
to
color as this brother,
turn
bro.
his camera on. I'm talking about you because a lot of y'all be acting like y'all natives and y'all really be South American, like Mexican.
They don't match our
Hey, but
land.
if he got to turn,
You be acting like
turn the
Chacha.
camera on, you got
Fuck
to
you
choose
be acting
another
like.
fair Indian to turn that camera on with him. Y'all got to go Indian for Indian.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Turn it on, bro. I got no problem turning it on.
Right.
I don't mind showing who
They
I
haven't turned it
am.
on.
You got it. Okay, so if you gonna do it, Cha-Cha, do it, and then Cug gonna do it too. Goddamn, just fair. You know, let go Indian for Indian.
Like if I was black, I'll say I was black. If I was African American, I'll say I was
Strike
African.
one.
Okay, there go
Strike
Cha-Cha.
one and
Cha-Cha got the
strike
camera
two.
on. Go ahead,
No,
Cha-Cha.
I got my picture up, but
Oh, you got the picture up. Still saying Cha-Cha. Okay.
no, but that's
Man, she look like a Nigerian.
We're gonna let you do that. We're gonna let you do that.
all right. So turn your camera on.
You look
Right,
like a
go ahead.
Nigerian.
Turn your camera on, Brody.
Or
These
even
are-
the picture. I'm even be
Nigga, do
satisfied
you
with the
match
picture.
our land?
Oh
or
yeah,
not?
that boy definitely Native American. That boy
Do
definitely
you
Native
match
American.
our
No,
I'm
land?
not black, bro. I'm not
Do
white.
you
That boy
match
definitely Native
our
American,
land,
man.
bro?
He's
Do you
definitely
match
white.
our land?
Yeah,
No,
see this right here.
I
This is a
turned my
Negro.
camera on by
This is a fresh off the boat
That
African
nigga
right
match
here.
our land.
You see this right here?
That
This
nigga
this
match
Negro right
our
here would
land.
sell for $200 back in the day.
No,
I
that's
didn't
So-
mean to turn my camera on. I clicked on it by accident.
what's
But,
your
yeah,
real, what's
I'm
your
not black,
what's
bro.
your real
I'm not
last
white.
name?
Okay, so her
name?
question is, what's your real last name, Doc?
It's European.
Come
nigga.
on, bro. That's too personal. Now you're
It's
gonna
you-
find out who I am.
Okay, give
No,
us
it's not.
some.
Are you
Okay,
a
don't give your last name. Hold up,
Rodriguez,
Cha-Cha.
Martinez.
Ask y'all a question.
Yeah, don't give your own last
You
name.
know my
Give
real
some.
last name. Okay, look.
Hold
I'll tell you
on,
my last name.
how many slaves made it to America, North America?
Hold up. She asked him a question.
Bro, we never.
Hold on,
took
she asked him a
slaves,
question.
Alright, bro,
Nigga,
I'll
they
tell
came
you.
over here
I'll
and
tell
took
you.
our
I'll tell
shit
you.
from
Let
us.
him tell you.
My
Let him
last
tell you. What's your last name, bro?
It's Tall Tree.
Okay, it's Tall Tree. His last name is Tall Tree. So what's your question, Cha-Cha?
Yo, but this is
Yo.
this is the crazy. But this is, you see how Negro show his
If
dreads.
your name is if your name is Tall Tree, then that means you was raised as a Native American, right?
American Indian, yeah, I
Yo,
guess.
so
All
I
right,
want to ask you
so
this,
so
bro.
it's your hold
Hold
on.
on, Scam. We're gonna let you get your argument in.
What's your first language in your
Doesn't
household?
match our land. Why y'all
Hold
entertaining?
up. Cha having a conversation. What's your first language? Chungus. My bad, buddy.
I feel like I don't want to, because it's a family thing, bro. It's a traditional thing. Like we're not supposed to give out too much information to strangers. That's
Why?
Okay.
So why you came to this panel to do what? To accomplish what?
no to have a conversation because
Okay,
the
so if
guys
you
are
won't tell us
like,
your own
No,
native
hold
language.
on,
want
Daquan.
wait a minute,
Okay, hold on.
wait a minute.
The reason
Go
why
ahead.
I'm
You want to
asking you
conversate
this,
about?
because if you native, hold on. The reason why I'm asking you these certain things because I want to see
You
where
asked me
you at
21
with it.
questions.
No, it's not because if your last name is Talltree, then
Too
that
many
means you was.
questions.
Wait
Bro,
a minute,
I don't know what else to
because
tell you.
every
You can
time you
believe it or you don't have to
interrupt me,
believe it.
you let him off the hook.
Okay.
Now, if you would have been like my last name was Rodriguez or something like that, I wouldn't have pressed you about language because I know that if your first language was the English, it had to be Spanish based off your last name.
I'm not
Now,
Spanish.
since you saying your last name is Talltree, then that means you was raised by the ways of the Native American. So, what's your first language?
Okay. I mean, you're asking too much information now, though.
So you saying you playing the fifth on it?
Y'all be
Wait,
playing
wait.
with these
You
fucking
can
Hold on.
numbers.
So you saying you
Okay,
playing the
tell me
fifth
your
on it?
last
You're
name.
not gonna answer that question.
He's a $5 Indian.
So
I
hold
will.
on. Let me say this.
I will, but
Let me.
I think I've answered enough questions. How about
No,
you
hold
tell
on.
me your
I'm
last
gonna
name?
just say this though. Okay, if you playing the fifth
He's
Tell
on
me
it,
not
your
the
last
reason
name.
for
one
slavery.
second.
Y'all
If
get
you
off
playing the
that.
fifth on that, then you're leaving the answer to that to be open for interpretation. So if you
That's
playing the
cool.
fifth,
But I proved to y'all that I'm not white, man.
no,
I'm not
I
a
understand.
black
I understand
man.
it. Listen, I'm with you. I'm saying. Hear me
No,
out.
you definitely got white up in your
Hold up, Cha
blood.
Cha. I'm gonna say this. If you not gonna answer the question directly, then it leaves the question to be open for interpretation. If people make their own interpretation of it, you cannot respond to it because you plead the fifth. You said you're not gonna respond to that. You're not gonna answer. So their interpretation is gonna hold precedence because you chose not to respond or
That's
answer the
cool,
question.
bro.
I understand that.
Okay,
That's all right
cool,
with me,
cool.
but I'm still
All right, that's
indigenous.
fair enough. That's fair enough.
Nothing I can do about it. What's
So
your
I
last
wanted to show this,
You
right?
not
Australia,
indigenous.
Aboriginal, real quick, that how he got dredged. And my boy Negro Seminole Indian also have dreads too. And when they depicted the
I don't have
Mayans,
dread, you fucking fucktard.
yeah, whatever you have. So that hair locks and shit, people like, they depicted that in the Mayans thing, right? They depicted hairstyles like that in the Mayans.
Yeah, I gotta go now, bro. Y'all
Yeah,
take it easy.
I know you gotta go, bro. So it just
Damn, fo,
shows you,
why you leaving? We
it just
holding court.
shows you
You
that,
leaving now?
yeah, because it's crazy how
Damn, so he was
Australia,
going back and forth
every,
when the time the whole court, he won't hold run out.
because bro, let's be honest,
What
like
they do. This is
why
not
the
my first
Australian
rodeo
Aboriginal,
with
the
them. I be
Melanesians,
going to their panels. This is what they do.
I don't
I be
respect
going
that,
to their
bro.
fucking panels. I be going to their panels. It be a bunch of South Americans or these $5 Indians cosplaying, and then they come to
You the
goofy
$5 Indian
panels.
lady. You're the $5 Indian. Stop cosplaying these people.
Here
They
goes the
don't
And I
claim
don't
your
like
I
the
ain't
way you
gonna
ass.
lie,
talking
bro.
to
African
my
in
Hold on.
sister.
Let me
business.
say this.
I don't like the way you
Let me
Here
talking.
say this,
comes
bro.
the
I don't respect
African
that,
Claim
bro,
your
in
ass, you
because
old
your
ass
if
fucking
you a
lady.
natural
You
business.
born,
old ass.
if you a natural
I don't
born
like the way
Indian,
you talking
fam,
to my sister, bro.
man, hold up, bro. You not finna bring
Shut
your
the
ass up
fuck
here
up.
and just bogard shit. But if you a natural born Indian folks and these folks can't fuck with you on what you know about your people, like it's really a fruit question that you won't be willing
On
to ask
King
or answer.
David, you're fake ass
You know what I'm
Indian.
saying?
Piss me
right?
off,
Hold
Nah,
on there,
man.
you
bro. You not
right,
finna
You're
bro.
bogard
Let
shit.
me ask you a
Hold up,
question.
for we holding
Can I
Here
court.
ask a
come an
question? Can I ask a
African not
question? I want to
minding
ask a
their
question.
fucking
I want to ask
business. You
one question. One
Africans
question.
never
One
mind your
question.
business, yo.
One question.
So y'all can put
Are
me in the
there
biscuit
any?
real quick.
Hold on. One question. In
What's your
today's
question,
time,
bro?
in today's time, when motherfuckers is taking trips, motherfuckers is on boats. Is there any boat that you can get on right now that go from Africa to America? Yes or no?
Yes.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. And as a
Ain't
matter
no
of fact,
African
I'll
The merchant
land.
explain.
marines will do it
Listen,
all the
Hey,
time.
bro.
listen.
Hey, bro. Let me help
Bro,
you.
bro.
Let me help you
How
out.
did a
Hold on, bro.
white
I
team
got
man
this.
get
Hold up,
to
T
America?
Dot,
I
T
got
Dot, T
this.
Dot. This is a
I got
conversation for me
this.
and
I
you.
got
How
this.
did a white
Ain't
team man
Hold up,
get
T
no,
to the
Dot. This is a
Americas?
conversation for me and
How
you
did
right
a
here,
white
right?
team man
ain't
get to the
no,
Americas?
hey,
You
bro.
sound dumb, nigga.
Ain't no trip from
I
Africa
hate
to
the way UK
America,
people say
nigga.
N word,
Ain't
bro.
No,
no
Stop
not
trip.
saying
from
that
Africa
shit.
to
Ain't
America.
no trip from
The merchant
Not
Africa
from
marines.
Africa to America,
to
bro. But
America,
from
bro.
America
That
to
means
Africa,
we
bro.
were already hit, bro.
Okay.
Ain't no trip that you can catch
The
How
merchant
did
from
a
Africa
marines
white
do
to
team
that
man
shit
get
all
to
the
the
America
time.
on a
Americas?
boat. Ain't no trip. We can go to the Caribbean from Florida.
But I can
We can
add
go.
to
We,
that.
we can go. We
Listen.
can go. We can trip. We can
Hey,
go
hey.
everywhere.
Damn,
Ain't
these
no
niggas
trip
But
you
dumb
can
as
Hold
book.
up. Let me
fuck,
help you out. Let
man.
me help you out.
Ain't no
Hold
trip you
up.
can book
Hold up.
from
Hey, T Dot, T
Africa
Dot,
to
T Dot. Hold up,
America
T
on
Dot.
a
You made your
boat.
point. You
That
made your point. Hold up. Listen. So I know everybody, whoever been watching the news, right? Y'all heard about that oil tanker that was seized in Venezuela, right?
yeah.
So that oil tanker that was seized in Venezuela came directly across the fucking Atlantic Ocean.
But that boat
That's
is
hold up,
powered by a
one second,
that's a
hold up.
that's a
Hold up,
motor
T Dot,
powered
hold up,
boat.
y'all, hold up. Let me finish. So if that oil tanker came directly across the Atlantic Ocean, right, it completely nullifies your argument, T Dot. You have
No,
to
it
admit
doesn't,
that.
nigga, because that's two different type of ships.
No. He said, listen, if one type of ship can do
That's
it,
still.
if one
Go
type of
ahead.
ship can do it, then the other type of ship can do it as
Oh, because
well.
one
Exactly.
needs
That's
wind to
okay.
travel.
Listen to me,
You can't
fam. We
travel
talking about
upwind.
Come on,
1800s
you
when
gotta
niggas just
admit,
had
you gotta
wood. Hey,
admit, you
hey,
gotta
fam. Hey,
admit.
but
fam.
that wasn't the question that
Hey,
he
fam.
asked,
Hey,
though.
T
fam.
Dot, you
But
gotta
you
admit
gotta
that's a
be fair.
flawed
That wasn't the
argument.
question
No,
T
the
Dot
fuck I
asked, though.
don't. My grandmama
So
told me
About
what
the
it was,
what's your
argument.
nigga.
You
argument?
you
What's your
Have you
fine.
honest
ever
argument?
seen your folks leave on a boat?
Okay.
No.
Have you
What was
ever
your
heard? Have you
reasoning for
ever heard a
stating?
story
No.
from
What
your
was
That's
your
not even
reasoning
grandparents?
for
on a
asking
boat
the
Bruh,
again,
question?
this
man. It's
nigga
a
wanna let me talk.
sailboat.
Hold up. Let me ask you something. What was your reasoning for asking the question? Can you name a boat that has left Africa and came to America?
Facts right
What was
now,
your
right
basis for
now,
that
right
question?
now, right now.
Can you name a
Again,
sailboat?
and I
In
repeat
today's time, in today's
exactly, and
in,
I'll
in
repeat again.
today's
T Dot, hear me
in
out.
today's time,
T Dot, hear me out. The oil tanker skipper
cap.
came from the African lands across the Atlantic Ocean into North Venezuela, where the
I call
United
cap
States.
on that. Ain't no
Hear me
been
out,
no
T Dot.
boat that
You go
leave
do
from
your research. You
Africa
go
to
do your
come to
research
this
on this.
land, bro. We
Listen, T
from
Dot,
here.
T
This is
Dot,
our
T
land, nigga.
Dot. Now, if you gonna ask a question and I present you with information, bro, you gotta at least be able to go and look at
Yeah,
the
Bruh,
he
no, it's
information.
killed
He's
the
a
bullshit, bro.
dumb
argument with
Listen,
T Dot.
You
listen,
gotta
motherfucker,
at
man. I
least
that
come on, bro,
quiz.
because
He's
fam.
a
that's
dumbass,
disingenuous.
bro. How is he
That's
asking you dumb questions?
disingenuous, bro. If
He
you're
not
not
a he
going,
not a dumbass, bro.
I'm
He
not
just
gonna
Do
lie,
you
but
No,
think?
I'm
no.
saying,
Hold on,
T Dot, I
fam.
want
Hold
to have
on,
this
bro. Hold
conversation,
on,
but you
bro.
can't
Hold
be
on, bro. Hey,
disingenuous
let
with
me
it.
hear you. Let me catch this. You really think that back in that time?
Why y'all keep dropping
Hold
me,
on,
man?
Paul. I got
You
it,
keep
fam.
coming in
You
hot and you
really
keep
think
interrupting the
that back
Hey,
in
conversation.
Joe,
that
chill the
time?
fuck out, man. It's not
Bro,
your
I
space,
got
bro.
him. Can
It's
you
not
let
your
me
fucking.
cook this nigga, bro? You really think that back in that time when niggas just ain't had nothing but wood, we
Right?
made it across a boat with niggas on it, made
How
it
did a
across
white team
from
man get to
Right.
the
Africa?
Americas then?
Okay.
How
Hold
did
on,
a
bro. I
white
got
team
Let
man
this.
get?
your
So
I got this. I
African
got this. The best boat ride in today's time, meaning that we got the best equipment, we got the best technology, and a boat ride today, you can name on one hand, right, with the best technology. Let's give you the fucking oil rig.
okay.
That's one boat
Okay.
that you
Merchant
trying to
marines.
claim in
Okay.
The
today's
merchant
time with
marines.
today's technology that's making it from Africa to here. Let's give you that
there
one.
you go, T Dot.
Okay.
All right,
So
hold
T
on. I'm
Dot, T
cooking
Dot.
this nigga right now. I'm
Do you
cooking this
remember
nigga.
what
Hold on, I'm cooking this nigga right now.
okay, so T
You
Dot, do you
mean to
remember
tell me
But you gotta
that
have to
back
have a
in
dialogue though,
One, let him
17,
okay,
finish.
T
Let
Dot,
him finish.
hold up, T
you
Dot.
hold on, bro. I'm not
So
done.
T
You
Dot,
mean to tell me in 17, 16, 1500s, where
right?
niggas ain't had nothing
The
but
Mayflower come up
wood,
here.
Correct.
niggas made a boat that
Yeah.
shifted niggas from Africa
The
to here, and we
Vikings.
can't even do
Yes,
that
yes,
right
Okay,
now
sir.
so
with
Yes,
hold up, go
yes,
get it.
yes,
Hold
sir.
up, go get it. Let me have this conversation real quick. So T Dot, again, if we gonna be ingenuous, let's be ingenuous. Let's not be disingenuous. Where did Christopher Columbus first land?
First of all, Christopher Columbus was black. Second
I'm
of all,
asking.
that nigga
Hold up.
found
No,
when
you
he
making
put.
another
Hold on.
argument.
You
Just
asked me
answer
a
my
question.
question.
South
Come on, T.
America.
Dot. Just answer my
Nigga,
question.
you
Man.
asked me a question. You want me to answer?
I just want you to answer the question
All right, so
directly.
I'm answering
I
the
don't need you to
question. I'm answering the
dialogue. Just
question.
answer the question
I'm
directly.
answering the question.
But you switching the
I'm answering
Where?
the
conversation.
question.
No,
I
because
got
he
him.
asked the
I
question.
got him.
He
I got him.
said, "You telling me a boat back in those times came here? Okay, let's follow you. Now, let's be ingenuous and answer the questions as they asked. Where did Christopher Columbus land? If
Can
you
I
don't know,
cook
I'll
him?
answer it for you.
All right, hold on. No, I got him.
Go ahead.
All right. You know what the more is?
That's your you. It's
Hold on.
disingenuous.
I
It's
asked you a
disingenuous.
question.
T. Dot. I'm not gonna do that. It's disingenuous to ask a question with a question. Answer the question that was asked. Come on, bro. I'm not finna do this with y'all, bro. If y'all want to be ingenuous, let's be ingenuous. Let's not be disingenuous, bro. Let's not be disingenuous, bro.
I mean, just answer
I
the question.
asked the question. Just answer the question.
It's really a simple answer to the question. Just answer it. See that? You there?
Nah, man, he's done. He's done. Next question. So
Again, so for him to ask that question, so and my reasoning for that is because if we look at the maps, right, that still exist today, and people can actually research these currents actually exist. Somebody big screaming who's a mod. These currents actually exist right now in the Atlantic Ocean. So yes, you can come from the north of Africa, follow the Canary Current, and end up in the North Equatorial Current, which is where Christopher Columbus landed in the Bahamas. And you can do this shit with a sailboat. The reason why you can is because the current that flows, the same reason why we have hurricanes that tend to hit the east coast of America, Florida, Mississippi, the Gulf, South Carolina. That same current is the reason why we have hurricanes in America.
Why don't
So
we
if
have
you
boat?
argue
That
that,
current is
but
that
hold
current
up,
is
hold up, hold
proven
up.
to be
One second,
false,
Why don't we have
bro. Y'all
boat
got hold
riders?
up. Let me
Okay. No,
just
no.
let me finish presenting, bro.
I'm
Just let me
entertaining
finish
this shit.
presenting, bro. I'm gonna let you
I'm gonna
go.
hit that
Oh
fucking
God.
train.
Just let me finish presenting. I'm gonna let you go, bro. Come on, for I want to have a conversation with y'all, but I understand where y'all coming from. So again, these currents do exist, and there's proof of their existence. If not only with motherfucking the fact that hurricanes exist, and people call them sailboats. First of all,
I
you have to
got you. You're
understand the
right.
size.
Now, can
Come
I
on,
cook
T
him?
Dot. God damn, T Dot, bro. Just let me
I'm
come on,
agreeing, nigga.
fam.
I'm addressing
I
you.
asked you a
He about
question,
to finish.
folks.
He
You
about
just
to
let
wrap
me
it up.
finish present, folks. I'm gonna be
Yeah, just let
respectful.
him wrap it up.
I'm
Just
gonna be
chill.
Hold on,
respectful,
y'all.
fam. But I wanna dialogue and have court like men.
Let him finish. T
Thank
Dot
you.
and
So let's
Daquan
dialogue and have
I
court
got a
like
quick
men.
question. Daquan, don't like when they get raw material from Africa, don't they ship it over here by boat?
That's correct.
Yes, you're right. The
That's
container's correct.
correct. They ship it by boat and by plane. They do it two different ways. And again, like I said, that's why we are in war on this side of the land. Because ships are using this
All
part
right.
of Africa.
I got another argument.
Anyway,
Okay.
let me finish my argument because I don't want
No,
to do
you
what they were
finish up.
doing.
Come on, man.
All
Don't
right, cool. So let me
dialogue.
finish
We
my
heard
argument
you
again.
current, man.
So if you create a boat that is big enough to withstand the
So
current,
let's say they made it.
come
Just
on,
say
bro.
they
Hold
made it.
up, bro. Damn. If you build a boat that is big enough to withstand the current and can sustain the life aboard that boat, yes, through the
Back in
current
the 17
alone.
and
Through the
1600s,
current,
by the way.
exactly. The current has been going on prior to the 1700s. So through the current alone, yes. If you put a casket, God forbid me, if you put a casket in the water out in the Canary Islands, the fucking natural current will push that motherfucker over a period of time to the new
And
equatorial
how long would
current.
that trip
As a
take?
matter
And
of
how
fact,
long would that
I'll
trip
show you.
take?
And again, I'm gonna show y'all the research that people have done to prove that. But go ahead,
How
your argument.
long does that trip take?
that take like 30 days. Oh yeah,
30 days? You out your
over
damn
that.
mind. On a regular ship, it takes longer than 30 days.
Well,
On a
40, 30
It
sailboat,
does
it's
days.
gonna take
not. It
way
does
longer
No,
not.
than
it
It
30
took
does
it
days.
took
not.
longer than it took
It
longer than
does
that.
not take longer than
Then you
30
gotta
days on a
feed
regular
everybody.
ship.
No.
With that
It
big a
wouldn't.
Y'all
ship,
see
yes,
how
the
these
hell it
niggas
would.
disrespecting us from our land, bro?
Yeah, I
Gotta
think
carry
it take
enough
like
food for
it takes like
everybody.
yeah. I think it take like 40. They did the math, like 40, 30 days, something like that.
Why every time we have
Yeah, it would
proof,
take more than
so
30 days.
what you're saying is wrong. Like literally, we have proof. Y'all argue that point. The merchant marines come over here all the time. They have sailboat competitions even now. It's not even a joke at this point. You know what I'm
Yo,
saying?
so like, yeah, but Daquan, I do have a question for you, right? Where are these numbers? Because I know you believe these these slave came here. Can you give us Explorer giving the numbers how much slaves they had on the boat? Do you have any documents of that?
Well, I mean, there were multiple boats, so you want me to give you? You think they documented every boat with every amount of
Yeah,
slaves?
yeah,
'Cause
because I have an Explorer
well, if you saying
named
that, then think about prior to the 1800s, 1808, when the
Have y'all
slave
ever seen
trade.
a black
Think
caveman?
about
You'll
it. When the
say
slave
no.
trade became illegal, and people were
Cavemans are
still
not black. That
shipping,
means we come from royalty, bro.
and people were
That's how it
still
should.
shipping slaves over to America, they wouldn't have documented and couldn't have documented because
There's no
it
black
was illegal.
caveman, bro.
You
So,
would have had to
but
have 2
again,
months worth of food for every individual on that boat. 2 months worth of food.
Yeah, I
But it,
think the only
right.
reason why I said that,
you
right,
going on food.
because I have
How
a
long can you
doc,
go on food?
I have a primary source of Sir William Young. He only documented having 21 slaves.
Okay.
So I you want to see if you have like explorers documenting numbers.
Okay.
That's all I ask, because I could show numbers of explorer
Go ahead, bring it up.
documenting.
Bring that information up.
Yeah, I
Wait,
got you. I
so
got you.
I'm gonna pull up a slave ship that was actually confiscated by the British that had over like 900 slaves on there. This is documented, by the way.
What was the explorer name? Do you know?
I'm gonna put it up. It was a British
All right.
ship. The British confiscated a ship after it was illegal with 900 slaves, and the boat's supposed to only hold 800. I'll pull that up.
Okay.
Okay, cool.
Hey, let me help my brothers and sisters. Look at your skin and look outside your window. Does your skin match the environment?
We not about to do that dumb ass shit.
Does your skin
We
match
not
the
about to do that
environment?
ignorant ass shit. If you're gonna have
Bro,
an adult conversation, we're gonna have an
depiction
adult
match your
conversation.
environment?
The leaves turn brown in every fucking place in the world, sir. Even in fucking Russia. So if people in Russia look out the window in the wintertime, the leaves are going to be brown. That is a pointless argument. If you look out the window in the wintertime and look on the ground, anywhere in the fucking world, leaves are brown. So that would mean we're from everywhere if your argument was to have any substance. Come on, bro. We're not finna do this shit.
I guess we all like vodka.
That's why I was hoping that the tall whatever the fuck would stay on here, because I feel like every time we get the opportunity to really go at it with them, you know what I'm saying, or somebody always comes and disturbs it and let these niggas off the hook.
I
Like,
think I did let them niggas slide out the back door. That's my fault. But niggas was just yelling.
I'm trying to tell you about that. But that's why I was asking those specific questions.
And
You
I ain't
know
gonna
what I'm
lie, Chacha, I
saying?
respect you because on God, he ran when I gave you the flow with him. I'm gonna stand on it. I never deny that.
Yo, Daquan, I want to say
But see,
this.
the
I'm not
thing
trying to
is,
be
that's what I be
disrespectful,
questioning
bro.
them about, because when I get to the answer, just how Choctaw be answering, I quiz them the same way, and shit don't be adding up
Yeah,
with them.
I'm not gonna lie,
Yeah,
Daquan. Like when it
nothing
goes
add
to
up
these,
with them at all,
Look,
when
yo.
it
can I
goes
say
to
this
these
real quick?
conversations too, like
I'm
the
gonna get
sad
my
part is,
opportunity. It's gonna come again.
Let me
yeah,
say
And
this
I'm
to
the
just
Daquan
saying,
real quick.
Daquan, real
So
quick. Hold on,
just like
because I want to say the
just
Pan
say if they
African,
did, my bad.
the
Just
Pan
say if they
African.
did
Yeah,
ever.
go ahead.
Okay, my bad. I'm tripping.
So when it comes to the thing, right, Daquan, I'm not even gonna lie. Y'all are more Pan Africans, right? I'll consider you still, we even though we have different ideology, you're a brother, right?
For sure.
Y'all more intelligent than these natives that y'all be defending, bro. I'm not trying to be mean. These native, I'm not trying to be disrespectful. They have no information. The only thing they do is just
they don't
ramble.
move with the land like us.
They just
For sure.
ramble. Like I haven't met like a native that be like, damn, bro, like Choctaw gets information from us and switch it around. Like I don't even see like he doesn't make any sense. So, like the two people that were just here that was native, they didn't even know what they was talking about. A boy, the fat boy that just looked like he makes Mexican food for a living, he didn't even know what he was talking about. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
but you know what I chalk that
Niggas
shit up to
still
though?
like Mexico.
It's like, you know how people have rich children and they mamas and daddy might have had to get it out the mud, but they just wake up rich and they don't really give a shit to actually learn the game. So a motherfucker like you can run down on them and you from the trenches and you really put that work in the mud. A motherfucker like him who born rich is a victim to a motherfucker like you. So I don't think, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't take the motherfucker too serious. There's a couple of them that really know what they putting down, but You know what I'm saying?
Okay,
Everybody
so let me
understand what you
just say this
saying.
real
Hold on, I
quick
got
though.
Even
him.
the ones
But
Hold on,
they
real quick,
time
Fam,
real quick,
time
real
out,
I
quick,
time
got
real
out.
him,
quick.
bro.
If
Even the
if
mother wait a minute, T Dot. Even the motherfuckers that seem like they got their shit together, they was taught that through a program. That didn't come naturally through their parents, yo. And that's what I want to expose. Like they be coming on these panels fooling y'all niggas. Especially these pan goofies that be acting like security, having them real nice, safe, and comfy, cozy on their panels, me. That's why they be muting a nigga like me when I come in there trying to challenge the shit.
okay, can I,
It's hella bias on
hold
TikTok.
on,
Y'all don't want
Jaquan.
to be
Look, let me
biased.
say this to you, Wardy. Just because maybe a couple ships made it, right? Because they even say maybe only 3 to 10% made it, right? Does that equate for everybody in the world or everybody else over here in America or all the black people in America? You telling me that them few ships or whatever that might have made it here or that did make it here, just say they did. That equates for all the black people in America, 60
Of
million plus
course
of them?
not. Exactly,
Nah,
bro.
not in totality, but if you put it in perspective, right? We had ships coming over here since the late 15th century, all the way up
15,
to
yeah,
all
fifteen
the way
twenty.
up to all the way up to 1808 when they finally said, you know what, it's bullshit. We're not gonna do it based on the Catholic standpoint. But even after that, you
They were
had
still
more
coming
ships.
in.
You had more
They were
ships still
illegal traffic
coming.
was still coming in
So
even
if
after
we if
1808.
we do the math between the late 15th century to like 1850, that right there within it of itself is 300, damn near 400
But,
years.
but bro, the
So
main
Okay.
slaves that was coming here, bro, during that time that you talking about, the main slaves the African slaves that start coming here, the ones that you talking about started coming here in the 16th century. The ones that was coming here first was white slaves, nigga, was European
well,
slaves.
now because we
What?
got we got actual documentation of black men owning lands.
They got documentation of white slaves
You
coming
talking
here
about?
Y'all
Oh, you
too.
put me
talking
on the
about the
big screen
Irish?
real
You
quick.
talking about the Irish?
No, nigga, it was Irish, Iceland,
So these
they
are
was
No, they
like,
were. No,
Europeans from everywhere.
but the thing is, this is what we have
hold
to
on, let me see if
recognize.
I can get
In
a
the
better
early
one. My bad.
beginnings, in the first, they came in as indentured servants. Everybody came in as indentured
They
servants.
talking that nigga off his
Slavery didn't
head,
really
bro.
kick off until after like 1680,
So
after the Baker Rebellion.
everybody know Anthony Johnson.
So
Everybody know Anthony
so
Johnson, right?
yes, South
Okay.
Carolina. Yep.
So Anthony Johnson was a black man. And like we got to put it in perspective what America actually looked like prior to the Declaration of Independence.
That's why
Right?
they did
When
this shit,
everybody
man.
was coming over here trying to make sense of America,
It was niggas
slavery wasn't
already here,
even in
bro.
totality a head right of America. There were
Right.
blacks and whites who actually lived amongst each other as
Exactly.
they were making sense of America, right? It came later on in the American history
You
that
have to match your land, bro.
right, but that's what I'm saying. So Anthony Johnson was a black man in 1621. This man owned 250 acres of land. You see what I'm saying? So you got to put this shit in perspective. Black people hadn't been here. If we go from 1621 to 1821, right there is 200 years. So if you telling me a population can't grow and multiply over the course of 200 years, I'm gonna have to call. I
Let
mean,
me
I
ask
don't
you
know.
this. Okay, so let me
Well,
ask
I
you this.
think when it comes down to the
Why
context of the
Louisiana
United
did they
States
So
of
make
I
America.
want to say, so this is like I always show the Black Carrot War, right? So if you
Yeah.
guys look at it, it says slave sold, right? It was only 41 slaves sold, and the indigenous people removed over like 4,000 or
We're
something.
the indigenous people, bro.
Okay, so
So there's a
Yeah.
lot of
So
nuance. Yeah, there's a
so
very
the
lot of
thing is,
nuance.
like, when it goes to like these slave things, y'all can zoom in and look at it. It was on these numbers that and this
The
is Sir
slaves, right?
William Young
Let me look this up.
documentation. Yeah, so this is Sir William Young documentation. So
and
the
then,
thing is, and I can show it in the primaries, the archives too. So that's why I was asking that when he said the British 900 slaves, that he can show that because when I'm looking at these numbers, this ain't slave sold ain't that much. 41 is not even what is that?
and
And that
then
seems
hold
more
on.
reasonable to
Then
me.
why in the 1700s, the Spanish was in Louisiana, where I'm from, New Orleans. They was down there making laws against black men and black women. Black women, they couldn't wear feathers in their hair. They had to wear tignon. They had to wear a wrap on their head. It was law that they could
Yeah,
not put
Cold
a feather
Noir.
in their
That's
head.
exactly.
Why would a motherfucker make a law against a black woman putting a feather in their head?
The
I mean,
small
at this
concerns.
time they was making a hell of a lot of laws.
Let the brother go on the big screen. He got the source
Go
with the
ahead.
British.
So so
Not
this is from LSU. This is from LSU, by the way. So
cool.
you know what I'm saying? It's showing like a
Niggas don't even know
slave.
this
You
is
know what I'm
our
saying?
land, bro. This shit is sad.
Hold on, let me
Okay.
read. Let me
Well,
read what bro was putting down. But go ahead, Ogun.
Okay, the slave ship actually. So the U.S. So go this right here. So starting off first, the slave ship that was captured was called the Pawns. That's first and foremost. It had over. It was 1845. It was captured by the USS Yorktown. So just going down and going at other stuff here. So
What
that's just
date?
Oh,
one
What
of
don't
date
talk
was
about the
that?
barbary slave
what
trade ships because we was helping go and liberate white slave catchers because the white slaves was being caught up into the 19th century.
what
Don't
what
look
are you
that
talking
shit up.
about?
Black
What
What are you
people
date
talking
was?
fought in
about?
that war to free and liberate white people.
What date was this,
What are you
bro?
talking about?
The barbary
Are you
slave
talking about
trade. Look
the
at the barbary
the
slave
Barbary,
trade of
the Barbary
European.
slave trade, but that was due to Islam and Christianity. That had nothing
I
to do
got.
with
Hey,
Yeah.
TikTok.
listen,
What
fellas,
you mean,
fellas,
bro? They was going straight to European nations and
They
brother,
pillaging
weren't, yeah,
only
they weren't
Europeans.
taking, but
brother.
only like a
I got
million,
it.
only like a million.
Can
But
I
it
help?
was
Can I
again.
help? Can I help? Okay, listen.
Let him finish.
Eh,
T Dot.
I got
I
it.
want to hear it.
No, bro. I got this. I need to address this because my people is lost. Let's take these folks' stories. Let's put it in perspective. They say that we came over on boats. It's a small percentage of niggas who came over on boats. So when Thanksgiving and that mass massacre of people that came over, how did such a small majority of motherfuckers come over on boats, but such a large majority of motherfuckers who died when Thanksgiving happened?
Passed away.
So that
If
means
you got
we was already
analyze
fucking here, bruh.
that does not coincide with that. That does not
Bruh,
mean
don't
that.
let these folks talk you off your shit. We was
I
already
mean,
here. That's what they
no.
celebrate Thanksgiving for,
It,
because they took over our shit. Why
oh
did they
Lord have
take over
mercy.
our shit to the next moment? Because they
Okay.
had guns, we had spears. We never seen technology of weaponry like that.
Those
So you
early
bring a gun,
those
you bring
early
a knife to
weapons
a
you're talking
gunfight. Of
about.
course we lost,
The,
bro.
you ever
But
heard of a
now we're
musket?
here, bro. That's why they won't check us again. Come on,
I
fellas.
swear.
Damn,
I
bro.
swear. You don't know technology. A musket is hard to reload.
My nigga,
I'm
a
telling you now.
musket, you got a rock
An
in your
arrow
hand. This
is
nigga's talking
more
about a
efficient than a
musket, bro.
musket.
You're
Brother,
gonna
if you
lose,
but
fam.
That's literally
hold
what
on
they
to
had.
add to that argument, bro. If you never seen no shit like that in your life, nigga, and all you've been doing is slinging spears, as nigga come up
Facts,
to you
bro.
with
Come
some
on, dog.
I agree
boom,
with
nigga,
An
Chopper.
look
Let
at
him
you
arrow
show
got
his
is
some
more
source,
magic
bro. I
dog.
want to
efficient.
see his source,
An
bro. I want to see
arrow
his
is
source,
more
Yeah,
bro.
but
efficient
see,
than a
actually,
musket.
Can y'all
yes, it is.
show your source though, bro?
I agree with Ogun with that because it's not even just about the spears; it's how you positioning the people, and if motherfuckers is in their mountains and stuff like that, we
Right.
was
You ever heard of a
war.
black caveman? No,
Yo,
nigga. We
let
come from
Agun show his
royalty,
source though,
bro.
bro. I want to see the 900. Who
Is there a
documented this?
I
black
just told you.
caveman or
I just
not?
told you. Okay.
Is there
Let me
a
put it back.
black
Let me pull it back
There
up.
caveman or
was
not?
Yeah,
something else.
yeah.
There was
And who
something else
was
that
the
was
explorer
happening that
that
we're
got
not
900 slaves?
seeing
That's
here.
what I want to know.
No. It wasn't an explorer. It was the USS Yorktown captured a slave ship called the Pons. Pons.
So they got
They captured.
no explorers saying that they captured these people. No names.
No. It's a Navy ship, a USS Yorktown.
It was a
Cap,
Navy ship, and what year is that?
Black people don't come from
1845.
caves, bro. That's not
1845.
That's the
that's
North
not our
Barbary
history. We
slave
don't
trade
come
ship
from
that we
Oh
saw.
yeah, that's
we are
late,
not
bro.
slaves, nigga.
He's mixing slave trades, bro. That's the
Oh yeah,
barbary slave ships,
you
nigga, that we
mixing
read
it,
No.
about.
That's not a barbarian slave trade. They
Yes, it
captured
is.
900
I'm about
enslaved.
to pull it up,
It
nigga.
literally says 900 enslaved Africans. So I'm sorry, you're incorrect.
Nah, pull it up, bro.
USS Yorktown.
Yeah, and let's debate
Jesus.
information for information scam. Let's just read the information as it's presented, and I'm gonna read your information as it's presented.
When
And I got a
Christopher
few.
Columbus came over, nigga, he saw niggas out the bay, bro.
And I got it. No, he
He
didn't. He did
saw
not say
niggas
that.
out the bay. They
That
called
is
us
not stated. That
indigenous.
is
They
not
called
what
us
Christopher Columbus
Indians. They
stated.
call us everything but black. Don't
T
let these
dot.
niggas
That's
talk
not
you
what he
off your
stated. T
land, bro.
dot.
This our shit.
T dot. He significantly made a point to include that these people were not like the black people of America, right? Like you gotta stop. You gotta source your shit, bro, because that's not what Christopher Columbus even stated that he seen. He said there were people who painted themselves of different
He
colors, black,
saw niggas when
white.
he pulled up, bro.
No, he said they painted themselves black,
He
white.
saw niggas when he pulled up.
I got you, bro. You don't want to have a debate. You just want to like scream your point. But yeah, so I mean, while Scam looking, I have a issue with the point in time in which he's bringing up the removal of the Roatan. It says we can now clear up finally and with certainty the mystery of how many Caribs actually landed on Roatan and why it is we have different estimates of numbers involved. The widely repeated figures of 5,000 is a rounding off of the numbers reported as we captured and surrendered at St. Vincent and sent to the nearby island of Balisua, while the British War Office decided how to render them forever harmless. Now, the records are showing a time span between July 1st, 1796 to April 1797. Now, my
So how did
argument.
we lose? They had guns. We
One
had
second.
spears.
My argument
They
to
had
that.
guns.
Go ahead,
We
brother.
had
T
spears.
dot, T dot. My argument to that is, if we remember, prior to 1796, this is after the Constitution was created. Again, I told you that people had sailed over here 100 years prior to that, even 150 years prior to that. So you would have had blacks in that area for about 100-something years at that point in time.
So I wanted to.
Indigenous people.
I got you. I'm gonna show you. So the British never called the black carrot slaves. They said they called themselves for. And I'm gonna show you. Hold on, I got you.
Yeah, I read
got
the
you.
background. I read the background. He admitted he didn't.
Yeah, called them.
Yeah.
Yeah. So because they was freeing. So they also signed a treaty with the French too that they would stop capturing these slaves. So the black carrot would stop capturing them.
Small
Yeah, I
majority.
give
How
you
did they
this.
kill
I
a
give this. This
mass
is
of
exactly
people?
as it reads. The Black Caribs are a hybrid group living today in Belize, Guatemala, Honduras, and Nicaragua, as well as in urban centers in the United States and England. Phenotypically Negroid, they speak in Amerindian language, Island Carib, which is an actual Arawakan, and exhibit cultural patterns similar in many ways, but not all, respects to other Creole populations in the West Indies.
Can you
These
look up how? Hold on, fam. I
They
ethnogenesis.
got
talking
you. I
about
got
the
you, brother. I
Americans.
got
Hold up,
you.
one second. I'm reading the information you
The
presented.
West Indies is here, dude.
Hold up. I'm just reading the information. Their ethnogenesis took place largely on the island of St. Vincent in the Lesser Antilles over several centuries, whereby the early 1700s, two political groups, one red or yellow and the other black, were distinguishable. And this is from, again, after the so-called Carib War of 1795 and 1797, the British removed all of the black Caribs who surrendered, nearly the entire group of survivors, to the island of Roatan in the Bay Island off the coast of Honduras.
Yeah. You see, the reason why I see what you're reading though, but I don't like reading that because those articles could be biased, right? I can show you this with the archives. So everything I show you, I can show you the archives if you want me to. But it tells you right there. This is what Sir William Young wrote, right? He said 4,776. The overwhelming number of Garifuna black Caribs was 4,633, right? And 102 yellow Caribs and 41 African slaves. You see how he distinguished the two? So yeah, and I can also you see the distinguish between the two and stuff like that. So he tells you like, yo, these 41 African slaves, they also was selling them and stuff like that. These black carriage was and I can show you in the archives. So the British, when the British first, they said these people look like, but I showed you these people look like Benin. And then the French, when the French came in and said, yo, these people look like Ethiopians, but they both agreed that they was the first inhabitants. But it was just 40. It was documenting how many slaves there was coming in. You can read it. It says 41 African slaves. So
Yeah,
it's
all their other bodies come from for Thanksgiving when they massacred us.
yeah. So that's. But I'm gonna let Agun talk. Show his source if
No,
you know what I
I'm
mean.
gonna finish my point.
All right,
So
go
I'm gonna
ahead.
finish my point. So hear the stories. Everybody came over here. A small majority of slaves. They say we slaves. Where did that large massacre on Thanksgiving happen? Where did all the extra bodies come from? If we only look at the archives, and the archives tell you exactly, because y'all believe in that shit, how many motherfuckers was on a boat, it don't even match the number of massacre that happened for Thanksgiving that we
Can I ask you
celebrate.
What massacre you talk? What massacre you talking
Hold on,
about,
bro.
bro?
Let me finish. Let me finish, and I'm
Let me
done.
just ask you, what year was that
Let me
massacre?
finish, fam, and I'm done.
You just tell me the year of that
hold
massacre.
on, hold on. So let's match it up. The numbers that y'all hear, the small majority of numbers that y'all hear that quote unquote came over on a boat, and then the mass majority of massacre that happened. All right, for
What
Thanksgiving
year?
and
What
everything
year?
that happened when the fucking pilgrims came over and
Well, tell me
massacred us,
what
bro.
year this
They
massacre you're talking
had,
about.
bro. Can I finish?
Bro, you keep speaking about a
Bro,
massacre, but you
because
won't give
you're
us. You won't give
refusing
us.
to believe the
No, it's
truth,
not that we
fam.
won't refuse to
Bro,
believe it, but you have to give us
listen, bro.
reference. What is the reference?
I'm trying to help my brother out, bro.
What is the
Dog,
reference of year? Please just answer that. You got me. You
fam.
got my. I got your
Okay,
ear.
okay.
Reference the year.
Okay.
Now, please.
Okay, I got you. Whatever the year to the number that
You
you're
don't
talking
know the
about. When, hold
fucking
on, I
year,
got it. Let
bro.
me
God
finish.
damn.
Let me finish.
Yeah,
Whatever the year to number that you're
you could
talking about,
drop T Dot, bro. Look, I'm
bro,
kind of getting confused too, yo. T Dot,
can
show
you fucking let me
information,
finish,
I'm
bro?
on,
bro.
bro.
Show
But
some
from the
show a
numbers that y'all
source.
niggas are talking about that came over here during that time period, what time was that? It's pilgrim time. So the numbers that niggas who came over here, quote unquote, on a boat, and match it up with the numbers of massacre that happened. Look up the massacre that happened for Thanksgiving, bro. Where did
Okay,
Thanksgiving
what
come
year
from?
was
Hold on,
that
I'm not
Thanksgiving
done, bro.
massacre? No, you keep repeating yourself.
Where did Thanksgiving numbers come from? Look it up since you're a Google analyst.
Well, listen, this is what I'm saying. White
Look up
people,
how many people
listen,
died
white
on
people, if I Google it,
Look
white
up
people will
how
tell you
many
there was no
people.
massacre.
Okay, fam, listen. Look up.
White people will tell you there was no fucking massacre on Thanksgiving. So I'm asking you
It
to
would be treated
circumvent
differently
white
in 20,
people
30
and
years.
tell me what year this fucking massacre happened.
You
T Dot, we were supposed to be on the same side, but you throwing me off, bro.
Come
I ain't
on,
gonna lie.
bro.
If this nigga would let me cook and they keep trying to silence me, bro.
We keep letting you cook and you keep reheating,
Because
noodles.
niggas keep silencing me, bro. Listen, I'm not here to make friends, but a nigga's not gonna talk me off my shit. If you pull down in my backyard, you're not gonna tell me otherwise.
well,
You
show me
don't
your
know what you're talking
backyard. Somebody let's
Show
go
me my
backyard for
backyard.
backyard.
Okay.
And this is light. This
Bro,
just
we not finna do this dumbass shit about going backyard for backyard, bro. This ain't in the fucking conversation.
Information, yo. Let Agun go. I really want to learn what he got. I want to been waiting, like.
All right, dig it. All right, you ready? All right.
Yeah.
That was
Put him on the big screen. Like I said, brother, you want to hear the explorers that capture these people, not no Navy.
All right, so
Why is the
it's
Navy
not necessarily
capturing
explorer.
Africans?
Okay, because it was outlawed. First of all, slavery was outlawed.
Can somebody please look up the massacre that happened for Thanksgiving? Just give me
we'll check that out.
Give me the number. Somebody Google it.
T-Dot,
what you not gonna start doing?
Google search. Google
Hold
search.
up. T-Dot, what you not gonna do?
How many people died for Thanksgiving?
Hold up, let Ogun
How many
talk.
people?
T-Dot, what you not gonna do? This is what you're not gonna do.
Y'all
You're
gotta
not
go
gonna
to
bring
sleep.
your ass up here and present information that you
I
have
got
not
my little
researched.
shit, you know?
You feel me? This man is off the juice. You're not gonna bring your ass up here and
alright.
present information that you do not have research on and ask us to research it for you. Before you present the information, research it and then present it. Because other than that, you're disingenuous. Go ahead, Ogun.
All right, so dig it. So
Haters!
wait. So again, slavery was outlawed. I think the British may have outlawed it maybe 1814 or maybe 1808 to 1814. I can't remember which one. But between that time period, slavery was transatlantic was outlawed at that point. So we had ships patrolling the African coast. I think the U.S.
But
British
this is when the ship got
that brought
better,
them.
right? This is when they more advanced. This is the late
No,
like
they're still
1850s.
wooden though. They're still wooden. They're
Okay,
still
go
wooden,
ahead.
and they're still sailboats. You know what I'm saying? So that's one. So this is on history.navy.mil. So you can look this up yourself. This is the ship was called the USS Yorktown. It was first commissioned in 1838. They went all up and down the West African coast. And it says here again that they captured.
Who was they? Who was they? Who was they? Like who?
Oh, I'm sorry. The USS Yorktown would be
I
us.
get that, but who be like yo? Who was capturing this? They don't got no names.
How does that
Okay,
equate to the ships
so
that in America?
Captain
They're
Bill,
showing us
there was a
ships that were
Captain Bill.
captured over there in the water.
Captain
Okay,
Bill.
so what? Okay, so Captain Bill, Commander Charles H. Bill was in command when the Yorktown captured the slave ship, the Ponds. So that's right there, slave ship Ponds. And again, if you look up the information, it was like 900 enslaved Africans on that ship. Well, again, you can look this up. This is another thing. That's just one ship in 1 year. Okay? One ship in 1 year had 900 enslaved Africans. Again, and we're talking hundreds of years in different countries bringing Africans over here. Because again, the United States itself that we know of had the
No,
Dutch.
that's not. No. You're conflating your argument. That doesn't
I'm
say
not
bringing
done.
over here. You're showing where ships got captured. That doesn't say,
Yeah.
oh, these ships were
Lord have
brought to the
mercy. What do you
Americas.
think? Wait,
Don't
come on.
do
Where do you
that.
think the ship was going? Where do you think the ship was going?
Oh, dude. Don't do that. Don't do that. Where
No,
we
no, no, no.
think it was
Seriously,
going
seriously,
and all of
seriously.
that.
It was
Playing
coming
semantics.
to the west. It was coming
If
to the
Darquan said
Western
we can't
Hemisphere.
do that, we ain't doing it, bro. Don't do that.
We Lord have mercy. I have no idea. Look,
What's
a
the
slave ship
standard?
was
What's the
captured with not
standard you talking about? Did he break it?
exactly. They keep moving the goalpost.
I'm not moving no
They
goalposts. You trying
they
to say
said
some ships captured
you said slave
equates for
ships
the
couldn't
people that's
hold
here,
a lot of
nigga?
people.
No.
That was the thing. Slave ships couldn't hold a lot of people. This shows
Nigga, they could
they
have been
hold
going to
damn
Brazil.
Lord have
The
mercy.
fuck?
You said the original
They
thing
could
was
have been
slave ships
going to
can't.
Asia. You know,
The
Asia.
original
Y'all
thing
niggas don't
was
get
Hey,
slave
Negro,
pussy
we're gonna let you rebuttal.
ever.
Okay.
They
The
could have
thing
been going
said
to
slave
Asia,
ships
nigga.
Negro, we're gonna let you
not
rebuttal. You
hold.
gonna rebuttal after he speaks.
Yeah.
That's why you think you
You
need to
said
argue with a nigga about history.
yeah, I know. Anyway, slave ships couldn't hold. Slave ships couldn't hold a lot of people, right? That was the argument. Couldn't show you that slave ships could hold 900 people, almost 1,000 people for 1 year. So that goes against you couldn't hold a lot of people. Only 42 slaves were sold here. That goes against that, or 21. You could literally carry hundreds of people during this time period. That was the whole point of proving that. So you adding into
Where
where it
the
was going
rest
to
of the niggas
Brazil,
come
the
from is what
Caribbean,
he's asking.
or the U.S. is still disingenuous
Where did the other
because
niggas come from?
oh Lord have mercy. That was just I
So
just gave you 1 year. You
yo, so
you want
okay,
slave
so
ships next?
I ain't even
Hey,
trying
hold
to
up,
do all
Scam,
that.
Scam,
cool.
hold up.
Let me give you
Scam, you
that.
gotta let
So
Negro,
You
you
can
gotta let
see,
Negro,
nigga.
you gotta
Yeah,
let
nigga.
your boy
Like,
Negro
yeah,
rebuttal,
nigga. We
and
sell on
then
TikTok
it's on you.
shops. Yeah.
okay, bet.
Okay, so Negro, what is your rebuttal to his argument?
How does that equate for the ships or whatever being here in America or being brought to America? Just because they caught some ships out there with some Africans on it, don't mean that. Oh, okay, these are the exact same
That's
ships
still
that were here.
great
The numbers
value,
of death. The
nigga.
reason he's bringing that up because the numbers of death don't match up to the amount of niggas
Got
that they had on the
you
boat.
know, Mama
Hold up, hold up, hold up, hold
You
up.
know what I mean?
So Negro, that's your argument is that slave ships being captured somewhere in the ocean don't equate to the amount of Negroes that they accounted for in America. Am I right?
That died when they got here, bro. They
Exactly.
killed us,
Okay,
nigga.
okay.
Exactly.
Unalive.
Cool.
Okay, that's the
So
word we got to use.
so
So that's
Ogun, he's discrediting your information
I'm out
because he's
cheddar,
stating that
nigga.
what you saying does not equate to the amount of American Negroes that we have because they were found.
okay.
You
So
know what I'm saying?
all right.
Fish.
Wait.
My
So
girl
now they're
my
moving
girl
it.
know
Now they
how to
only
shop, nigga. You know my
now they only want to go to U.S. slaves, right? They only want to go U.S. slaves, right? Now you only want to do
she
that.
buy
Okay,
that shit
so
and then
cool.
throw the pussy back.
So cool. If we
Who
start
we
doing that,
talking
we
about, my
still have
nigga?
to
Who else we talking about?
again. We still have to add because we still have to add other things into it again because the amount of slaves again come from
Look, if
different
your
countries.
bitch don't know how to grow,
Oh Lord have mercy.
Bro, they're
Okay,
trying
so
to talk you off your. They're
the
trying to talk
Dutch,
you
the
off your
French, the
ship.
Spanish, and the
They're
British
trying to
all
talk you
brought
off your
slaves over
land.
here.
They're trying to talk you off
So
your land.
okay, so again, 4 different colonials. If we're just gonna go for the United States of America, brought slaves over here. 1526, starting off, the Spanish lost 100 slaves off the coast of Georgia. That's just one example. They have manifest for Louisiana, particularly where if you're from Louisiana, then you know the name Senegal. when they even took, they have
Hold on.
and Louisiana is
Wait,
very
before you
good
go
at
forward.
these records.
Before you go forward, Ogun, do you know in the same time you talking about 1500s, 1600s that the Spaniards and the Portuguese were arriving with African soldiers along their side?
It's not
Yes,
enough
some,
to mass.
yes,
It's
some,
not
some
enough
weren't
to the
slaves.
number of
Some,
mass.
They
some
was
weren't
coming
slaves,
over
and
here as
some were.
soldiers, nigga. They wasn't coming
The
over here as
numbers
slaves.
don't matter.
So y'all
The
do agree
numbers
on
don't.
that. So y'all do agree, Ogun and Negro, that there were Africans alongside the Spanish people as they
Oh yeah,
arrived.
A couple.
oh yeah,
Yeah,
it's
a couple.
evidence.
Yes.
Yeah, bro, I
They
can
were.
show that up.
I know there
But
was some
I want to say
African
this. Okay,
warriors
so
alongside some of
you
the
gave
Spaniards and Portuguese that arrived in South America and overtook them Aztecs and got them Taxa clans to turn on
Yes,
them
but
folks.
there weren't a lot of Africans with them, though. They have recorded. Yes, again, some were slaves, some were not. Some were soldiers of fortune. They were used as translators sometimes. I agree with you.
yeah,
There's a
thank you
famous
for
one
being
even with.
honest with that. So Ogun, hold on. So
You're
we
right,
said, hold
nigga.
on.
You're right.
So I
You're
want to
right.
ask you this,
Your
right? Before we move
grandparents
on to
taught you
the
well, nigga.
yeah,
Say
I
what's
want to
name.
ask you this before we move to another conversation. So the Yorktown, how much total in number you think they had of African slaves? It's a total
It literally
number. If
says
you
900.
In the
okay,
That's
thousands.
what some of the.
They killed us by
okay.
the
So you
thousands.
name one group 900, right? 900. Can you name another group that brought a mass of slaves to?
Yes. Okay. So I can find another.
Ate it
Yeah,
or
I
didn't
can
they?
find another slave ship. Where I think like
Cause we're
700.
trying to get these
Well, I think
numbers.
700.
You
No,
said 700.
no. I got you,
What
brother.
was the other name?
Let's work reverse
Give me
psychology.
a second.
If they say that a certain amount of people died on each,
I'm trying to do these
hold on,
numbers,
I got
man.
them. If they say a certain amount of people died on each
Unalive.
sequence of people, so let's go Thanksgiving. Let's go when Christopher Columbus came over. Let's go to all the holidays when they was mad. Hold on, no, I got it. Let's go to all the national holidays when
I be
niggas had
in jam
numbers.
too. I
And
be on
let's
the jam.
compare that to the amount
The
of people who
jam.
they brought
I
over
be
on the
on
boat.
jam
It
too.
does
My
not
girl
match.
know
So
how
where
to
these
take
extra
care of me.
niggas come from?
This nigga's white.
I'm just saying, she deserves credit. She know how to shop. A lot of these bitches don't know
Are
how
you
to
white?
shop. Like,
Are
I
you
don't know
white,
what
my
kind of
nigga?
Man,
jams
these
to
niggas
buy.
talking about bitches, bro.
All right, I'm gonna mute up. My fault, T Dot. My fault.
No, not for nothing. All I'm hearing is these Africans help these Europeans infiltrate North and South America. That's all I'm hearing. I'm hearing whether these boats were wooden, metal, that shit don't matter. They came here. They came here with these Africans. These Europeans used these Africans as the muscle to infiltrate our land.
100% correct, man.
Okay.
How many
So
people
scam.
died? Sis, how many people died? And how many niggas
Unalive.
came with
TikTok.
them?
Unalive. TikTok.
Okay, unalive. How many people unalive and how many people they
Okay.
brought with them? The numbers don't match.
Okay.
So people had to already be here, which is our people, bro. Don't let these cats talk you off your spot, bro.
You keep saying the same thing, but here we go. These are some of the slave ships right here, and yes, this is AI overview, but I can pull up these ships. I just want the names put
Now
out
you
there
want
so
to
we
know
can
who
look at them
was
up
the explorers riding
individually.
them, bro? Because you
So
gave me
for
so
instance,
the Yorktown. Hold on, real quick. For the Yorktown, I gotta give you that. You gave me a name. I just gotta know these names so I can keep documenting, and we're gonna see these numbers match up. So who are these names of the
so
colonizers that rode these boats?
Who is these
so for
extra
instance,
bodies that catch
wait.
it when the
Okay,
numbers come out?
let's start at the bottom. The Marie Celtique, of course, is a French ship, had 300 slaves, 1769 to
300
1769
slaves.
to
How many
70.
people died in
Who rode that boat?
Thanksgiving?
Who was the
Thousands.
We're not
This is
done.
extra
We're not
people.
done.
Hold on,
We're
the
not
stay there,
done.
stay there.
Let
Who
him
was the
finish. Let him
colon?
finish.
Who rode that boat? Who rode it?
France, the French.
No, but
So
who was the name
Marie
of the who was the
Celtique.
name of the French? Who was the name of it? Right?
No. I'm just giving names right now. I will pull up all the information, like who was the captain. And I'll pull up all that up in a
Okay,
second.
yeah.
I
You
just
want to know who the
names out there
captain,
first.
bro, so we can follow along. That's it, because they could be
Yeah. I
making
got you. I
shit
just
up.
want the names of the ships out there first, okay? And then I'll do
Okay.
it. You also have the Lusden, which is a Dutch ship, 700 Africans delivered
Yeah,
to the hold before captain and crew had abandoned it. Got the
yeah.
Wildfire that was captured by Key West in 1860. Had
Now, how many
1,000 could
people
hold
died
up
on
to.
this ship? Because remember,
Wait.
niggas
No,
died on
let
that
him rock.
ship to
Let him
get
rock.
over
You
here.
got
Unalive.
Let him
let him rock, please.
finish.
Let him
Unalive.
rock.
So it had 510 captives on board, but could hold 1,000. You have the Brooks, again, could hold as many as 609 captives, and the
Okay.
Par, number one,
Half
could
didn't
hold as
make it.
many as 700 enslaved. These
Okay.
are 5 ships that could hold hundreds of people.
Okay.
But wait,
So
hold up.
Now, how many people
Before
died
y'all,
on Thanksgiving?
wait,
Let's try to
unalive
ask some
and
good
I'm sending
questions,
my
what you
Joe.
smoking?
Let's,
PTR right now. But before we go there, hold on, y'all. Let's take a pause for 1 second. And I'm not saying this as exact, so please don't quote me like I'm presenting it as facts.
Niggas don't
But
think they
just,
Indians, love.
but just sitting here, thinking about what y'all saying right now. Remember in Sparta, whatever movie, Troy. Remember in the movie Troy, they built that big ass horse statue, but they filled it up with them niggas in order for them to go inside the kingdom. And then once they went inside the kingdom, all them niggas came out of the big ass the statue. What was that horse? Come on,
And
guys. I know what
if
y'all
you
know what
not,
I'm
if you
talking
wasn't
about.
melanated back then, you wasn't nowhere near
No,
strong enough
no,
to even
don't
handle
change
us.
that. Don't.
They had to get the Africans to try to handle us
What
because the
if
white boys
in
couldn't
these
handle us.
boats it's hold on?
cha
Cause
cha talk.
what if, right? Instead of slaves being chained together inside the horse, that could be the fucking false narrative. What if they were soldiers coming in here to infiltrate and take over the land instead of slaves? The white Trojan.
Documented that they
What if?
was.
What if these ships were the white Trojan horse? You ever saw the movie Troy?
Miss Cha Cha, that's what I was saying. It's documented that Spaniards and Portuguese was arriving on these lands with Africans as soldiers. You can type it in on
Yeah,
your Google. Simple Google search will tell you what it
Right.
exactly.
is.
But
Yeah,
Wait, so can you give me
no,
a
instead of
but the
being
source
num
for that?
honest about it,
no,
Be,
no, no.
no.
It's
That
true.
see,
I
that's
think
why I
Cortez.
said what if. Don't
I think
quote me. That's
Cortez
why I put
maybe
that
was actually
disclaimer.
he
so
had somebody with him that was Moroccan born. I think
I want to
Nah,
he
say
you
was
this.
gotta know
So
who
enslaved.
that is.
real quick. So Abu
Uh-huh.
was showing the numbers of the boat, right? If you look at it, I don't
Yes.
even think that passed. Well, I think that was like 2,000. That's it. That would be 2,000 people. But I still want to know who was riding these boats, bro, because these numbers to me sometimes can be fabricated.
Where's the rest of the niggas coming from that they killed?
Yeah, I want to know who
Exactly.
was riding these boats. If you can
Unalive.
show it.
Jesus, Mary and Joseph. So
Yeah.
I get what you're saying, but again, we also got to go with if the French Navy had 80 ships during that time period at one point, right? Let's say the French Navy had 89 ships and they could hold 300 people. They could use literally 80 ships over the course of, I don't know, 300 years.
But
Every year
remember,
you
like
see
history say, half did not make it.
Yo, let him
half
let
did
him
not make
let,
it.
let him
So
finish.
again, even saying half did not make it is still putting out
Speaking
some
in a
pointers
lot of
that a
hypotheticals, though. There's a
lot's
lot
not
of
Ye-
there.
hypotheticals you present.
Right,
No,
right. I don't
fair
like
enough.
exactly.
Let's
That's
say
what I'm
let's
saying.
say again, you saw the current and you saw how easy to make it to the Caribbean, and we all know that from the Caribbean, it was a lot easier to jump to South America and to the U.S. That was just a safer drive sometimes. And again, not saying it happened all the time like that, but that was probably the safer route
But
back then.
half did not make it. So where's the numbers?
Okay,
Yeah.
I don't know about half per se, but
The only
No,
again,
reason
half
we
did
why,
know.
not
to
make it.
me,
I know that
I'm
for a
gonna tell you a
fact
good
from
why. Hold on,
history.
real quick. I'm gonna tell you why I think the numbers are small, right? Because even we know it was also people from India going to the Caribbeans too, right? And it was only 4,000.
Right, only
That's it.
broke niggas fall for that shit. You ain't finna play us, dog.
Yeah. So it was only 4,000. So when I be looking at these numbers look very very small, bro. And like I said, that's
Facts.
why I'll
So
be
where's the
asking
rest of
you.
these niggas dying from?
Yeah, and that's why I was
Oh
asking you
Lord have mercy.
who's the name of these
I mean, I could put
colonizers.
you on if you don't know no better. Because it
Who's
sounds
the
like
name?
you don't know no better.
Yeah. So
Okay,
that's what we got to find out who's the name of
Like,
these
come on,
colonizers
dog.
but
because
Like,
I don't want to assume, bro. It's not good
like,
to
no,
assume. If
fair
we
enough.
don't
But
yeah.
again,
assume and we go by the numbers and names, these
Well,
numbers are
I'm
very
white.
small.
I'm white. So that's the reason why you don't have what I got. I'm white. So that's why. You know what I mean?
what
You
is?
being
Oh,
white
I don't
does not
understand.
change
What you
history,
mean,
bro.
dog? I
Okay.
get all the passes, dog. I'm Native American and European. What you talking about,
Okay,
nigga?
I don't
cool.
understand.
What's your
I don't
point?
understand
Fuck you
that.
talking about, nigga?
Bro,
They
nobody
Okay,
recognize
believes
me
you
as a
from
Native
this land. What's
American
your
and a
point?
European American. What's the issue?
Wait,
Fuck
But
you
yeah,
talking
let's
about, dog?
show her source.
Right. Niggas ain't trying to have no motion. They trying to be Mr. I got it all.
So you're listening to a white man tell y'all about our history, bro? I'm out.
I am the white man. So let me tell you.
Are you like mestizo?
He's one of us, bro.
No,
He
I'm
just trolling.
white.
He chilling. He
The
vibing
fuck?
out tonight, man. He got
Yeah,
mad for
you
this.
said you're a white and native, so you're
I'm
being.
the original white Chinese because the original white
Oh, I'm
people
being
were
gaslit right
Chinese.
now. That's
Stupid
what's
ass
up.
Right. I'm the
Let
original white Chinese who's gonna tell
man.
you
Can y'all put
everything.
me on the big
department.
screen?
Let Cha cook it.
These
Then you got
ignorant
it. You got
My
it.
motherfuckers
fault,
You
out
my
got it.
fault,
here.
my fault, my fault, my fault.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Let Cha. What y'all doing?
So if you read right here, hold on. So if you read right there, it says, yes, Africans, both free and enslaved, arrived in Americas with the Spanish as early as the 1500s, serving as soldiers, interpreters, and settlers in expeditions, contributing to vital skills and participating in conflicts, often seeking better opportunities or freedom, all that bullshit, but yeah.
Interpreters. Why would
No,
you need
the Spanish
interpreters
did come.
to people that you don't have no relation to, or
You're right.
whatever the case may be?
Well, but we also know the
They
Spanish did come
can't
over here
even
with
read
women, right?
energy. What are we talking about them for?
Okay. How the way it goes. The Spanish didn't come over here with women, by the way. That's why the Spanish and
They
the French,
can't read
they never.
energy. That's why they're lost.
Man, y'all make everything
Okay.
so complicated. Invest in sunscreen and
They
retire
can't
with
read
me.
energy, bro.
Invest in sunscreen
Okay.
and retire with me.
Okay. So cool. So
Very
the Spanish
simple.
and French didn't come over here with women.
Wow, they
So
think
that's
it's a
why you see
joke.
them
They
mixing.
think it's a
That's why
fucking
you see them
joke.
mixing also. But yes,
They
they
think it's a
do
joke,
have some
bro.
Africans that are with them, but the numbers themselves don't say a lot. Again, and this is early on before it was put
Right.
into practice of Africans being the main source of slavery.
And what do you do
Again,
for work?
Yeah,
What do you do for work,
but
sir?
them Africans weren't
What do you
just
do for work? Let
slaves,
me ask.
yo.
No, let's keep it real
they
for a
weren't.
second.
I
What
agree
does
with
he do
you.
for work?
They weren't just slaves. They were
No,
they were
what do
also
you
again.
do
That
for
gotta
work
start. Hold
today?
on, King.
So
Damn.
not all of them were slaves, and that's very true. But again, at some point, again, there is some documentation that shows
Bro,
that
you
Native
just making
Americans.
shit up, nigga.
Okay, there is proof that Native Americans were
I'm
also
starting to
tried at
believe
first,
that
and that
these niggas were.
some were sent to the Caribbean, and I even want to say some may have been sent to some, not a lot, were sent to either Europe or Africa. But I know for sure that some
Let
U.S.
me tell
Native
you that
Americans
this
were
is
sent.
why white people fucking y'all up in Africa and so is Asians. Cause y'all playbook is trash, bro. Every time y'all
I'm
talk, you
from
sound stupid.
This
Like,
nigga can't
I'm from
even read
Mississippi.
I
energy,
would
I'm from
like
bro. He
Mississippi.
can't
to
Wait,
read
wait.
keep it
energy.
real,
I'm
nigga.
from
to say
Mississippi.
my
Wait a
stance.
minute. Wait a
Can I
True
say
minute.
my
Calling me
Creole.
stupid.
stance?
My
Stop calling me
fault by
stupid
you,
No,
because
Creole.
can
You
I
right.
say something
I ate your
without
mama.
being
Can I say my
interrupted?
stance?
He can't
Hold
Let
read
on.
Cha
Can I
energy,
say
bro.
something without
cook.
being
White
Can I
people
say
interrupted?
my
cannot
stance
read energy.
after?
They're not from this
Everybody
land.
let Darquan speak.
Anyways,
Yo, this is
can I?
fucking crazy, yo.
No, but for real though, let Darquan get it off. Like the
We
nigga
read
been,
Come on,
energy from
you
Darquan.
know, he
6
been
years old,
patient.
bro. You're not
He been
from us.
respectful.
Yo, that all right. So this is what T Dot was talking about. I really don't want to talk about this right now because I guess we're still on the slave ships and who was on there and who and the role that they play. I think we all need to reconsider how this whole slave shit happened because I feel like it's the white Trojan horse. I don't think these niggas came over here as slaves. They were the soldiers used to infiltrate indigenous land. I don't believe that they had a ship boat. I think the them being underneath the boat was to minimize how much people were coming over here so they could maximize the more soldiers, because the more soldiers you have, the better chance you have to win that war. So if you have 900 people,
Oh, I just wanted to say that I think all Black people have African descent, and I'm not really too sure where it started like happening, where Black Americans started saying that they were indigenous. And I don't mean to offend anyone, but also by saying that like DNA tests are fake and you've never taken one in your life, I think.
Yeah, I'm glad she shut the fuck.
Oh, y'all don't do that. Please do not skip me. All I'm saying is the D. God damn, y'all.
You can keep talking. I mean, it's all you.
Yeah, I
Foul. No,
can't
Okay,
y'all
hold
foul.
on.
Nah.
This
Hold
how I
on a
know y'all
second.
got
Hold on a
bad
Nah, what y'all
second.
not gonna
relationships.
do?
Y'all
Hold on
Hold
a
toxic
up,
in
man.
y'all
Let
second.
Punkin
relationships.
talk. Let Punkin
Y'all,
talk.
y'all
Toxic
don't
than a
be. Hold
motherfucker.
on a second.
Shut up
Don't
with your
skip
drunk
nobody
ass.
showtime, y'all. Let
Real
them
talk.
finish.
Let that lady finish what the fuck she was saying, bro. We
Let
let y'all
Cha
Nigga
Cha
talk though.
can't read
finish.
energy, bro. Remember we did that shit at three?
I'm finna start showtime. Let
We
Cha
read
Cha
energy
and
at
Kate
three. They
go.
can't
Them
do
two
Yeah,
have
that.
to
let Cat
say
go
That's the
their
first.
time.
difference. They can't read.
Yeah. Thank you for letting me go first. Again, black dark skin is not exclusive to. I'm tired of repeating myself. Jesus.
I wasn't done speaking. I got cut off. Having dark skin does not all of a sudden mean you're black because we come in any shade.
Right. So we not genetically same.
Girl, that makes no sense. Just because we come in different shades does not all of a sudden mean that we're no longer genetically the same. I could be darker than you, and me and you could still share the same ancestry. Your skin color has nothing to do with it. I'm really confused on how you got to that conclusion. I don't have anything else to say. Oh, you.
Who was you addressing it to?
I was addressing it to Scam because all of a sudden he said that dark skin had something to do with being black, but it doesn't.
Nah, he don't. He don't. He agree with you.
Oh, right.
Yeah, he agree with you. Y'all let Cha Cha go next.
Yeah, what I was saying, we could address my PTR later, but I was just basically saying we need to reconsider this whole slavery thing. We already know that Christopher Columbus, right? Just using that as an example, his assistant or second captain was a Moor. Was a black person at the end of the day. These slave ships allegedly coming over here, I think they were more battleships. And they probably had a lot of them coming over here. Whether that's true or not, it still remains to be seen. But I don't think the people that were on there were just slaves. They were soldiers. They were the weaponry to infiltrate North and South America. We need to reconsider this whole slavery shit.
Yes, I agree, and that's why I was asking him. Who was? If you look at it, if you like actually try to name these colonizers that brought in slaves, you will see that these numbers are so small, man. It's not a lot of African slaves that came over, and I also agree with Negro Seminole when he was telling that some of them came that wasn't slaves. We know that. That makes more sense. It was a small number of African slaves, bro. And not only that, not all Africans are genetically the same. Not all dark skinned people in Asia are genetically the same. Not all dark skinned people in America are the same.
Okay, so
He's
the slave numbers was low, but the mercenaries that came on with the Portuguese, their population was high. Is that what y'all saying?
yeah. If y'all could show me the explorers that did that, yeah, I'm
I
down to
mean,
listen.
somebody just said they was Africans was coming over here conquering by the boatload or whatever. So either way, it was a lot of niggas coming over here. Whether I don't know, were they slaves or were they as mercenaries? Like I'm kind of confused. Like if
So
y'all
you
can't
just gonna
break.
take up my time.
My
Go ahead.
bad. I ain't know you was part of the conversation. You was up here flexing your house and your food and
No,
your
I didn't.
Asian rice and shit. That's I ain't know what was going on.
Well,
But
as a Chinese American, we do control Africa, and Africans have to do whatever we say, and if they don't, we gonna fuck them up. So, but this is my whole question: is that y'all are basically saying that Africans, aka Egyptians, they achieved a higher form of technology that we can't necessarily explain or duplicate today, but they didn't travel the oceans. All I'm telling y'all is that when they say black people couldn't swim or build boats, it's a lie. Very simple.
that is a lie. 'Cause black people can swim now. Black Americans, they have a difficult swimming due to system of racism and being denied access to swimming pool you know, shit like that. But black people overall can swim. It's just the black Americans that's, you
I don't
know.
know. We can swim. You know, look, you get in that lake, you get in that creek. You know what I'm saying? You get down. That's what I
Yeah,
learned to
yeah. I'm
swim.
not saying we can't swim at all, but you know,
No,
it's
no,
a
I feel you. I feel you.
just
No, no,
a
no, no.
good number of us that can't swim though, for real.
No, you're right about the historical documentation of historical thing of swimming pools being taken out of neighborhoods when black folk moved in. You're definitely right about that. You know what I mean?
Oh Lord, I'm not talking about everybody. See, I'm not
No.
generalizing. I'm
I
not
was
talking to
agreeing.
you,
I was
Ogun.
agreeing.
I'm not talking to you, I'm talking about in the comments.
Oh, my bad.
I'm
Like I
not
agree.
generalized. I'm just saying. Cause they take what I got to say and just run with the shit. Damn. My bad. I can bring you back around, Ogun. My bad.
I appreciate the level of decorum we've been carrying. If y'all could gift the host, if you got it. She ain't set no live goal. Don't usually set a live goal. She ain't be asking y'all for a lot. Just like the screen, man. Gift the host. You know what I'm saying? She been posting this and hosting this shit forever. And yeah, just keep some decorum up in here, man. No information will be hidden. Our information will be, you know what I'm saying, peer reviewed on the panel. You know what I'm saying? And that's all we want to do is peer review the information and get to the bottom of this shit, man. I love to see my black people actually up in here, you know, actually politicking, man. This shit is amazing. I love that shit. From the Indians to the Africans, man. Because at the end of the day, we still black Americans, African Americans, whatever y'all want to call it, man. You know what I'm saying? They just keep this shit with a level of decorum. That's all I'm asking. Yeah, I agree, man. It's been a great conversation. And I think we need to keep it going, man, till we can really figure out the whole story. Maybe there's truth to both sides, you know, maybe there's not just one truth. Maybe it's not just all just easily just, oh, this is how it went, straight and narrow. Maybe it's a different whole bunch of different, you know, layers to it that connect this one puzzle. You know, this puzzle piece, because it is a puzzle. I mean, who would want to tell the truth about anything that really would happen at that point in time, you know, a full truth. But anyway, let me go get my baby, man.
Black fathers out here for the win, man. You know what I'm saying? Get that man some props on that one. You know what I'm saying? Again, I'm like with everybody else, man. I definitely
Why y'all
love
in
the conversation.
Showtime?
No, that's fine. Scam. I have that information, by the way.
Well, no, I wish they didn't. But not talk. Come on, with the chosen horse.
Yeah. If you got that information, go ahead or go.
Yeah.
This is one more. You know what I'm saying? Like we're doing this tonight. So one of the ships I pointed out was a par.
Let
The
them
par
finish
was out of
having this,
Liverpool.
and then we can talk about it, Joseph. Let them finish they thing.
Got it. So this is IBHRG.com about Thomas Parr. He was the owner of the ship, the Parr. It was out of Liverpool, that's where it originally came from. Thomas Parr
You said
himself.
Liverpool? Where's Liverpool?
Yeah,
at?
Liverpool, England. So the British.
Yeah, okay,
So the
yeah,
British.
okay. All right,
So
cool.
Thomas Parr himself was a slave trader who invested in at least 30 voyages himself and owned the master ship, the Parr, which berths for 700 slaves. So that's one. So and now so that's just one ship, you know what I mean, that could hold that much. So it's just giving you a ship and giving you a slave trader that did at least 30 voyages prior. He retired. This is his home right here that he built because he was very rich. He retired. So
See,
this is just going to show you one of the things.
Yeah, it said can hold up to 700. See, my thing is too. I wish it has numbers. You feel me? Like I don't know each state numbers, but I know it's not gonna do that. But it's cool because
Yeah,
I
you know
don't
what I'm
like
saying?
that. I don't like the guessing. You know what I mean? Because sometimes you probably don't even know if they even came up with how many they came up with each voyages. If that makes sense. I wish it was
Fair
like
enough. But
yeah.
if you do something, let's say 200. Let's say 200 would be like a very low number, or like 150. 200. Let's say 150. 150 is a reasonable number. It could hold up to, let's say, 700. And again, they were higher and they were lower. Even if you do that for 30 voyages, that's still a decent amount of people. You know what I'm saying?
I see what you said.
3 years. You know what I mean?
But yeah, I want to say, where did he go in Africa? Do you know? Where did he go in Africa?
This is the West Coast. I'm pretty sure it wherever the English were, because we know at some points, let's say like for Louisiana, at first when they started bringing in slaves, they were taking a lot of people from the Senegambia at first. So you know what
All
I'm
right,
saying? Like so like each group had its own places where they got most of their slaves from at some point. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I just wish they knew where the slave. Because if you look at the even Nigeria too, because they were selling slaves when they were selling slaves, it depending where they wasn't even selling a lot. Like Nigeria would sell 41 slaves for like umbrella, beers, stuff like that. Even smaller amounts. They were wondering where he was getting these, where he was getting these slaves from.
Well, you also got to look at it and start. And I'm not saying don't say Nigerians, but like you got to look at this time period. You still dealing with kingdoms. You still have the kingdom of Oyo. You still have the kingdom of Dahomey, and you have other African kingdoms at this point. So they're giving away their prisoners of war, the criminals and things like that are some of the, and that's not all the time, by the way. Sometimes they actually made incursions into the interior to capture people. And we also got to start adding the mere fact that of people that were taken from the interior, they didn't automatically leave at first. You get what I'm saying? Like it may have been 1 to 3 months before they even got on a ship. That's why you have places like Goree Island and
That's why I was asking where the guy was going. Did he go to Goree Island? You know what I mean? Stuff like that. Where was he going? 'Cause I'm really trying to match these stories together. Because I know when I was looking at the Benin, what we now call, the Gulf, Tonga, all of that stuff, they wasn't having a high number of slaves being sold. To be honest, you know what I mean. So that's the only reason why I wanted to get these stories accurate. And I want to know the guy that you showed, what was that him documented or somebody else documented?
It's him particularly being documented for going on 30 voyages. Himself.
Yeah, because these articles sometimes could be. That's why I do I don't want to be picky with these stories because I see I like going with the archives more. Because articles could be even with my history, articles could be biased when it comes to these things. If that makes sense. I don't want to take. You know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that it's not possible. Yeah, but it's just articles. Like even prime example, right? Because you're on the opposite side of me. So if you were to write an article of his archives, you could put your own twist to it. Like I can myself, right? Being on the opposite side,
your own you can put your own interpretation.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
So another boat that was doing this right here, this is archives.history.acu at UK.
Okay, cool.
That's what that is. This is about the slave ship, the Brooks, one of them that I just brought up. And it shows a diagram, the Brooks ship 1789, and if I remember correctly, it said it could hold like maybe a couple hundred, but I think maybe 6. I can't remember how much I said earlier when I looked at it, but it just goes to show you that it was first designed in Plymouth in 1788. And it just goes through some information about
You said what date?
1789.
1789. You said
1788 is when it was
88.
first
Yeah, a
designed.
lot of these. So when it comes even to the Seminole Wars, the wars we were having, those dates was earlier than a lot of these dates that you showed. Even the U.S. Navy. Yeah. So a lot of these things are very, very late when you put in these dates too, when they was able to hold more people. You know what I mean? As well.
And again, I'm not even saying that every ship held, what I'm saying, like that amount of people. As you pointed out, let's just go with the British. Let's say from the early 1600s, maybe 1619. You know what I'm saying? And again, that's just the British themselves. By the time they're bringing slaves over, if they're bringing 50 at a time period, and I can't remember the time period for months it took. I can't remember whether it was 3 to 4 months coming from Africa with the current. It might have been 3 or 4 months.
Yeah, a bit of that. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? For each slave ship, that's okay, cool. If I have
2 months to be exact. Yeah.
So if I have 50 people, you know what I'm saying, and add in the 1 or 3 months before you fill up a ship, you know what I'm saying? Say 1 or 3 months before you do that, you can still bring over a decent amount of people per year. You know what I mean? One ship by itself. And again, if you have 30 ships or you have 50 or 80 or a fleet of 100, that does add more. And that's just, again, one country.
Right.
So,
but we also got to take the exact amount. You see, it's kind of hard to navigate because how would making these people go to labor and then leave again? That's why I was asking for these numbers, because even if you put that one guy, right, that he was the one.
Yep.
Like, who is he sending? You feel what I'm saying? Like, it's not well documented. It's more of a guessing.
Well,
If
I
that
think at
makes
this
sense.
point is no. I think at this point it's going to be a guessing game to a certain extent. Again, these are estimations in general.
Right,
Like
right,
they
right.
estimate a lot of things based off, you know what I'm saying, what they could. But again, we also got to estimate in how long a slave lifespan was at first, depending where they were. Again, the
It
Caribbean, it
wasn't
was
that
like maybe
long too. It wasn't even that
yeah, like
long back in the day.
yeah, like 5 years, I think, in the Caribbean, especially for the sugarcane
Sugar
plantation.
cane,
That
yeah.
goes for and that goes for Louisiana too, because we still got to look at Louisiana itself is more Caribbean-like in its history than a lot of other places in the U.S.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
So we gotta look at it like
Yeah.
that.
Right. So it's kind of like it's really like I don't know. It's just I don't know. That's why I be spectacle, man. It's really hard to like navigate because, like you said, the lifespan of a human being wasn't even that long either back in the day. Because we have more technology now, people are living longer now too. So, go ahead, Sasha.
Wait, so before me and Joseph get into it, or you want to get into it now?
Yeah, we had to go and have the conversation.
All right, but just know that I said my disclaimer. I wasn't saying it
I
as
understand
a
the disclaimer fully. As a matter of fact, I rephrased the disclaimer. You're saying that this is a hypothetical situation. This is basically
based
a
off
problem.
what we've been talking about, and
I'm sorry.
it just no based off of what we've been talking about, not just today, but months. And then I don't know, something just clicked in my head, and then I got like this little vision shit. What if things aren't the way it is? I mean, we already been exposing that, but I'm talking about just the slavery, the slave boat aspect of it all. Because you got these stories of these so-called empires always warring with each other and then selling the people. But it's a constant thing that was happening for hundreds of years. How much warring are you gonna have? And, so I don't even believe that I'm starting not to believe that these people was just constantly at war with each other, unless we're saying that Africans is just some barbaric people. All they do is fight and sell each other, because that's what that is. Now, coming over here with them boats, I don't know. I always listen to those conversations, but I don't think it's what it really is. When we think about slaves coming over here just to work the land and all of that, but then you have motherfuckers helping niggas navigate over here. I don't think them Africans that were under these boats were just slaves. I'm starting to open my mind towards possibly them being soldiers and
If
helping
now,
these
let me
motherfuckers
interject real quick.
infiltrate the land.
Right. Okay. But let me interject right there. If you're framing that narrative, then you basically are framing the narrative, the whole black struggle, the whole black oppression, everything about it was all cosplay for us in America. It's all a crisis act where it's just soldiers just infiltrating and trying to take the land from the native people. So therefore, if you spit on that narrative, then you're setting up the frame that all of it was cosplay. The struggle ain't for black Americans, just gets nullified if it is fake, because we're not descendants of slaves, we're descendants of soldiers taking over the land of America.
But I mean, that could be it, because it
Oh my God.
ain't all of this supposed to be bullshit in the first place? That's what we're supposed to be doing, cracking the code. And I'm not saying slavery didn't exist, but I don't think the people that we're accusing to be slaves were actually slaves.
When you talking to
I think that
somebody who actually don't think they
I think
African at all.
I don't think it was the Africans who were slaves. I do believe, and this makes our argument about the indigenous even more stronger. I think and not even the Siberians, fuck them niggas. I do think that they were. I think this proves more that it was black people over here other than the Siberians, because what you need interpreters for?
But this is the thing. If you're saying that they were, here's the thing. if your argument is the black people are
How did they know our language if
wait,
they
wait,
just met us?
wait. The thing is this: if the black people that had already exist merge with the black people that came, but these now you're framing this whole slavery thing as to be a mercenary infiltration aspect, and not for what it actually really is. And then that right there is a whole dangerous connotation for you to spit that narrative, because now you're basically saying that racism was just a game for black people to take over the land, but now you're making a confusion about which are black people, black Indians or black descendants, and then you're trying to say if anyone who dares identify as being black or having African descent, we're spy double agents trying to take over your land, and our ancestors went through a struggle, and that was all crisis act.
I mean,
Can I say something?
no, trying to sugarcoat shit. But yeah,
Can I say something? Can I say something? So
I'm
in your
starting to
claim,
really think that.
can Cha in your claim of saying, so let's just go down the rabbit hole that those people in the bottom of the ships were soldiers, right? What army do you know doesn't come with any weapons, right? None. What weapons have been found here after being brought from wherever you claim that these Africans come from or these invading forces come from? What weaponry? Which let's just deal with that. We don't have to deal with nothing else. We don't have to deal with uniforms, nothing like that. What weaponry that's not foreign to the Americas, I mean, that's not indigenous to the Americas or indicative of the Americas, has been found here since 1492?
Well, like Ogun was saying, the muskrat. Because if you have a muskrat for all these niggas that's underneath the mother, I think there were people under there, but also artillery, whatever
Okay,
artillery of that time frame.
so
I
could
don't
you
think
could
it was just African.
could you could you bring up on your on the screen on your
I
screen
can't do
the
that.
invention?
I can't do that. I'm thinking about it as we're talking.
She had a
Based off
vision.
No,
It
the
was a premonition that we're really speaking on.
Yeah,
So
and
n-
based off of the things that we not only talking about tonight, but what we've been talking about, things that were force fed through textbooks and everything like that. I don't think that's why I came out with that disclaimer. Please don't.
so,
I'm not
so
coming to you
I'm no
as
no
a
no.
fact thing, but I think we need to reconsider this whole shit, yo, because why would you need? I think they were surveying the lands already. I
they
don't
said it was
believe that.
premonition.
I don't believe that. I'm starting not to believe that these niggas just bumped their heads and found us like this. I
But
don't
how? But
think
then
that.
in that case, but where did we assault you to take over the land?
I think I don't
Yeah, I
know.
think I can understand because I was doing understand where Chacha's coming from because I was doing when Agun was showing Thomas Parr. That's the name Agun. The name Thomas Parr, the guy that you was showing.
But the thing, but
Part,
what she's
yes.
framing
Yeah,
it
yeah.
is that the Africans, all the Africans that came, we all came with weaponry,
Oh no, I
soldiers
don't agree
to
with that.
come
But
in,
I
and
right.
we infiltrated y'all lands, and that would make us more supreme.
Right. No, I'll agree with that. But I do agree
No,
that some of them
because well,
some of them was par because some of them was also joining. Because Thomas Parr, when I did my research on him, he was actually giving weaponry, and the Africans was doing business with him. They did business with him,
exactly,
Yeah, he was
and
and
that and
um
that
he
and,
was he
and
was
that's
trading
so
weapons and
sorry,
gunpowder in
and I'm
yeah,
Africa
not,
for
yep,
and
slaves.
they was
yeah,
all thank you. They was
yeah,
already into the gunpowder and all that shit from Asia, and I always say that shit. These niggas was already doing business with each other, and
yeah,
every time we talk about Africans and the empire selling their own people, it was always associated. Well, this tribe was war with this tribe, and I'm thinking to myself, well, goddamn, how much warring are you niggas is doing to have millions of Africans come over here? That doesn't
Yeah,
make
I got a
it's
sense.
question.
even in the
I got a
So
question real
So
quick.
it was real quick
Hold up,
before y'all
scam.
continue.
Hold
My
up,
last thing,
scam.
I got you said. My last thing, I promise. It's also in the British archives that they made a quarter of the indigenous people getting defeated by them and the African servants. It's in the archives of the British archives that the Africans definitely some I don't want to say all like shot chop, but some did side it with the
Yeah,
Europeans.
that's why. Yeah, I'm
Can I ask
looking
a
at the
question? Quick
chat.
question, real
Hold on.
quick.
Before we move
He was on
forward,
Come
mic.
on, baby. Come
please
on. Let
let me
someone else
say
ask.
this.
Cause I got a
Let me
question
just
for
say
you,
this
Cha Cha.
disclaimer one more time, because I'm looking at the chat. Please, y'all. It's just coming out.
She
As
just
we talking.
brainstorming right now. She don't
Yes,
have
I'm
answers. She's
Hey,
just
but
brainstorming.
looking
I
at what's
don't think
being
you had to
presented.
address. Let me say what I got a question, right?
I'm just
So
having a few
wait,
aha moments.
Cha, hold on. I got a question. So when you're saying these wars happen, we need to put dates, time frames around these conversations we're having, because when you're saying like, okay, there was Africans who were part of militaries, that is true. You know what I
Yes.
mean? During the invasion period of America, when they were trying to invade, when they were trying to colonize. However, when you're talking about the transatlantic slave trade, and then and when you're looking at the ports of where these people are dropped off, where they are going, most of that is for agriculture. Most of
Right.
those areas is strictly for agriculture, has nothing to do with military, nothing.
Right.
So when we have these and I get it, I don't really understand the whole avoiding the transatlantic slave trade conversation. It's weird, but
No, I'm not
regardless,
avoiding it.
I'm
It's
not. But what I'm
important.
saying is we don't have to minimize it no more than what is already documented. That's it.
exactly.
No, I'm not
That's it.
But
minimizing it.
what? Hold on. But
We
hold
don't
on.
have to
Wait a
No,
minute.
revise it
Hold
until
on.
it be a
Hold
no,
on.
Trojan
don't do
horse.
that. Don't
Wait
do
a
that.
minute. Because
Because I'm not.
I got a question.
Hold
Who
on.
taught
Don't.
Africans how to agriculture here in
Wait a
America
minute.
when they
Wait a
got here?
minute.
Because all right,
Don't.
so it's not about necessarily agriculture here in America, for example, right? And trust me, I'm indigenous. I stand on it, but at the same time,
Don't
we
do
have to
that
have
because I'm not
reality.
minimizing it.
Hold on. I'm responding to what Bayou said. So there are crops that come from Africa that was brought by the colonizers, the different people who was
No,
bringing
bro.
Africans
I
here.
asked
Hold
you
up,
who
follow me.
taught.
Follow me. Just follow me. So when they brought those crops over here, guess who knew how to actually grow those specific crops? Were the Africans. Now, if you're talking about indigenous crops, indigenous people knew how to grow them. But when you're talking about crops, even though it's in a different place in the world, those crops, growing actual crops, take a specific precision. And if the crops that do come from those regions, where clearly there was some Africans, I ain't gonna say it was a lot. There was some Africans coming from. You get what I'm saying? That's how you got that. That's why they was able to grow it, because it was their crops in general. Now they
What
wasn't growing no
crops?
Indian
I'm
crops
saying
like
no.
that.
You can't
Yes,
say
they
crops without
were.
saying
They
They
was
were
growing
name.
Indian
the
What
crops.
major.
crops?
Hold on, time out.
No,
What?
I'm
The
No.
talking about the
major. Wait a
Africans. They
minute.
wasn't good at growing
No,
Indian crops.
That's
no, no. You're
hold
wrong
on,
about
child. Hold
that
on, child. Because
because the
I'm trying to
major.
get an understanding.
Wait, hold on. Because that's where you're wrong at. The major crops that were being imported and exported and stuff was the sugar cane. Sugar cane is indigenous to the West Indies as well as the southern states.
But you're
It was
shifting the
tobacco.
conversation. I didn't say the major crops. I
It
said
was
crops.
tobacco.
Right.
You're shifting the
Right.
argument. I
I'm
didn't
not
say
So
the
like
shifting
major
it.
South
First
Carolina.
crops.
of all, it
I
Oh
was
said
wait, so like South
specifically
Carolina.
crops. So I can point
Yeah,
out
like
But
crops
I'm
that came from
asking
Africa.
what crops from
Were
Africa? Yeah, that's what I'm asking. What crops
there
from Africa were brought to
black eyed peas come
America
from Africa?
that
Yams.
Let me put
yeah,
No,
a
no,
it
yams
OP
was
is
up
not
still
one
there.
of the
having
crops
come
that
from
came to
beans.
Africa.
America though. Let's
So
not
it's
Black
not.
eyed
let's not do
peas
yams,
is
because what we
beans.
grow
We
here is
already
sweet
know how to
potatoes.
do
Sweet
that.
potatoes is native to America. So we're not gonna do yams. Yams is not it. But black eyed peas is one.
okra.
Yeah, but we
Okra.
Okra is
already
another one.
But
but we
listen, y'all, what
So
already
about
I mean,
grow
this?
we
beans
don't have to eat
here.
it, but let's not pretend like they don't exist. Like y'all gotta stop playing the games of things
Wait
Yeah,
a
that
but
minute.
we already
really
grow
exist,
beans
and we
here.
know
That's
these things.
not
Come
No,
rocket
on.
science to people who
I'm
already
Who's
saying
gonna
know
something,
how to
brother.
grow
what
beans.
Indian
Let me
is
No,
tell
gonna
y'all something.
cultivate black eyed peas?
Peanuts,
Bean is
peanuts
black
Peanuts,
also.
eyed
yeah.
peas is
I
a
said black eyed
bean.
Plantain.
peas.
We
That comes from
already
Africa.
grow
What Indians
beans
gonna
Hold
cultivate
on,
here.
black
yeah,
eyed peas?
yeah. Wait a
Come
minute.
on, man.
Black eyed peas is a bean. Those are beans, right?
Yeah,
Yes.
but supposed to be
We
Yeah,
what's
but those
already
beans
know
would
how to
be.
grow
but
beans.
You
We
can't
would already be
cultivate
cultivating
every bean
beans.
the same way. Just
yeah,
you don't just put the
yeah.
We
seed in
we
the
making an
ground, dog. There
exclusion.
is a
There are
Man,
skill
so
different
with
why we
different
don't?
cultivation.
types
So
of
What are
why we
y'all
don't
beans,
get
talking
black
about?
eyed peas
y'all.
I
from
don't even want
Africa
to. I'm
in
not even
today's
no
time?
It's
candy or
different
nothing
types of
like that.
beans,
But y'all gotta
y'all.
be realistic here.
Now
Yeah, we
Like
listen,
y'all
now
not
listen.
really
definitely
being. Y'all
Nah, you right.
overlooking
You right,
things.
Sage. You right, Sage.
we
Yeah,
are we
you
Let
are
me
being
I
unbiased.
understand
definitely
Thank you.
And
to
let me
me
say
what black
something real
eyed peas.
quick, y'all. Look, what if we thinking about it in the reverse way? What if the people who went over there and built the civilizations and also took the crops? I mean, how the crops got over there was our descendants,
That's
that
how
our
cotton got to
ancestors that went
Egypt.
over there. Our people left America,
That's how.
went over there, and
yo,
them were their
y'all watering
slaves.
me
Listen,
down
the
with the
Africans wanted that land,
conversation,
so
yo.
them was the slaves that they brought
I
over here.
can't we can't
Wait,
do
wait.
this
What
No,
would
that,
today.
that?
that
What
I'm
would
there's
saying,
that?
hold
there's
on, let me put
But
it in
what would
context.
that solve though?
Listen to this.
All right,
Y'all
go ahead.
read, y'all read the Timbuktu book, right? And y'all know that them were Hebrews, not Africans. Then
No,
when you read
I
about the
don't.
American
No,
Indians, they spoke Paleo, the Paleo Indians spoke Paleo Hebrew. Also, the
no, no.
Moors, hold on, the Moors knew
True.
Hebrew.
Hey, they
I
got the
believe
That,
church.
Hebrew
that
was
was
the
different.
trade. Hold on. Hebrew was the trading language that they used to communicate with
No, it
everybody
wasn't.
on the
There you
continent.
go.
Listen what
Okay.
I'm trying to
All right.
tell y'all. Just let me put the theory out.
So
Let me put a
Hebrew
theory
is
out.
a Semitic language. Hebrew is a Semitic language. We're not going to do that.
Hold
Paleo
on, just
Indians
be
do
think
not
So
about
they
speak.
this.
don't have. Hold on. Wait a minute.
Think
Hold up.
about
Hold up.
this.
So
Let
they
me
don't
finish
have the
my
church. They
theory.
don't have the
let him
church
finish.
in
Let
Let
me
him
Georgia
finish
finish,
my
Ogun,
theory.
because
to even
I'm gonna clear.
curse
I'm
you
gonna
right.
clear it up.
Let me
I'm gonna
finish my
clear it
theory.
up.
So look at this. What the oldest mounds are in America. The pyramids are newer than the mounds in America. Them people, all, and you could tell that they basically perfected the pyramid building when they went to Egypt. So you got to understand, these was the first pyramid. The mounds was the precursors to the pyramids. So them are the same people. Even when they scientists, when they look at it and look at the the lining of the pyramids and the mounds, is the same people because they lining with the stars. So think about that. And then think about this. The Mongolian Empire. People need to really study up on the Mongolian Empire where these Native Americans come from.
Hey
When you
yo,
look at Genghis
soul
Khan,
food.
hold on, hold on. When
I
you
got a
look at
question
Genghis
after you finish
Khan
though. Go
and what
ahead.
they used to do, Genghis Khan and them went around conquering. They didn't just conquer, they also took people religions and took people cultures and incorporated within them. So if you understand that, read the 13th tribe book. It's talk about the Khazarian Empire, which Genghis Khan and them took over. And that's where the so-called little hats come from, is the Khazarian Empire. Once Genghis Khan took over the Khazarian Empire, it's had Africans in there too. But when and that's why the a lot of West Africans got that Eurasian DNA because they came from the Mongolian Empire with the Khazarians. All these
No,
people was
it's
all working
Khazars.
together.
It's
Okay, I
Khazars.
got a question though. All
Yeah,
right,
the
so
Khazars.
knowing
Yeah,
all of this,
Khazars.
right?
Yeah.
Knowing all this, let's just say we go down to these pyramids and everything, right? Is there like a map there that will take us that will take us to like a pot of hidden gold or a spaceship or anything that is going to fix real deal issues between the communities currently?
No.
Uh,
Until we figure
I
out
don't know.
this
I
cash
mean,
shit.
I
believe the
mean,
people got too
hold
much
on.
power.
Question.
But wait, hold up. But hold up.
Does
Hold on. Wait.
identifying as that give you any type of special benefits, privileges, or anything within the domain and the restrictions within the system that you live in currently?
Definitely not.
No,
Nope.
I
I
think
would.
I
So
think
Believe
I
it's
would
we
what
not
are
like.
getting
we
Look.
nothing unless we
talking
go to
Hold on. Wait.
we're
You
not
asked
getting
the
nothing unless we
question,
go
so
to
let somebody answer it.
WAR. Unless we go to
oh my
WAR, I feel like
god.
that's the only way shit gonna change. Me personally.
I I
Can
feel
I
like
can,
if
can
a
I
person
speak?
knew who
Can
I
can
feel like if a person know who they actually are, then naturally they would change them. Their attitude
But
about themselves would change. But if you've only been given one description of yourself and it's been all negative, how do you think people gonna act?
no, that's true. Residual self-image is very vital
Yeah, it
to
is.
how
Yeah.
you.
All right, I didn't mean to cut y'all off, brothers. It's just I don't want to yell over y'all or whatever the case may be. But damn, y'all couldn't even do that. I was about to put you next. I put you next, Sage.
I didn't do
I
it, but
don't-
go ahead, just talk. I ain't interrupting.
Yeah, I really don't want to yell over y'all, but even when y'all was talking about the Black Eyed Peas and all that, you could bring stuff over. I think the interpretations and stuff like that, you got something with that, soulful. I think there is something to that, because how would you know what language I speak to be interpreted? Now, to Joseph, yeah, I think we need to reconsider, even with the Jim Crow shit, because they went through so much shit to reclassify, redo this, do that, switch things over. Not only did they do it physically, but they had to have the paperwork behind it in order to have what is today modern Africa. Now, when you talk about, oh well, is there anything? I think that has a lot to do with today now, with this whole, oh, you're African, and it's the infiltration all over again.
So
It's
you
I'd
the
like to.
basically
I'd
whole
talking
like
about
to.
the
Hold
thing.
on. Hold on. Can I say something real quick? I'd like to address just a couple
Well,
things.
she was really addressing me though, and
I know,
it's
but she cut. She put Showtime on when I was talking to cut me off to say she didn't want to talk over everybody. She literally did
understood.
that.
But this is
So
how, but I initiated this conversation in a little bit.
yeah.
Just let me be short with it, just for real quick, bro. The thing is that you're basically trying to paint the narrative that my ancestors that are part of that came here just to infiltrate and try to pillage your land, and that ain't even the case. And you're basing this off a premonition, no facts, no evidence, and no nothing, but a premonition.
Can I
yeah.
say something now? Can I
But it
say
could have
something
been
now?
slaves
Can I?
and
Can I please
soldiers.
speak without being cut off, please? So the first thing that I would say, I want to touch on a couple things. When he was talking about Hebrew, part that confuses a lot of people is understanding what happened up to 1492, and it deals with Granada and who's the populace in there, right? And it's dealing with different types of Moors, or not different types of Moors, but different Moors that had different ideologies, right? So you had Jewish Moors and you had Muslim Moors. It's not that they was different; they had different ideologies. So when people start bringing up Hebrew and all that stuff, understand that the language Hebrew itself, right, is really just Greek. It's something that's not devoid of or indicative of itself, right? Even the Hebrew ideology is something that you can find in many different other older cultures. The next thing that I'm gonna say is, if everything started in America and was transported to Africa, the problem with that is when you just start to look at the astrology of the ancient civilizations here, or the numerical values, like the Mayans, they didn't have. Theirs is actually closer to the Egyptians, which used sums of tens, not like the Mesopotamians, which use what is it, 12 and 60. Also, when you start to get into the astrological aspects of things, right? Theirs was mainly based on lunar, which we know that you can find solar and lunar unified in the civil calendar, not only in Kemet, but you'll find that also in South Africa. So my points that I'm saying is, to say that something started in the West and moved east, it kind of, the evidence itself of understanding just what astrology was used for and the science of astrology, it leads you to say no, right? We understand astrology initially was for crops and harvest, and understanding the seasons and being in a harmony with it to be able to grow efficiently and provide for your populace.
Yeah, but at the same time, the import and the export, when you talk about crops, were sugarcane, were tobacco, were rice, and other things that is indigenous to the Western Hemisphere, not the East. So there's that. The stuff that, and that's why it was us to grow it over here, because that's something that the East didn't have. That's something that didn't grow naturally in Africa. So maybe that's where the Egyptian cotton and all that shit came from. And granted, I'll give you the Black Eyed Peas, but that could have been the rations that were already on the boats during their voyage over
Well,
here.
I'm
It's
actually
just
going.
that.
Not arguing
But
that.
I'm actually going a little deeper than that, right? So when
no,
you start to study astrology, I'll be brief. I'll be brief. When you start to study astrology, again, even the Mayans, they deal with 12. Well, when you go to the oldest forms of astrology, they had 16, i.e., the Egyptians, i.e., the South Africans. When you look at when they went from 13 to 12, that starts with the Mesopotamians and the Babylonians, to be specific. And then we get to 12 zodiacs, 12 months. Also, when you start to look at it mathematically within the multiple different calendar reforms during the Greco-Roman Byzantine era, right? They had to reform it because they strayed from the Egyptian civil calendar and they was off, right? Even so, to show proof on this, once again, how many years behind is the Ethiopian calendar from us?
Yeah,
7
but
years, right?
that's not what we're talking
So, but
about.
wait,
hold on.
yeah,
I'm
I don't
saying,
want
because
hold
it.
on, hold on, hold on,
I
hold
don't
on,
want
hold
it
on.
to
I'm
make.
trying to make sense
yeah,
of it. I'm trying to make sense out of it. The point of what I'm saying is,
Oh
even
God, I
the
feel like this is a distraction.
Even the Mesoamerican forms of timekeeping is a later form, is what I'm saying. Again, with 12, not the
okay,
13, 14, or 16.
I would
but you
tell
gotta
you
think
that
about it.
it
If
was
you
supposed to
use
be 28 days to a month because
Yeah,
the
See,
sun,
28
now
and
we're
some
talking
change.
about a
because it
calendar
was
as
supposed to
opposed to
be
being
used as the
infiltrated in
woman.
America.
But
but
Come
But
on,
listen,
y'all.
y'all don't get
hold
too
up.
caught up on the crop growing. Think of just essentially about what people were being used for in the time period. So if you're again, like if we're talking about a era of history, which is I would say roughly late 1600, early 1700s to the mid 1800s, right, where slavery was really with at least the transatlantic slave trade and chattel slavery in itself was heavily used, right? This is
But
after
why
the
we got to
time period.
start with?
Hold up. This is after a time period in which there was settlers come in here throughout the Caribbean and on the mainland, and colonization and a lot of wars. All of these things already happened. Also assimilating and working with indigenous populations here to learn the crop systems here, to learn how to grow them has already happened. These are over 100 years. You get what I'm saying? So people learn these things. So when you're moving into a time when they're using more of what you would consider slave labor from the transatlantic slave trade, or maybe even the intercontinental slave trade, which I ain't could go too deep into, right? These people, they was already teaching these people how to cultivate the crops that they didn't know how to cultivate because they've already learned these things.
Who were
It's
teaching
more so
these
about a
people?
time
Yeah, who
period
teaching
of
what people?
understanding
Who were teaching
history
these
Africans?
people?
and the periods
Because
of of the
It was more
influence.
American Indian slaves than it was so-called African slaves.
I'm
Thank
not
you.
arguing with you on that neither. But what I'm
Thank
saying is,
you.
in general, when you're talking about these
But
different,
you,
I'm not
but hold
arguing
on,
that
no,
there was American
no.
Indian
But
slave. That's not my
I'm not
position.
arguing either. I'm talking about the starting point because you're talking about the starting point started at slavery, but they had been doing business in America before
Oh,
the
body, that's you
transatlantic
talking.
slave.
So
right.
listen,
Before the transatlantic slave trade.
so
So
hear
like
me out.
it really starts when they started doing
Yo,
business
and
in
when y'all be
America,
saying
Body,
shit
not at
I
the
like
get
that,
slave
that part.
trade
I
point.
get that part, right?
But
when
I
look
y'all
get
be
how
that
hard
part.
they
saying
try to
shit
But
like
hide,
I would
that,
say
bro.
that's
y'all
another level of
minimizing that. It's like, what are
conversation.
y'all trying to hide? What are y'all trying to
Not
hide, my
another level of
nigga? It's
conversation.
like y'all
If we're
Yeah,
trying
gonna
to
it
start
is
from
hide
the
this
because I got a
beginning,
shit.
question.
we
Okay,
have
Y'all
to.
trying to tuck
so
it
let's
under
walk
the
That's
rug
let's walk
again.
this
hold up.
through, cha
That's
cha. Let's
just
walk
like
this
they don't.
through. Let's walk
That's
this
like they
through.
don't teach about
What?
the 7 U.S. continental presidents before it even got to Washington. No one was out there.
Now we
Okay,
talking about
but
something
follow me.
else,
Okay,
Those are
so
though.
just
let's say
administrators.
Y'all
They were
know
just
what
let's
we
say
talking
you
administrators.
can
about. That's why
prove
y'all
No
gotta
that.
matter
stick
what you
But
to
call
hold
the
up.
them,
subject,
Let's
them
say
were
yo.
you can
them were
prove
Let's try
all
to
of
melanated
hide
this,
the
people
right?
truth
that was running
again, yo.
things.
But hold up.
Brother, but we
I
know
got a
that
Y'all
because
got
question.
it.
America was
Let's
Y'all
say
got
we
recognized
it.
can
by the
prove this.
Moroccan Empire. So we know that the first people that recognized the country, that was the Treaty of Tropopoli or something like that.
But
So we
but
know,
but
right?
again,
So
Tripoli, yeah,
we
I got
know.
a
Tripoli,
question
yeah.
though. Let's say all of this is true, right? what will it do? What is the tangible benefit that would be executed because this is true?
No,
Anyone can
I
answer.
agree with you.
No, I would
I
like
agree
to
It'll
with you.
find out what
show
would happen
who's
once the truth come out.
who. It'll
I would
show
love,
who's
yeah,
who with this fake
because
ass
not
I'm
telling the truth
African
ain't
shit.
working.
It'll
I don't
show
think
who's
I don't
who.
I don't
Wait,
think it's
no,
gonna
no.
change. I don't think it's gonna change anything
Yo,
because the system itself
it
was never
will.
set.
And all
The
you
Why
system.
gotta
does it
Hold
do,
on,
matter if
hold on, hold
you're
someone
on,
gonna
hold on.
change
identifies
that.
as
Can
like
I answer
an
it?
No,
Yeah,
Can
it's
I
gonna
African?
change
It
can I
shouldn't
something. They
matter.
answer
didn't
it?
do all this for
Can
no
it'll
I
reason.
change
answer
a
it?
lot.
Can I answer it?
It'll
Go
change
ahead.
a
Yeah, go
lot.
ahead.
I'm
Go
trying
on.
to. She just talking over me and said she didn't want to do that.
Don't say that we didn't
So
create the system. Don't
hold
say
on.
that.
Let me
Come
finish,
on,
bro. Can I
man.
finish?
Yeah, they're trying to
Can I
take
finish?
it off
Can
the
I
topic.
finish? Can I finish? No, I'm answering this question. So the reason why I don't think that it would matter that much because when you look at the system itself as a whole, the system was already built for us to fail. So understanding what they
I won't accept that. I
And
okay,
rebuke
well
that's
that's
that
you,
your
but can
energy.
I finish
opinion.
my
That's
answer?
your
Can I finish
that's
before
an
you at least
opinion,
I
not
rebuttal?
an
rebuke
answer.
that
Can
That's an
energy.
I
opinion.
at least finish before you rebuttal my answer? Thank you.
So you say
I
that
think
that's
you're a
your
So
opinion.
distraction,
again, no,
actually.
I can
I think
prove
you're an
my opinion.
agent.
Wow.
No, that's just
So
your
so
opinion.
bro, you just gonna just talk over me and I've been listening to everybody talk, bro. I ain't cut
Like
nobody
we now
off.
this is a
So
conversation we
okay,
gotta
so we
have,
can
but we gotta
have
have
this
dialogue.
conversation. Let's have a conversation, bro.
Go
Let
for it.
me finish and then like I let you finish.
Man.
Thank you. So the reason why I say that, right, is if we just look into current time today, right? The reason why I say that it's not going to matter because the system wasn't set for us to win in the beginning. It was set for us to fail. I.e., look at it right now today is the evidence to show that my statement is not my opinion, but it most definitely holds truth to it. If it wasn't, that we wouldn't be looking to try to find the truth. They wouldn't have to hide it and cover it up, right? You only hide your hands when you feel guilty about something. You only
Exactly.
hide the truth when there's the truth makes you look bad. The fact that we're having to uncover and dig stuff only proves the fact that it's been a Malcolm X. I'm gonna quote Malcolm X. It's a corrupt, hypocritical system that's castrated the black man. Is exactly what he said. So
But
if
you
it
got to
was a
look
fair,
deeper than that.
But
Because when you
where's
look
the
at the
land of black?
technology and the education and if we are the people who built all this stuff, you got to look at something deeper than that. Because the stuff that we was doing back then, we can't even replicate to this day. And it's
that don't have
2025.
nothing to do with what I said, brother. The
I'm
question that
saying,
I answered, my response was to what Sage said.
oh
What
yeah,
would
yeah, yeah, my
it
bad.
do?
I'm responding to Sage, my bad.
Me too. That was my response to Sage. And the reason
But can I respond to
I
say?
understand what you're kind of saying too. That's why I would say in my full answer would be to go back to who we was originally, which I do agree with you, brother. We got to get back to our original culture and ways of living that is devoid of the current paradigm that we live in. I
Not
agree
Right.
with you on
only
These
that.
people
not
So
did not
so
Right.
do
So
all
because
that for
I
look,
no
you know what?
reason.
look,
That
not
sounds good.
and
only
see,
that.
But
I say that because I tell you that because you've been stripped of your identity to strip you of that power.
Yeah,
You
but
see
Exactly.
what
not
I'm saying?
only
Because if
that,
you knew
the
who you
truth
was,
will
you
set
would be
us
able to operate.
free. Free
That
for
part too.
real.
but this
Not for
ain't
fake, not on paper, not none of that. Free.
okay.
Spiritually, mentally, all of that. We could never be free with fragments of the truth and fragments of a
But
lie.
you'll never
We
know
will
all
never
truth
know
in
what
your
that
life, period.
is.
Wait, hold up. We got to have realities here. There are things that you will never know. You can never know it because you don't have enough time in your life to
Well, I
educate
rebuke
on
that
every
energy.
aspect of
I
truth that
rebuke
exists.
that
Number one,
energy.
hold up. Let
I
me just say
rebuke
this.
that
But
bullshit.
hold
That's
up.
bullshit.
But hold up. But my point is this, right? Because people always say, "Oh, we need to do this. We need to do that. We need to be
Yes,
free."
because I feel
I'm
like
trying
your
to
whole
wait. Hold
point
up.
in this
I gotta
conversation
hold
is to
up.
shush it.
Follow me. So I'm trying to
No, I
figure
will
out
never follow
what is
that.
the
I
construct
rebuke it
that people are
actually.
saying they're going to be free from. Where is this freedom going to take place at? And how will you defend that freedom?
Exactly.
The
Go.
thing is, listen, it might not be in our
I'm never
generation.
fit
We just
that.
pushing the conversation forward now. It might be our kids that wake up and figure out what's really going on. You know what I'm saying? We
No,
just
it
pushing the
won't.
conversation forward and unraveling this big ass puzzle that they had. Yeah.
Because in
So
everything there is always a paper trail. There's
Right.
always a paper
And
trail.
please don't mute my mic because I'm not muting nobody here.
You know what? This is the thing, right? A lot of people say this, and I hear this a lot in indigenous spaces and Moorish spaces when people want to talk about nation building. I'm not saying that's what y'all doing. But when the thing is, when you're talking about being sovereign, having your own nation or nation building, the main thing you have to have is a military because you have
Thank
to
you.
defend yourself. Now, my
Exactly.
question is how, within the construct that you already exist in, and you talk in the outreach of people who you believe needs to come out of that construct and join your construct, right? A time period, like you said, your kids and all of this, that's good. But how exactly will you remove the power from which in the construct you live in already
So
and
if
take it and
I'm
create
sorry.
its own construct? How would a person carve, like for example, how would you carve out a corner of this country and say, okay, we're a sovereign nation, whatever's here is our resources and we're going to protect it, and when niggas feel like they want to get broly, what you gonna do about it?
Yeah, that wouldn't
You
happen.
mean like how
Let's
Obviously,
you
keep
you're
it
mean like how
gonna
real.
say
Texas
Y'all,
you mean
y'all
like
got
how
to
nothing
start
Texas
about
talking
always
it.
threatening to do?
realistically. All of
But
that other
No,
is
I
listen,
prison
mean
babble. I'm gonna keep it real
ain't
with you.
but
yeah,
nobody
listen,
gonna
if
I'll
you
just
I
say
understand
would
the
be a fool.
protecting the
Hey, I
Indian
kids.
would be a
Wars,
fool to sit up here and tell you online my moves. I'd be a damn
I
fool.
can respect that by
Exactly.
you. I apologize if you feel like I was trying to get that out of you. I'm not. But what I'm saying is these are the things that people really got to think about. And I don't think a lot of people talk about these things, but don't think about
So
how to
so
really,
the
you
details. You're
know,
speaking on the
I,
concept. You're
my,
speaking on the concept of
that
revolution,
might
but
be in
after
your
revolution, there
yeah.
has to come something else. That's basically what you're saying,
Yeah, but y'all sound, but when y'all say shit like that, y'all
which is
sound weak,
smart.
like it's impossible.
Because
We
Like,
like
ain't saying that
I
it's
understand
impossible. It's just
cause look,
we need to get serious and talk about the details on the strategy, but not in public, of course. But the really need to talk about
yeah.
implementation, not just fantasizing.
yeah,
Well,
but
really,
we
I
Because
would
also
say
got
like
to
the one
figure
thing that I
out.
would
Hold
say,
because
the
on,
like
one, the
people
one,
hold
the
on.
people
one
We
thing
find it
also
that,
got
the
hard.
to
one thing
figure
that I
out
would
who's
say, the
who.
one thing that I would say that would need to come first in doing that, right, is self-governance, right? And that's really what is lacking. Self-governance. If you look at times of antiquity and look at now, there was no need for jails and police force and all that because the moral compass was higher, right? Like in my particular,
I mean, mankind
I don't know.
already
I
we
don't know if
always had
that's
our
Can I
deep.
ask
issues,
I don't
you?
know
but
about
Can
that.
I'm gonna
I ask
give
y'all
you.
one more
yeah, it
question?
wasn't
Then
that
I just
I'm
authoritarian.
got one more question. I want to ask y'all this. Then, right? Which one do you think would be more productive and more attainable? Separating, creating your own strong nation, or taking over the nation you're already a part of that you're either the second or the first largest ethnic group in that already has a construct in a system that maybe not work for us, but we know it very well.
Yo, I'm sorry to
Think
say
about
this, but
that.
you
Yeah, but
sound like
what
a
is
Yeah.
that?
bot,
Is it
yo.
is that system part of the reason why we lack and can't get back to how we was originally?
Sometimes you got to fix the coding.
So
I mean, that's the whole
against
purpose of
again, what I'm going back to again, a lot of people didn't like what I just said, but I'm gonna use a time of integrity. I'm not even gonna use Kemet, right? So when we deal with the Mesoamerican societies, right? Or even if you deal with and I'm not gonna say the Arab people today are correct, but one thing about it, they don't have a lot of the issues as far as like overpopulation of incarceration, because if you steal, you lose your hand. And I'm not saying it should be extreme like that, but the moral compass was most definitely higher, and
I don't. What about
it's definitely higher.
that sure
It's
law stuff? No, I
Well,
don't.
wait.
they
You
don't got
can't
enough
necessarily
dark
say.
skinned
Hold up.
people over there.
Yeah,
That's why.
wait. You can't necessarily say the
I
moral
would say
compass is
that
higher because sometimes it's from a religious standpoint, and again, even in that religious
okay.
standpoint, there are a lot of
yeah,
brutal acts.
them
A lot
men
of brutal acts if you're
No,
not
I'm
other
not
people.
saying okay.
and
So
touching babies, because them Abrahamic
No,
religions,
no, no, no,
both
no,
of
no,
them,
no, no. You're not talking
whether
about
it's
like those
Christianity.
type things, but
See,
what I'm
that's the
talking
Okay,
thing.
about.
yeah, I'm not.
I don't want to be
I'm not.
part of no nation as part of religion. If your
yep,
nation is governed by religion, I'm not subscribed. I'm
But
not
that
want to be. I don't want to be
because
a part of
religion,
that
religion is
religion
control.
because too many.
It's
religion
Hear
is
me
control.
out.
not
Y'all
what
listen
I'm
to me.
saying.
But
I'm
Stone,
talking
what I'm
about
saying is,
self. I'm
I
talking
understand
about
about self governance.
self-governance.
Self governance
So
looks like multiple people with different ideologies, a melting pot of different things. You cannot self govern with an ideology of self or everybody thinking in unity in one type of mindset.
no,
No,
no.
Yep,
I
because it's
think
gonna
no, no. Okay,
You have to have a
self-implode.
council.
wait. Red. I think it would be more. I think it'd be better to use the Greek city states for that right there. Each Greek city state, like Sparta, Athens, they police themselves, if you will. You know what I mean?
But this
That
going with
might
what
be a
y'all was
better thing.
saying. We find
Okay,
out who
if you want to
we is,
use,
and we find
But
out
hold
what
up
our
though.
ancestors
Hold
used to
on.
do, and
We
that's the
used to
ideology right
operate like
there.
that.
but that
We
went
used
back
to
to
operate
exactly
like
what
that
I
in
said
the
in the
matriarch.
beginning. What I
Right.
said in the beginning, when you
That'll go
look
back
at
to
times
exactly
of
what you said.
integrity, when I said times of integrity had a higher moral standard than we have today, right? And it's dealing with just individual self-governance, right? When your
I see.
word
You know
means
what?
something,
I see what you're saying.
Hey,
Yeah. I do
that's
see what
right.
you're
when
saying.
Hey,
your
if it
when a
ain't
Hey,
worth
what's
handshake
up?
only
means something,
200,
Yeah,
when
that's
when
right.
like
If it's
when
on
how do
200
they
and I
say
give you my 200,
when no one's looking, how are you going to act? When
yeah,
people
like
care about that more than, oh, the spotlight's on me. Right now, most people only care about what everybody sees them
individual.
doing. Right.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
you
And
invite
that
somebody in
too.
your house back in the day. You invite somebody
hold
back to
Hey,
your
Yeah.
on,
house,
And
and
not
also,
have
you
to
treat them
worry
the
about
also,
that
same way you
because
would
it's
that.
hold up.
honor.
right?
Hold
But
Yeah,
what
on.
it's
if
like you're
us
honor
finding
bound.
out who we really is will raise the moral compass
Hold
in our
That's
on.
what I've
community?
been saying.
Wait,
That's what
hold
I've been
on.
saying.
I really think I tapped into something here because look how y'all working so hard to drown out what I just said.
What you talking about?
Look how, because I noticed that when niggas be having aha moments on any panel, here comes the African or here comes somebody from somewhere distracting a point that needs to be really talked about and shit like that. Like we sitting here talking about astrology and all this shit when we was just talking about something else, yo. Like I really think y'all niggas know what the fuck I'm talking about. Y'all just don't want me to
The
go there.
conversation evolved. That's all.
No, it didn't evolve. It
Why
didn't
you in your
evolve. It
feels, man?
devolved,
The, it, it,
actually.
because
it
she want to
got
really
there.
talk about it. Because the thing is, the
It
reason why I'm not
devolved.
really pressing this issue, I'm gonna tell you why, Chata. I'm not, because it's coming based off of premonition. It is
No,
not
it's
based.
not just about. It's not just
No,
about
because no,
premonition.
Slug. To see that's the thing. When you open it up as this is a hypothetical, you dressed it up as saying that this is not real, this is not true. That you already framed it up that way before you even had the discussion. So you cannot then sit here and try to sit here and want us to really buy into an illusion that you already know that it came off your premonition, off some illusion out your mind.
No, it's not even just
I would
about
say
that. It's not even just about that, Joseph. It's about, all right, now we're here with the facts that we do know. We could then we could talk
dig
about it.
deeper.
To go off way off topic and well, why we gotta do this and why we gotta do that is that you know what I'm saying is correct and it's
Cha
gonna
cha,
expose some
I
shit y'all
know
don't
it.
want
What
to
you're
cha
Hold up,
saying
cha,
is
hold
hear.
up.
not
Look, cha
correct.
cha,
cha
I
cha
do
cha,
not
cha,
cha
believe
cha
cha.
cha, cha cha.
we came in as a
I think that
Trojan
you have
horse.
a good ideal. I mean, like what your theory and what you're saying, it hey, it could actually work. So I would say instead of talking about it, just go dive deeper into the history. Go start looking at history outside America. Go look at what Spain and them was talking about, and what French and what France and what Dutch and what the Dutch and them was talking about. Because that's what I started doing. I started reading other world history instead of just the history that was going on here in America. Because I'm like,
Y'all
Got
okay,
to.
really, y'all
You
really
have
they
to.
were doing
aggravating
this
me.
because they had a
I
whole
don't
Right.
think
opium
I'm.
war going
No, I
on
think I'm having
in
this
China in
conversation with the wrong
1751.
group of
So
people.
like,
You're
No,
aggravating me. I
listen.
think I'm having this
You got
conversation with the
you
wrong
got
group of
something
people.
going with that. Africans might have been the soldiers. You got something going because that
It's
got me
a.
No,
thinking
she
about the
really
I
Black
think
doesn't
Klan.
have
you're,
nothing
Hold on,
going with
I
that.
listen.
think.
So
hold
who
up,
I
was the
think
no,
Black
you're
it
Klansmen?
actually
apologist.
Who was the
does
Black
because,
Klansmen? That shit lines
hold
up with
on,
the Black Klansmen and everything.
I,
No,
I
hold
no.
on, what,
I
That
think
was
I'm having
that
I'm
this
was
so
that was
glad, wait,
conversation.
So
wait,
y'all
I'm
got
so
two
I
glad,
things.
think
Look,
y'all.
two
I'm
I
things
so
can
think
be
glad,
y'all
wait,
know
true.
what
You
wait,
I'm
might have
talking
people
Sam,
come,
about.
I'm so
but
glad
she's
that you
trying to
Look,
said
frame
that
it
though.
as if
and here
the
comes
whole,
the and here
every
comes the
single batch
African.
came in that way. So
No, it was
slavery,
not every
No,
single
no,
she's
batch.
no,
erasing
no.
slavery out to say it
No, I'm
wasn't
not
slavery.
erasing. I'm
It
not
was a
erasing.
militia army group. That's the way she's now
And
painting
then,
that shit.
and
I'm
You
then
not
what
ever talk
evidence
to
does she have
erasing
Africans?
of it?
I don't
slavery
think
at
What
that. I
all.
evidence
don't
does
think
she
that
have of it?
slavery.
I'm
That's what I'm
not
I don't
saying.
think
And
that
she
erasing
You
pre-
know
and she's
what?
already prepped
slavery.
that, and she prepped that argument saying that it was off a premonition, it was
I'm not.
based on an
Cha
illusion,
Cha, can I
and it
ask
is
you a
based
I'm
off
not
question?
nothing.
erasing
but I
She
I'm
Listen,
prepped
not
it on that.
erasing
get what you
slavery at
said.
all.
Cha Cha,
Was
I
on
got
the
a
What I'm
African
question.
saying
panel.
is,
They told me they
I'm
sold
not
the
erasing
builders
slavery
and
at all.
they
Cha
sold the
Cha, I
But
got a
builders
are
to
we
the
question
talking
crop
though.
about
growers.
mound
Soulful, let me ask
builders?
you this question. Cha
I
Cha,
can't have
sister.
this conversation with y'all niggas because how
Hold,
we
hold
go
on. Cha Cha, chill out,
from
sister Cha Cha. I
slave
rocks
boats
with you.
to
I fucks
mound
with you heavy.
builders.
But Cha Cha, got a question, right? Do you have any ancestors who were emancipated in 1863 or 1864?
Yes, but I don't
You
think it
do.
was. I don't. I don't.
No, I'm
All
not
right,
saying that
time
they
out.
came from the
Time out.
transatlantic
Time
slave
out.
trade.
Time out. Can I please, yo?
Go ahead, go ahead.
I don't think that I'm starting to realize that the slaves that were here weren't African descendant. They were the indigenous people.
Thank you.
All right, so I'm not arguing with that when you say that your ancestors weren't from the transatlantic slave trade.
No, it
But
is a part of the transatlantic slave trade. I'm not
oh,
saying
huh?
that portion didn't
They
wait,
not
happen,
Africans, is
but
what she's
the
saying. They were a
wait.
different people.
yes,
They
All
were
right,
our
ex-
people. We was
so
all the same
yes,
people.
slow down. So
and the
let me get
boats
this
that
clear. I
came
just
in
want some
here with
clarity.
these so-called
So
Africans
you're saying that
weren't
the
the slaves; they were the
transatlantic slave trade
infiltrators.
didn't bring Africans at all?
No, they brought Africans, but
Okay,
they weren't
all right,
slaves. They
all right.
were the
The
infiltrators.
That's what
slaves
she
was
said.
our
She said they were
people.
soldiers.
They
That's
were
what
But
she got in
soldiers.
the.
Yes.
She
but
showed
why
it down
Slaves
in
why
the.
was
And the
why
people
would they
and
be
the
this?
people who became the people who became slaves were the people who was already tied to this hemisphere.
thank you. That's exactly
All
what
right,
I
all
got from
right.
reading
So
all these
this is
books.
the reason why I have
but
problems
hold
with
on
that,
though.
right? Is as a
Wait.
Go ahead.
Hold on. I just want to say this though, because like if the oldest so-called Bible is in Ethiopia, and we know that part of the continent it wasn't called Africa, it's actually called Ethiopia, and he said that these people look like Ethiopians. Wouldn't the Ethiopians be the first converts?
Bro, the
No,
Ethiopia Bible is not
no.
even the oldest Bible, first and
Wait.
foremost.
No, they still wouldn't be the oldest because
It's
technically
The
not.
the followers
Hebrew
of Christ
Bible.
in the
No,
Middle
it's
East would be the first converts.
Now we're
You know
talking.
what I'm
I
saying?
mean,
Since it's a Middle
and the
Eastern language.
Bible is a compilation of different things.
right.
Like, so let's
Yeah.
not.
Right.
I don't want
Yeah.
to get to Africa, like as far as
Wait. Put me in the
African
game.
history, and
If
like
y'all put me on the big screen,
let's keep it
I
in
got the.
America real quick, right? So,
All right.
right, let's just say, right, the reason number one I have a problem with that is because as a genealogist, I'm not gonna say I found many, but I have found people who have African ancestors from slavery, which showing that their ancestors was born. Literally, it'll say it on the death certificate when it says mother and father's birthplace. Okay, I have
African.
found people that was emancipated parent. One of their parent was from Africa, well, a place in Africa.
Right.
So,
Likewise.
and it'll usually say a kingdom or something like that, right? So let me just be clear: the whole concept of saying that there were no Africans, I'm not going to argue the number of Africans. I don't think it was many, but to
That's
say
not what
that
she's
there were
arguing.
no
She's not what she's
Africans, and
arguing. She's
then on
arguing that
top
they
of it,
came
to
as soldiers.
hold up, Joseph, and then to layer on top of it that those Africans was soldiers trying to infiltrate, it don't really match the period of time in history when we're talking about the infiltration, the
It don't make
settling, and
sense,
the
bro. It don't
and
make
But could
no
it be
damn
both though?
sense.
Could it be both?
it don't really work with the
Wait. Big game.
timeline as
But
far
listen what
as
I'm
it
saying.
being
You could it be
sensible
both
for
though?
that. Now, it could
Wait.
be both if you're talking about the
Yeah,
entire
because
timeline of the Americas, right? If you're talking about
yeah,
like the 1500s, yeah, there was definitely some Africans with them Spanish folks and them French
Yes,
folks
there
and
were.
them and all them different colonies. But watch this. All those colonies was fighting each other. over different parts of America. So it's not even like those would be the people who was fighting the Indians. This,
So
they would,
great
so
point,
if
man.
they were
Great
soldiers,
point, man.
follow
He's
me.
making a great point,
No,
man.
yeah, let him
But if
follow
they
him. Let's
fighting,
follow him real
but if
quick.
they're fighting
The
each
reason why
other,
I'm talking
how do
about
they
this
have
because I
time to
know a
teach
lot
us?
about Indian wars on the East Coast from the 1500s up to the 1800s. So when we're talking about these things, it doesn't really fit into the historical narrative that these Africans. Now, I'm not gonna lie. Yes, there were Africans who were slaves who was working with white people to fight against certain Indians during certain wars and stuff like that. We can look at the Tuscarora War. We can look at all types of examples of these things. I'm not saying it doesn't exist, but to say that that was the purpose of bringing in those few Africans and stuff like that, that doesn't really line up.
It
No,
makes no
no.
sense, bro. It
I'm
don't
glad
make
that
no
you was.
damn
I'm
sense.
glad that
Yeah.
you was unbiased with that. Thank you for that, bro.
Yeah.
Real shit. That's
No,
Because
I
fine.
what
just
makes the
want
most
to. I
sense is
just
if
want
it
to
was
drop.
like half and half. That's what makes the most sense.
Yeah.
That it was some slaves and some
And
soldiers.
And then
yeah. So
I want to
okay. So
drop
here
this.
goes the
I want to
part
drop
right
this
here.
little gem here for y'all right quick, and
Okay.
then I'm gonna let
I
y'all. I'm gonna
won't
let y'all
even
cook
do
out. Look,
speculation on 50-50 until
when
you really get down to the evidence.
when you were saying that about the Black Klansmen and stuff, I for one believe that it wasn't them, because those at that time, those were the Democrats, and we are the real OG Republicans. They didn't
Well,
trick. Hey, if
yeah.
you look at
If you look at
Reconstruction,
yes,
and you
if
You talking
see
about the
them
Southern
ain't
Church?
nothing but us, because the Wilmington coup, they wrote in the newspaper, we will no longer be ruled by Negroes. That means that Negroes was already in charge.
I don't know if that
Hey,
was. I don't know if that was
look up
what
the
they were saying with that.
Wilmington coup and what was written in the newspaper. That is what is written in the newspaper. We
Well,
will no
no,
longer
no.
But
be
on, so
ruled
you
by
don't think?
Negroes.
Oh,
So
wait,
you
wait.
don't think by
I am
So,
that
not.
time
I am not
those Africans
knocking.
could have been assimilated?
No, 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 no. I am not knocking that. That's what it reads, but I am
but hold
saying
on,
that
no.
if they're saying that they might not want policy, because again, during Reconstruction, African Americans were doing very well after slavery.
But
We're
there
coming up.
were no African Americans after slavery. There was only Negroes and coloreds. African American did not
Okay.
exist.
So the term African
No,
Americans,
technically after
the
slavery,
term
there was
African
only
American
blacks
has
and
and hold
mulattoes.
up.
the term African
And
American has existed since at least the 1700s. That's one. Two,
they were not
even before,
identifying no one as African American. They
even
were
before then,
identifying us as
they had plenty.
Negroes or colored.
They had plenty. Even they
Is there a
classify people.
treaty?
They
Is
classify
there a
people
treaty
differently.
that says
No.
African
Even from
American?
When
even
you
from the
go through the
Louisiana
World War
Territory.
registration record, you got people labeled classified as Negroes, and you got some as African.
Yes. Well, okay, that's on that part. Yes, you do have that, but throughout history,
So
different people have kept.
So would that mean that Negroes and Africans aren't the same?
Yes,
No,
that's exactly what
that
it
wouldn't.
means.
I mean,
Yes, it
no,
does.
that's not how it
No,
would
that's
be,
not.
because that a name doesn't dictate that, and Negro just means black. We know this is a Spanish Portuguese word, so that's one. Two, well, let me get this point out of the way real quick. So this shows that Pedro Menendez de Avilas, St. Augustine in 1565, he was accompanied by free and enslaved Africans. If anybody knows the history about Florida, like Fort Mose or Moise, I can't remember. It's Fort Mose. It was a black settlement.
That's the Soto?
So, no. This is Pedro Menendez de Aviles or something like that. So this is St. Augustine, Florida.
He discovered St. Augustine.
I don't know if he did. Yeah, he established St. Augustine. Yeah, the oldest city, I think, in the United States. So he actually came with free and enslaved Africans. He came with both. This is the 1500s. The Spanish also did a thing that if you escaped from slavery, especially from the British, if you escaped from them and you made it to Spanish territory, they freed you. You just had to convert to Catholicism. That was a rule back in the day. So that might also help with the whole certain Native American tribes in certain areas looking a certain type of way. Because since 1526, they have had Africans over in that area, like Georgia, Florida, blase. Maroon places.
Yeah, that ties also in with like the Gullah Geechee, right? Wow, they get all
Yes,
that stuff
definitely. In fact, if I remember correctly, the Gullah Geechee,
from
their
Florida to
website,
Carolinas.
yep,
Yeah,
the Gullah
But
Corridor.
then they go across the
So
panhandle to Louisiana. That's what I'm saying. We got to really dig into the Spanish history because that's who discovered Natchitoches in Louisiana, and that's the oldest city in Louisiana.
but even when you
what
get
what
into Spain,
It's a Spaniard.
even when you get into Spain and all that stuff, you're gonna still have to dig because again, you brought this up yourself. You got to think the occupation of the Moors, and then again, who are the Moors? Most of Spain, even when you look at it today, of the of integrity, especially from 711 to the 1400s, that's 700 years. It was everything that was built. Their infrastructure was built off of the three Moorish dynasties, right?
was
So
800 years? Was it 800 years? I think
well, it was 700, 800. I don't know, but I know they got theirs.
that's a long
And,
time. That's a long time of
and
cultural
then
sharing.
and then if you
Exactly.
even if you go before then, when you did with the three Punic Wars, right, with Hannibal Barca and all them from
Carthage, yep,
Alcaraz, yeah,
yep.
Carthage, they went up exactly in the pillars of Gibraltar, bro. That's still Spain, right? Portugal is that little peninsula that's west Spain and all that. Spain itself and Western Europe itself, right, was very heavily influenced by Africans, whether people want to admit that or not. The Phoenicians was a colony of Egypt that most definitely influenced Spain because they built Carthage was built by the Phoenicians. The Phoenicians was
They're
the
too close.
first,
They're too close not to have some admixture. Basically, like they're
right,
too
is what I'm
close. You know what I'm
saying.
saying?
Yeah.
Yeah,
So you're
yeah.
not gonna
Fair
get
enough.
away from the African influence even when you go to the earliest
Or
uh
genetics,
yeah,
But
because you gotta
right.
look at
but
I
if you
gotta
know
get
the
the I gotta get
Phoenicians and you
them I gotta
study
get
their
them names
history,
though.
they did not mix with other people.
Bro, the Phoenicians,
no.
bro,
You can have
hold on.
admit.
The Phoenicians, when you read what Herodotus, I forget what book, but when you read from Herodotus himself, they say that he says the Phoenicians start from the shores of the Red Sea. Where's the Red Sea at, bro?
Levant,
When you
almost, yeah.
no, that the Red Sea is on either on the Africa side, right there in Egypt, on the other side in what we know as the Middle East, right?
Yeah.
But the other telltale of it is this, right? When you deal with the Phoenicians and Egypt, right? When you deal with Hecapata, or what we now know as Memphis or Mennefer, the Phoenicians had their own special district in there. When you start to deal with the actual culture and looking at the artifacts, you'll see that King Nero or whatever, he had a sarcophagus with both Phoenician and hieroglyphs. And most of bro, their whole culture was based off the Egyptians. So these people was most definitely originally Africans that migrated out of Africa into the Levant. So again,
Yeah. I see what you're saying. Yeah, I see what
to
you're
sit
saying.
there and say that these people were not Africans and did not see themselves as Africans, and then you'll go even further into pyramid texts, not pyramid texts, but papyrus and whatnot, and they're talking about the magicians to the south. And the reason why I bring that up is a lot of us think that the orientation of the map is Egypt is in the northern part, but according, and I can show you how the Egyptians seen it, Egypt, the delta was the south.
Yep.
North was
Because they
going
they
towards
followed the way the
South
Nile.
Africa, right? Because
Yeah.
east is left in their way of doing things. So I'm saying all that to say, when they're talking about the magicians to the south, they most definitely were dealing with the Phoenicians. They were talking about the Phoenicians.
I see what you're saying. The coastal people. Simple as that.
Yeah,
That's what basically what they looked up.
Right, but y'all
So,
don't
but
find
yeah,
it odd that all these groups of people disappeared after 1492?
what you mean? Like, what
The
type of people you talking about
just
disappeared?
all the literature they was talking about in Europe and Asia, and even in Africa,
They
all the literature, these groups of
what?
people they was talking about, like the Moors, the dark skinned
Wait,
Indians,
wait,
the
wait, wait. Well,
Phoenicians.
you gotta look at it.
He making that
Spain,
shit up. It didn't
the
disappear.
Where they
the
go? Where they
Iberian
descendants
Peninsula.
at?
You got to think about the Iberian Peninsula was Christian, heavily Catholic. They had basically just freed themselves relatively recently from Islam. You know what I mean? And you got to look at it in some shape, form, or fashion like that. Of course, they're gonna try to get rid of a lot of history, a lot of things like that. Because again, it looks like an invader came over and took over, and they weren't Christian. And Christian, and even though it's technically people of the book, Christians don't look historically. Christians don't look at Muslims sometimes the same. Simple as that. And again, overall, sometimes Muslims don't look at Christians the same.
But
You know what I
yo,
mean?
not only that, like when you say where the descendants at, now, I don't even talk about this, but I am Sephardim. I'm a wide paternal line Sephardim, and through from a line from here through Barbados to Portugal, with an ancestor that left Portugal in
How dare you?
1625.
I just found out I got Ashkenazi. So yeah, I was weirded out by
So
that.
we exist. I don't really even talk about it because then people be like, "Oh, you think you're Israelite?" All that BS. I don't even talk about it.
No.
But
But you
my
could claim
literal
that though.
my literal fathers, straight wide paternal line from Portugal, left Portugal. It was born in 1625, landed in Barbados around 1649, 1650. They built the first synagogue in North America called Nidhi Israel Synagogue, and my ancestors
Oh
are
man, you
buried there
deep
right now.
entrenched. You deeply entrenched in there, bro.
So
And I believe
But
you.
but you got to
You
look at
said
it.
you're fraternal.
That makes perfect sense because shepherding Jews were in North Africa. Simple as that. So that's easy to believe. You know what I mean?
And it was all, think about all the Jews that were kicked out of Spain, and that's what he's talking about. You're really getting world
Exactly.
history,
Exactly.
right? All the
Exactly. And
ones those were the first ones to come to Americas before Ferdinand and
yeah.
Isabella sanctioned Christopher
yeah, they
Colombo.
were the settlers. I talk
Yeah,
about the settlers before the colonizers. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And but yeah, a lot of them, like you were saying, was Moors, Jews, or what any
Arabic.
type of Moor. You get what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Muslim Moors, Jews, Sephardi Jews, stuff like that. But yeah, they was
And
being
you think about
cast out at that time, and that's where they really had it. Some went to South America, some went to North
yeah.
Africa, some of
You know
them.
what?
And
It's
that's what
funny
it
you
seemed
say
like
that
all this
because
shit was about, was to get rid of the
no.
Hebrews. Like,
But what he's saying is they didn't disappear, but names like the Bass people, for instance. You know what I'm saying? Like Bass came up on my DNA, right?
yeah.
Basque comes up, but Basque are between France and Spain. So there are
hmm
people by themselves, but they get caught up in having to join one or the other. You know what I mean? So they're still there, but things like that overrule. You know what I mean? You're not looking at I'm gonna say small heads. You're not looking at the shepherded people as a singular people. You gotta look at they're gonna be, as he said, they're gonna be considered Moors, and that's the
All
name
that
that's gonna
all that
so
stuff
that's
goes
the
into what happens in Granada. If you
Yes,
just
they say
study
all them
Granada.
Granada,
crypto
Yep.
Jews.
when you
Yep.
study Granada and you think of, okay, so that's why 1492 is very important. They only want to talk about Christopher Colombo, but they don't want to talk about what was going on globally, what was really
Look at you with
happening.
the
Because
Colombo. Look at you with the
yeah,
Colombo out here. You know what I'm saying?
yeah. Well,
Representing.
that's
That was a
the
name. Yeah.
realness of it. Yeah. So understanding the push out of Spain, them going into southern France, Granada, right? And having that's why you have some of the other names, Moro, right? It's still going back to Moor, right? Because a lot of the Moors hid in the different ideologies, right? They hid in the
You had
Safarism
to.
and the
You had
right
to.
because they were being unalived, right? So then the
Yep.
next thing that we can extract from that is the population itself was still very melanated. That's the thing that a lot of people don't, because that's one of the big things that's left out, and that goes all the way back to Greece of the
You still
origin.
go to
Not
southern Spain. Yep. You still go
yeah,
to southern Spain. You go to Sicily,
That's
Canary
why I
Islands
said
themselves.
that
Even
it
Canary
was.
Islands have been there.
You want
They
me to
are
tell you
dark.
some
That's
ill
why I
shit?
said it wasn't
So
Anglo Saxons.
check
That's why I
this.
say it was melanated people
If you have
that was
Sephardic
invading.
lineage from Portugal or Spain, right now you can get dual citizenship. You get
really.
citizenship there just for being a descendant. Yep, just Google it right now. Just
I missed
Google
out. Look, I missed
Sephardic.
out, man. I was on the wrong side. I was on the wrong side of that book, man.
But
Can't believe
anybody, y'all
it.
Google it. You can Google Sephardic Jewish ancestry, citizenship in Portugal and Spain. It's a whole thing. It's been going on since like 2015, and they even accept DNA and shit too.
Hey,
FYI.
Right.
Sage,
Well,
tell me
you're gonna be out
this.
here eating paella. You're gonna be out here eating
Mhm.
paella and all that stuff.
Who was the
Sangria.
slaves in Portuguese colonies that was in Europe before 1492 when they had that big colony in Portugal? Who was the
Oh,
slaves in there?
that's a good question. If you know
Well,
it,
see,
you can go ahead
well,
and
okay.
spread the
So let's not take it like
knowledge.
this. So not every African in Europe was a slave. We know that there were black Europeans that, even on the British side, that came over here that were not slaves. We have documentation of that. So not again, you have people. Yes, Europe is talking to Africa and they're trading with Africa for a decent amount of time, even before they come to the New World. So not everybody over there is, you know what I mean, is a slave. So what do you mean, like in colony wise, as slaves?
Oh, no, I just wanted to know if y'all knew because I just know Portugal had a big slave plantation, big as a state, they said. And I wanted to know who was those slaves and what happened to them.
Like you talking about like in Brazil, like you know what I'm saying. That's when you know what I'm saying because you have places like Brazil, but are you talking about like Africa where they
Matter of
what I'm
fact, I'm
saying
gonna pull
did
up the
trade?
source. Because
Yeah,
it
did
was a
trade
book
with.
I was reading and they was talking about the Portuguese slave. I didn't know it was a slave trade in Portugal and I didn't know it was that big. And that shit blew my mind when I found out. And I just wanted to know if y'all knew who the people was.
They were one of the
Well, Portugal.
first too, from my information. They were one of the first
And people don't talk about this
African,
enough.
If not the first, if not the
right
first, like when it
after
came
the
down to the like colonization aspect, yeah,
right after the
you know,
Muslim, yeah.
yeah,
Well, no, that's what I'm
because you got to
saying,
think about it,
Sunrise or Kai. We know the Muslim was the original. They go back to like the seventh
hundreds of
century
years, yeah,
almost. Yeah.
Portugal
but you got to look at
began enslaving Africans in the 1400s.
yep, but you got to look at when did Magellan do his thing though? You got to look at it like that, like that was in the 1500s, right? You got to look at like Portugal was powerful as I'll get out at one point. They had the
Yeah.
best navigators. They had the tip on the thing. And you got to think about it. Even now, if you want to look at it, Brazil is the biggest country in South America, so they got a good chunk of South America, if I remember correctly.
But the Portuguese were known to have one of the biggest slave ports in Europe, most slaves in Europe. It was definitely a slave trading
It
group
was
of
huge. It
people.
got huge.
So, you know what I mean? Can't overlook that.
You
Even
know, I
when
mean,
I look at my
look at the
own
countries that speak
genealogy, I
Portuguese to this
just
day in
recognize
Africa.
that's the reality, huh?
Look at the countries that speak, Portuguese now today in Africa as a language. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Portugal.
Portugal was taking
Portugal.
Africans from
Yes.
Africa for a very long time. So, I mean, so when we talk about things like the slave trade, we can't just deny that. We can say, okay, there wasn't that many African slaves brought to the 13 colonies. I ain't gonna argue with you on that. But to deny that it happened, that people wasn't transported throughout the world, especially from Africa, when there's too much evidence to support it, that's when it starts getting to a dangerous territory. And that's why you have a lot of Pan-Africans and stuff that will say people are denying the slave trade. They don't want to be who they are. Like sometimes we got to take a position, just reality, go with the information we have now. We can question it. We can definitely put out theories on it and poke holes where there's holes that need to be poked. But when we start creating a complete theory like that, it really is not going to change anything in the long run. But it kind of insults people. You know what I mean? That we don't really need that in the community. I'm just gonna keep it real.
Where'd
That's,
Cha go? She left?
Yeah,
She dropped on her own. No
yeah,
one
she
dropped
did.
her.
I think she got frustrated. The sister getting frustrated. What did it do,
So
Sunrise?
I like how you said
Hey,
not a lot of
Sage.
slaves were
Hey,
brought to the
Joseph. Hey,
13
Sesh.
colonies.
What's
Hey,
going
the
on,
rest of
Kai?
y'all, Ogun, Bayou,
What's
Sofa.
up with you? What's up with you?
Yeah.
So I like how you said like the 13 colonies because again, I think as we said earlier, a lot of people forget that it was 4 colonial powers here in the United States alone. You know what I mean? The Dutch, the British, the Spanish, and the French. And I don't think people really realize that, you know what I mean? Even though we say the United States, it wasn't the United States when slavery started in any one of these colonies, any one of these colonial powers.
Right.
So I do think, and again, they took different people, because they had, you know, different markets, so to speak. If you want to look at it like that, they took different type of people from different markets, and they had different needs. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I realized when they was colonizing parts of this country, different colonizers colonizing parts of this country, fighting each other at that. Like when you talk about
Here,
the Spanish versus the British and the French, and man,
everybody hated the British.
boy, their
Everybody hated the British at one
settlements and stuff will be messed up all over. Like, so they wasn't even trying to be niche.
Right. Like everybody hate British so much that the British became Americans.
Yo, I ain't gonna even hold you.
Exactly.
The British wasn't even the worst. Don't
They
get
need
it
to tap from
twisted.
their own damn selves and say, we call ourselves American now.
Don't get it twisted. The British were not the worst. Okay,
I didn't say that, William.
they definitely were not the
Who was
worst.
the worst? Who was the worst to you?
I
Because
would say the Portuguese and the
Yes, it's
Spanish.
definitely with the Portuguese.
Well,
The
okay,
Portuguese was the worst.
The reason why I asked that, I'm not talking about because they definitely have some crimes attached to them, especially when it came down to like putting down rebellions and things of that nature. But they did do some good as far as like, again, I will say it's wrong on the caste system that they incorporated, and that's why you see in Spanish and like French and French aspects, you see like these different colors of, you know, people. Like you have different words for like grief or you know like basically different levels of being black. You know what I'm saying? Or mestizo.
For all the different
But they,
admixtures, they had a
yeah,
term for it. I get what you're saying.
but they did claim their kids. That was a
So,
different time. That was a different thing.
but listen, they might claim their kids, but the manipulation that goes behind it wasn't because they cared to claim kids. It was about claiming land in a territory. So they would have the kid to claim the territory, just like they did with the Indians all over this country. So at the end of the day, the Spanish did that so much. And mind you, they blindly genocided populations. The Spanish were hell. Okay? So even though they might have, all they did was make, when you look at these Mexicans and South Americans, you wonder why they, oh, I'm Spanish and whoop-de whoop-de whoop. They really see themselves as white because of that. At least the fucking British did. To a certain extent, some of them did, but it was a completely different intent behind the colonization in the first place. The Spanish was colonizing for resources to take things back and to make Spain rich. The British was colonizing for more land and expansion, and then they end up turning on them because they sent the people who didn't want to pay them after a few generations anyway. So. I mean,
but see, you know what though? You know what? We also have to separate the British from the American at some point. You know what I mean? Like that's you know what I'm saying? At some point,
Yeah, that is a whole different thing.
That's a different conversation though. But I get what you're saying. You do.
Yeah, you know,
you really do.
Because then at some point, do we look at them as expansionists on that point? Because again, when they won territory from the Spanish and the French, they went in those areas that were already dealing with chattel slavery.
So the thing is with American whites, British whites, and whatever whites that was over here at the time. The interesting thing about it is they wanted to be their own nation, and they really, first of all, they fought with the Indians to settle, right? And after they got them, eventually tired them out to a certain extent, you had all these other nations coming in, and the Indians had to fight with these white tea people to fight these people off. So it's America has an extremely interesting, complex history that I think a lot of people overlook to kind of just fit their narrative or their ego at the time or their sense of identity. But I don't think it's really fair if you really put in America really has like one of the best cases of what we can look at as far as colonization, assimilations, population increases, decreases, and shit. Like we can see that we have this documented. We can really analyze it versus like trying to analyze something like Rome and all their empires and stuff like that. We can really analyze this stuff. It's very interesting when you look at American history. Just historically, it's very interesting. It's almost like I tell you you know who got one of the most interesting life stories? People hate him, but he got one of the most interesting life stories. I swear to God, Christopher Columbus. Read his motherfucking stuff. He got if they just made a movie about Christopher Columbus, just imagine they didn't put Christopher Columbus there. They just made a movie about this dude. That shit would be epic.
Everybody will watch it. Everybody will watch it and be like, man, see the, you know what I'm saying? See the ups and downs of this man. You know what I mean? Like, you'll definitely enjoy it.
It would be epic.
But okay. But you do see, dealing with the Spanish, the French, and the Portuguese, you do tend to see a lot more cultural retention in those colonial powers with people who are African than you do with the U.S., even British. And when I'm talking about American, what's your take on that?
I really don't have too much to take on. I really can't. Like, to me, I think the Spanish and the Portuguese are some of the most brutal people, especially having Sephardic Jewish lineage, right? And knowing I have some ancestors that went through the Spanish Inquisition for real, you know.
Can you believe that, bruh? That is wild.
Yeah, I have records of ancestors. Yeah, so it's serious. Like, they was brutal. Now to be fair, right? When you're talking about that period of time, you can't really just label people based off of geographical location. Really, based off of that period of time, you have to label them based off of their religion. And once you do that, you will understand these conflicts a lot more clearer.
Oh yeah, that's why again, the French and the Spanish and Portuguese were all Catholic mostly. They could not stand the British because the British are what?
They're
they broke away from the Catholic Church. So
Yep.
of course.
Well, what is that?
Y'all
What is
can't
it?
forget the conversos, the people who came here under the guise of being Catholics and definitely hid their Muslim ways.
You was talking about Protestantry. You meant Protestant?
Protestants.
Them
That's
too.
what I was trying to say.
Yeah. Protestant,
Yeah, conversos.
White
The
Anglo-Saxon Protestants, WASP.
I mean, that was a thing. Like that was a thing since Henry VIII. You know what I mean? So that's normal. You know what I'm saying? But you got to like King James though. King James, you know what I'm saying, with the whole Bible. If I remember correctly, he was raised Catholic, and that also there were time periods in England where they were, you know what I'm saying, it was a Protestant in power and a Catholic in power. And you could see a lot of problems and who their friends are at that point. You know, whether dealing with other countries. So it really is based off religion a lot. You know, and again, that's why the Spanish made those Africans that made it to their line. You got to convert into Catholicism. We need more Catholic bodies here. That's really what they literally. I'm gonna free you. You just now got to worship as I do. That in itself is diabolical. If you want to say on that, that is diabolical right there.
Yeah,
My bad.
it is diabolical, but you know, I mean, that's the way the world kind of turns.
True.
So,
but record keeping was immaculate though, and this is a thing. And Bayou, he can, you know what I'm saying, incorporate this. I found a decent amount of my family members, especially on like the Louisiana side, because of those Catholic records. They are immaculate.
yeah, they are because what it is the religion. The religious folks usually had a place of worship, and that place of worship will keep records of all their
Got money,
congregation.
got money,
Hey,
got money for people that can read and write.
So
but think about
you'll
this. If it was
find
strictly about religion, why was the Ottomans and the Catholics working together in the 14th, 15th century?
Where?
So, my fault. Go ahead.
With
Oh,
the
no, go
business,
ahead.
with the with the Byzantine,
Byzantine.
yeah, Byzantine, they worked with them. It was all about the Hebrews. I'm telling y'all. Yes, it was about religion, but it was about the Hebrews.
Okay, so let's go back into history, right? So someone was talking about the Khazars earlier. You got to
That was
understand
me.
who, right? You got to understand who these people were. So that's why I say, and when you start to study the history, a lot of people want to just deal with the spiritual aspect, but when you just deal and you take the bias out of it, just look at the information for what it is. The Hebrews themselves were multiple because it's Canaan, and Canaan, that land was inhabited far before there was a people called the Hebrews, Israelites, or Ivri. Those people were mainly merchants. So now let's go fast forward. Who were the Khazars, right? And who did they take over from? They took over trading, the merchant system, right? So the importance of that and the actual Hebrews was people that were traders. We're talking about from Spain all the way to Asia, in Africa, everything around that's why I try to tell people in history, you understand, the Mediterranean was really just a melting pot, right? North Africa, the
Right. But you
Mediterranean
missing they was
basin,
also trading with the Indians, the Americas.
right? So okay, we can put, bro. I'm not trying to leave nobody. My fault. You're right. Let me be humble. Yes, globally, right? Globally, these were global people, most definitely,
And that's
because
why
the
I'm trying to
Phoenician.
say they like the same people. They was
So right.
all
But
connected.
what I'm trying to say to you is the misconception or the cover up or the truth that people are looking for is religion itself is control. The Byzantine changed from the Romans. The Romans was the Greeks. The Byzantine really turned in because that's why Spain was so powerful. That's why Catholicism, because the Byzantine Empire turned into the Roman Vatican. This is history that you can find, right?
Yep.
So think about it. All you got to do is go to where in Italy today, and the Roman Vatican is its own country today.
Yeah, they still
But
got
watch this.
saints.
I'm gonna show you something in the middle of St. Patrick's Square. What do they have in it?
What they
You
got?
you didn't pay attention. It's what us Egyptians call the Ateknu or obelisk. It is directly from. It's literally from Egypt. So
Oh, you talking about
again,
the watch? You talking about that watch? The
the
sundial?
obelisk, that stone obelisk that has Meta Nature in it, in St. Peter's Square, the center part of uh, 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 Vatican City is an obelisk, same as Washington D.C. But anyway, that's a whole nother thing. What I'm trying to tell you is what the Turks did, they cut all of Western Europe off. That's what really put them into the Black Plague. That's why the Moors had to come back in and teach these people like y'all ass backwards, right? Especially when you get into the part that's Britain or Britain, right? It was really bad. Spain and Southern Europe wasn't as bad. Western Europe wasn't as bad. But when you start getting into what's close to actual Saxons, right? Think about Macbeth and all of that stuff like that. These people was ass back. Look at Braveheart. I don't like to use movies, but if you look at those clans or tribes of people, right? They was very ass backwards compared to the rest of the world. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. If you want to look at you want to look at like the Mediterranean people. Yeah, I get what you're saying, but they still
Right.
had a lot of commerce. They still had the ability to
Every
grow and trade, and yeah.
everything was done in the Mediterranean basin. Everything, or North
Well,
Africa, or in the Levant, and then went
yeah.
eastward.
True, but I guess you got to look at, especially after the Roman Empire fell. You know what I'm saying? You got to think about like those groups that you're talking about, like the Celts of like Scotland, Ireland, Isle of Man, and things like that. They have been fighting the Romans and holding off. You know what I mean? They're not really big about at that time period of venturing out or doing anything differently because we just had to fight these people that try to invade us. So you got to look at that too. But at least they were. I find it worse with the English because they still had access to a lot of Roman technology, and it was just still bad. Like it was just still bad. I think that's just worse
Right.
than everybody. The
Right.
French too. The French should have been better, and the French in some places weren't as bad. But by God, they should have been better. Those Europeans were ass backwards, as you said. They
And
were ass
yeah,
backwards.
and when you looking at it as a whole, right? When you look at it and you take it out, you understand that religion itself, especially I deem it what it is. There's the big three of the Abrahamic religion. You have either you're a Jew, you're a Muslim, or you're a Christian. And even though you have multiple different factions or sects, they all deal with Abraham as a patriarch, right? So there you have, they all the same. And that in itself is what the people in charge was able to keep control of everybody, the masses, through that.
Man,
You know what I'm
it is
saying?
weird. It is weird that this Canaanite god became so powerful. It's
Man.
weird. It's weird.
And then when you really start to dig deep into it, when you go into Mesopotamia and you look at Baal, Baal, I can pull up a computer right now. He's doing the dua pose. He has the Hejek white crown from
Yep.
Upper Kemet. I'm talking about those statues. These are Mesopotamians, look the same as in Kemet. And then people are like, oh, no. Bro, I'm telling you, it's the same shit. When you look at their deities, they have the same eight, just like the Ogdog, the same eight, masculine and feminine. And
they're too close.
And listen, India's too.
Well, you find almost the same type of theology throughout most of the world. That's why I think it was very easy for especially for slaves to convert to Christianity. Because if you look besides being forced to, by the way, or even Islam, besides being forced to, and a lot of West African or African spirituality, you have the kind of same setup. You got a all-powerful deity, and then you got the equivalent of angels. You know what I mean? Like, even if you look at Yoruba, you know what I mean? You have our Egyptian, you have Ra, and then you have everybody else. With Yoruba, you have Olodumare, and then you have the Orishas. In Vodun, you have, I think, Dambala, and you have everybody else. Like, I know current voodoo, you have, you know what I'm saying, that right there. And then you have Le Loi. So it's not that too far-fetched to go to a force religion that's kind of set up the same way. Or you look at Native Americans, you have the Great Spirit, and everybody else, figures like Coyote and things of that nature.
And then think about this. Think about how the Moors was good all the way into Europe until they found out they was cryptos. And then all hell broke loose. When they was Muslims, everything was good.
Well, I think that's also, you know what I'm saying, you have the time period of Catholics, them not liking the power dynamic. You know what I mean? Like, I think it had less to do with the actual religion and just more the power dynamic. Like, these people came over here, these, you know what I'm saying, these desert barbarian savages, and they took over Christendom. And that's how you got to look at it, Christendom. That's how they call their kingdoms. You know what I mean? And of course, back and forth, Bayou brought up the Crusades. You know what I mean? That back and forth with Jerusalem, who owns this, who owns that. It's just, it's wild.
But listen, did not go back further than that. So you remember I believe it was the Eastern Roman Empire was the last one that got took down. And then they came with the Holy Roman Empire. The Ottoman took down the Eastern Roman Empire, which was the last one, or it was the Western. I can't remember which one was last.
No, you're right. No, 1400s. Like literally, if you want to look at an argument with a teacher in class one day, she asked the question, "When did the Roman Empire end?" My first answer to her was around the 1400s. And she said no. She said 1400s. 400. She said 400s. And I said, no, ma'am, because the Byzantine Empire didn't end to the 1400s, and it was a direct descendant of the Roman Empire.
Right.
So we went back and forth with that one. But look at the Ottomans had what? They controlled Egypt at one point too.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
but that's because the Ottomans swallowed up what was the original wave of Arabics that originally goes all the way back to the Persians, really, if you want to be technical. That's who the Ottomans end up being, all them people, them Asiatics coming from there. Yeah, it's a whole...
which is again, in even religion, you see the old Persian religion, Zoroastrianism. You look at that too. It's a concept of good and evil. It's very interesting, man. Like, I should have got a degree in cultural anthropology. I think I still might.
But same, bro. I went language, astrology, because they all fit. History, religion, they all fit, bro. They all fit, and a lot of people make it a lot more complicated. But that's just because, and even myself, individual bias, it does it it puts the blinders on where you won't be able to see the whole full picture. When the moment you just say, okay, I just want to deal with the information, then all the pieces fit together. I promise you.
No. That's fact. And like I said, what we were talking about earlier, like how it drove who brought slaves over here, what they were doing, and how their own cultural ideas paved the way for how slavery was done in their areas. You know what I mean? How slavery was done, how the either Jim Crow or Code Noir or whatever else they had, black laws in general for people. So it's very interesting with that shit, man.
Honestly, the thing is, so I be not as of late, but before I was taking my little break, I was in a lot of African lives, and I met some, and I said this to Godzilla a couple weeks back. The part where I'm trying to connect now is, and a lot of people disagree with this, and I didn't come up with this. You know what I'm saying? Some I've seen on YouTube, others talking with some of those Africans, especially South Africa, the connection between South Africa and South America. And there's some that saying that their elders have told them that there is. And then I watch a couple, and they do good work. I'm not going to say that it's like groundbreaking or Nobel Peace Prize worthy. It's great work. He's ancestor now, Mr. Imhotep, and the other one is Without History. And I just watch them to get different perspectives, and they have some interesting points that they're talking about. And one of them is that I brought up today, dealing with the Olmecs and their counting systems, right? And the other part is dealing with the astrology aspect. And the reason why I keep going back to astrology is it's a vital understanding the seasons. Without understanding the seasons and the placement of time, you wouldn't be able to grow crops. So that itself is like understanding that is like, depending on where you are too, like especially in what we call the northern hemisphere, right? Where we're at, because the equator itself goes like the tip of South America, I want to say, and it goes through the middle of Africa, and then the Tropic of Capricorn goes closer to Antarctica. Well, I forget, but I know we're closer to the Tropic of Cancer. That's why we use tropical astrology. But anyway, the whole understanding of being able to know your placement in the year and to know when to be able to plant crops is very vital, right? That's another thing of why in Europe they suffered, right? Because they have seasons. It's not just like being in Africa or being in closer to the equator where it's tropical all the time. They have to be able, they only have certain times of the year to be able to plant stuff.
They had that knowledge and they let the Romans, because if you look at like the Celts, you know, it's like Stonehenge and many other places like that were built for those type things, like solstice, winter and summer. They had that information. They just let it go by the wayside, and like literally just destroy it.
And the proof of that is
witchcraft.
The proof of that is the many calendar reforms. The fact that they had the original calendar, right? And they had to be, I think it was like 6 different calendar reforms, right? And they're off like 130 years. Our time and our calendars today, like we still go by the Gregorian calendar, Pope Gregory the Fourth, right? It's the reason why we have leap years and stuff like that. It's, you see what I'm saying? So
or basically, even the Romans themselves messed with Julius Caesar specifically, kind of messed up the calendar too. You gotta look at that too, because everyone has a name. Why is November not the 9th month? It literally says that December should be the 10th month. Literally, you know what I mean?
Because there was originally 10. There was originally 10 months. So they added January, February, August, and well, actually, it was different than that. But I know before, I forget, what was it like?
Because his family was Janus. Yep.
January, February was added, August, and July was August. Augustus was August, and Julius was July. Like my birth
Yep.
month is
And it,
October, which means eight. OCT, eight,
yep.
like
Yep.
octopus.
Octo. And you see
Yeah,
you see this in Spanish. You see this in Spanish still.
yeah.
You know.
And
So
so
yeah, trust
that's
me.
why,
I got you. I got you, big dog. Look.
and it's that's why I say it's all there. A lot of people are talking about what's hidden, and most of what's really truly hidden is the fact that it's personal bias and the lack of actual research and actual credible information. If we're just gonna start going off of stuff because that's what the trend is doing, then it's just the blind leading the blind. And that's not saying that I'm all knowing, but it is saying this is like there's always been narratives
So
pushed.
okay,
It's not to say that
I
that
will say
what a
this.
lot of people are saying is wrong as far as stuff has been hidden, but the fact of if you just go 20 years ago and most people didn't even care about this type of stuff that's even on this app. No one cared. The fact that there's so many people
Of
now
course
that are
not.
trying to be not trying to be, but have the want to be intellectual on an intellectual level. It's not a problem, but it's like you went from being a street nigga or a funny nigga or catching hoes. Now you want to talk about astrophysics and don't understand what astrophysics
Man,
is.
I was in the club. I was in the club 20 years ago, man. You're right about that. I'm in the club 20 years ago.
Oh, and
But okay.
that's
So I do got a question. I do got a question. So do you think some of the black Indian talk, like black, you know, over here because like, okay, so South America, they've done DNA research and they've proven this, but in some South Americans' mythology, their mythology said that, hey, we married the daughters of sea people. You know what I mean? That was,
hmm
I think, I can't remember what country it was. It was either like Chile or Peru. I can't remember which one.
hmm
Somebody on the Pacific coast. And in their mythology, it said this. Come to find out that they did DNA tests, and it comes out that they have uh, a Polynesian admixture. So do you think, and of course, if we say Polynesians, then we got to add like Melanesians into the conversation because,
hmm
or either Austronesian DNA per se, because they are related groups. Do you think sometimes that maybe why people have that argument that there might have been some, uh, that type of DNA in here? You know what I mean? You think that may be it?
This is why I think a lot of the people that support the indigenous American ideology or mindset are correct. And I'm not trying to stray from your answer. I'm trying to answer. When you what when I just using the information from Without History, one thing that he's talking about is that like the Omax themselves were multicultural. So there was a culture, there was a culture that was here, but then he talks about Africans that come. He talks about the pollen. You see what I'm saying? Like what you were talking about. And whereas one where a lot of people just try to make them one people, but just looking at the motifs and the culture itself, when you start to get into the leopard society or jaguar society, a jaguar is just an American leopard. And it's not saying that they're exact same. Jaguars are bigger, right? But they both climb trees. The difference between one, but I think leopards will get in, African leopards will get in the water too. I'm not for sure on that. But leopards are very pronounced predators in the water. Like they unalive caimans in them. So that's some of the difference. But they both, when you understand Congo means leopard, you see what I'm saying? Like, the Congo is the jungle. So just like in South America, we're dealing with a cat that's from the jungle, right? So, and they were their priest. And even in Kemet, a lot of people talk about the line of Kemet, but the high priest in South Africa, South Afrique, the same, is the leopard for the priest, for the kingship, right? Because the fact that it's a lot that goes with it, but again, where a lot of people draw separations, uh yeah, exactly, Panthers. Uh I'm drawing connections, and I feel like that's the part that's most definitely left out. I can agree with the people that subscribe to uh indigenous American, like that part of history is definitely hidden up and covered up. I think there's a lot more that happens in the Caribbean too that's not told. And that Caribbean is like the middle part between the Americas and Africa. I'm definitely going to say it comes from Africa to the Americas. And the reason, again, that I'm going to say that I have as a staple that I said earlier is the astrology itself. When we go to South Africa and Zaga Yalenga, the birthplace of the sun, 75,000 years ago, or the fact that we can't find advanced mathematics 25,000 years ago, but we can find it in both South Africa and the Congo. You see what I'm saying? Those are the things that I'm determining that it comes from east and goes west, not to take anything from the people here, right?
No. I get what you're saying. No. I definitely agree with you too, man. I definitely agree with you too. Just having I'm not even saying older civilization, but again, if we say that life started somewhere around there, they would have had longer time to come up with these concepts. That's just numbers. You know what I'm saying? Like if I've been training for play basketball for 10 years and you just start, I'm gonna be better than you.
Hey, I don't mean this in a bad way, Osea. Come up, teach us. And I'm not being funny. If you have something to add to it, most definitely help bridge the gap. The one thing I'm gonna say is when you look at archaeology and the advancement of societies, it doesn't just start like all of a sudden. Even when you deal with Kemet, a lot of people is like, well, how did they start so high? Because Kemet was a composition, and I say this all the time, multiple older clans or cultures that came together and built what we know as Egypt. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't that they just started building pyramids and no, again, that's why I went to the Congo and South Africa, the Nshango bone, which is like almost 30,000 years old. They had advanced mathematics. When you deal with Nzaga Yalenga, that's the oldest astrological site on the planet. So 75,000 years ago, they was studying the stars and mapping the stars, right? That's how they was able to come to the understanding and the pinnacle of Dondoria there in Kemet. Dondoria is the Temple Hathor, where they have the whole, all 48 constellations mapped out. And the fact that only also proves that there is multiple clans that came together because most of those, and you can't see a lot of the constellations in the northern hemisphere from the south or from the south, ones in the north, in the south, right? So that means that these people were connected, interconnected, and communing, right?
Through trade, travel, intermarriage, what I'm saying, things of that nature. But people keep forgetting that in Africa, you still like, of course, we always talk about the Bantu migration, but that was a relatively recent one, if you will. You know what I mean? Like, but you also got to look at the other migrations prior to that. Again, if you start off in the east, southeast or East Africa, you know what I'm saying? And you travel and you got thousands of years. Because again, the Sahara wasn't always a desert. We know this.
It was green.
The Sphinx has water. The Sphinx has water damage. We know this.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like we keep forgetting aspects about that in human history. Go back to Tepe. Like we thought at one point that human history only went back like 5,000 years. But now you got Göbekli Tepe, which is like 11,000.
Yeah, 13 closer to the Wormian Ice Age, and then understanding that the last ice age correlates with the last green Sahara period. So when you once again, this is why astrology is important. Right, and the fact that the ancestors was very aware of this and very aware with the flow of time and the period changes cosmically, right? Not on no super, well, it is spiritual, but not in the context most people utilize it. A lot of people want to talk about some premonitions and all that stuff like that, and not understanding like, and that's not a shot. It's a whole thing. And me myself, I'm going through it, right? To understand that sometimes your subconscious mind is still bringing those images up versus you're getting it from what people will call the Akashic records, right? A lot of people don't even know the Akashic records is dealing with a specific ideology. That's Hindu. So when you're African, you don't say the Akashic records, you say the Duat. See what I'm saying? And that's the point that I'm making. It's like a lot of people are scratching the surface because they have not been thinking in these realms of things for more than since COVID. You see what I'm saying? And now they're experts. You know what I'm saying? Versus people that's been living this way for a time. You know what I'm saying?
20, 30, 20, 30, 40, 50, yeah, are part of culture that
Yeah.
are there right there. But it's hard to do it, man, when there's not, again, if I don't know to dig deeper. If I don't know to
Right.
dig deeper, then bam.
And it's
So
not the
Jeff,
bashing.
what was your question again, Ogun? You said something about the indigenous thing.
So, okay, so yeah, so you know what I'm saying. So we know, like, in places like, I can't remember, in like whether like Chile or Peru, uh, some Amerindians, Indians, they had a story in their mythology about people coming from, you know, the sea, the Pacific, and they married their daughters. Like, you know, there was intermarriage. Came to find out that they had an admixture of Polynesian DNA. You know what I mean? And that's just one story. I'm pretty sure, and we know Polynesians have been, we date them to certain time periods, you know, let's say the last 1,000 years plus, but we know that they've been island hopping and have been some of the best navigators throughout history, most likely for a couple thousand years. So do you think that that might be the reason why there may be some arguments, you know, that people say, oh, there were dark-skinned people over here already because of that right there?
Well, I wouldn't say
Because
specifically because of that at all. I would say mostly because the reason why people say that they have indigenous ancestry is because they do their lineage, right? And they find these Indians in their ancestry. That's just really that simple. Now, there's another layer on the conversation which comes into the colorism conversation where people want to talk about phenotypes, how the people of dark skin, these types of conversations. Now, I'm going to be very clear. I ain't gonna say most, but I can say a lot of tribes don't have these colorism conversations. Like in my tribe, we have a color wheel, and that color wheel is a representation of all the people, of all the different people who are of the tribe, who created the tribe. And it's symbolic, to be honest, but still it kind of reflects to the red, the brown, the yellow, the black, right? And that's very common in a lot of tribes. I don't know where a lot the colorism really comes into when it comes to like people saying, okay, well, we was here. Well, I'm not going to argue that dark-skinned indigenous people were here. I have dark-skinned indigenous ancestors. Were they Africans? I'm not going to say they were Africans, but you know, you have these conversations that are constantly happening. But the reason why they say that they're indigenous is because they just find the records and they know that's their ancestors. It's just that simple. The indigenous conversation in bloodline has been happening for Black Americans longer than the conversation of being African, in my opinion. Because I can tell you straight up, I ain't never in my life, and I'm gonna be honest, like I have a mother who grew up in a 50. My mom was born in the 50s. I knew my grandparents, great grandparents, all types of stuff. Right? I can honestly say my grandfather always said he was Indian, very tribal, all of that. My grandmother, she's a descendant of child slaves, but when you ask her if she had any Africans, she was like, them ain't my people. I don't know them people. And we can still do these genealogy conversations where people can relate to. They can find that Indian, they just might not find that African. So that's where the conversation of indigenous ancestry really comes from, because it's always been there all throughout Black American history. It's just more so of now you have a lot of Afrocentrism that has been, and I'm not going to argue it, but there's an Afrocentric type of conversation that really started happening in the mid 1900s. And that right now, I would say the civil rights children, like children grew up during the 60s, the 70s, and the 80s, that became part of their identity. So now there's the whole argument of, well, Well, we've learned scholastically that we are descendants of Africans who came from Africa. And then you have on the other side, well, no, my family said we Indians and we got these records. So it's just more so of people knowing their genealogy versus people who are accepting the identity and not saying it's wrong, but not necessarily based off of genealogy paperwork, but
Well,
based off of history.
Can I ask a question?
so yeah, go ahead, man.
I'm sorry, I know y'all engaged, and I just want to ask something. And I get where you're coming from, but this has always been the problem for me, and I just want to see what you would say to this. So I'm gonna make a statement, and I know I said I'm gonna ask a question. I just want to see your train of thought. To say that, to say, to claim to say we're native or that would come from that stock, when in all actuality, and not to say that over time things don't change, right? As far as like your culture, like you adapt to your environment. I understand natural selection, and I'm not saying in the complete entirety of what Darwin, but I at some parts of it I do agree. I feel like natural selection does happen in nature. Not to say that he wasn't, he was against people of color. I'm not dismissing that. Just because he felt that way doesn't mean that all of his data was in error. I feel like he most definitely demonstrated that natural selection happened. Now, that being said, to say like what your grandparents are saying, right? And even coming from the Caribbeans, but also to keep in mind that you also said that you had Sephardic ancestry, right? And to understand who those people were and where those people come from, and especially going all the way back. At some point, would you have to say that yes, most definitely, if I do have the Y paternal, I have some African in me, understanding the whole timeline of things, which I'm pretty sure we was building here, bro. I most definitely would hold you to that level of capacity that you understand world history very detailed. What would you say to that, Brother Sage?
Well, I would say this, right? I'm not really a person who debates like out of Africa and ancient ancestry, right? So I have indigenous ancestry, and I have ancestry that don't come from this region, right? So yes, it's very possible that I can have African ancestry. Without a doubt, I'm not going to say it's impossible. It's very possible. I base my identity off of what I can prove and what I know, right? And also what I ancestrally inherit. So to say, I would tell someone I don't have African ancestry because I haven't found a African in my ancestry yet. However, to say it's impossible for me to have African ancestry, no, I would never say that. That would be ridiculous. You have too many ancestors in general. Well, I know I do. So to just say I don't have none, I mean, it's impossible. But I think when it comes to
So
identity, it's more important to recognize the things that you inherit things from, culture, understanding, identity. These things are important. Like I wouldn't call a person, even a person who is a descendant of transatlantic slave trade today, I wouldn't call them an African. Or I was, if they want to say they have African descent, fair, I'm not going to argue with it, you know what I mean, because they would know, they do their genealogy. However, I wouldn't call them African, if you get what I'm saying, because there's been
yeah,
too many
yeah.
admixtures. There's been too many
But you
different
are
things that would change you as an individual.
you are very objective about a lot of things, though, Sage, and that is, and it is to hear you, man, is awesome. And I think that's a better way to look at it. I think that a lot of time periods that we are, and I'm not saying for everybody, because of course, again, hell, I got some Native American admixture. You know what I mean? So we're not alone, and we're mostly all black people, or most African Americans or black people, however you want to say, in the United States, come from the Southeast, and we know those areas still have those native populations, and a lot of places where they were, we definitely live there now. And I think it's a lot harder for us because we did grow up with those things. Like what you drink when you get sick. If you in Louisiana or parts of Mississippi, you drink Monglier. You drink Monglier tea. You know what I'm saying? That's definitely a Native American remedy. You have a lot of people place names like as I said earlier, Natchitoches, but you got Pascagoula. You know what I'm saying? You got a lot of place names that are Native American. You get what I'm saying? And we've been
Actually,
living side by side for
27 out of the 50 states are Native American names.
yeah, exactly. So we've been living in these areas. We have been learning. We have been intermixing, intermarrying, and even if and some people don't have any Native American DNA that shows up on their DNA test, you still are from an area where you may have, you know what I'm saying? And DNA is funny. You just may not have picked it up, but even if you don't have their DNA, you still grew up in an area where you have animal names, you know what I'm saying, that other way, or you have ways of doing things that yes might be reminiscent of Africa, but also is going to be, you know what I'm saying, of the native animals and native places. But going with the DNA aspect, I think the further we get from slavery, because you know what I'm saying, I would like to think that, and there are definitely some accounts of Africans, by the time you are a grandchild in slavery during that time period, a grandchild, a great grandchild, the African identity, especially for people who have been enslaved on plantations for that many generations, is definitely going to be hard to find. And if I remember correctly, and Sage, correct me, the autosomal DNA only goes back like 150, 200 years, right?
About 5 to 7 generations, yeah.
Yeah. So that's not a lot, especially we're in 2025, and I'm taking it from the point where I was born. I'm an 80s baby. I'm 84. You know, Purple Rain out here. You know what I mean? So that only puts me like, given the max one, that only puts me at what 1784. Slavery was well
And
gone by
but
that
and
time.
mind you, autosomal DNA is based off of family trees, genealogical record research, and I'll explain why. Because you need those records to actually connect and create the pattern that you say is your autosomal DNA. For like, they don't have your great grandmother's DNA in there. What they do is they have you in there, maybe a couple of cousins, and y'all have similar trees. And guess what? This record points to this being their great grandmama, and you shared a certain amount of DNA with that person, and y'all records seem aligned. So most likely, if y'all have the same record, it's gonna say this is y'all great grandmama, and that's why it's based off autosomal specifically is based off of genealogical records first. You need those to even track autosomal DNA. Now, why an mtDNA is very different, because those are focusing on haplogroups.
Right, but still,
Can
the
I?
one thing, though. Go ahead, brother. You haven't spoken. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah, I just wanted to say this about what y'all was talking about with the Indian identity. A lot of like this was happening to me. I can't find nothing about my fourth line, which is my mother's father. But for the three lines of my grandparents that I did find, is leading me to full-blooded Indians. So I can't find. So at the end where I'm at, I found full-blooded Indians for my fifth and sixth great grandmothers. On my dad's side, his father's father was a full-blooded Indian. So just using common sense, that means their four grandparents were also full-blooded Indians. And that's why people say they don't have African DNA or African ancestry, because they seeing full-blooded.
So, question: when you say full blooded, are you basing that off of what the roll say, like a Henderson or a Dawes
Oh
roll,
shit.
Baker's roll?
Yeah, yep, some off the
Okay.
road, some off the
So,
creek.
let me give you some game, right? So when even those full blooded Indians on those rolls most likely are not full blooded. It's not about no $5 nothing. Let me explain why. Is because when they was organizing their tribe, whoever, most of those, especially the Cherokees, were already heavily admixed. But when they formed the tribe based off of how they allotted certain things, resources in their tribe, it went to full bloods, have things like that, right? So those people who are usually considered for any blood on any of those roles, just because it say full blood, most likely they weren't full blood. You talking about people who created, they are full blooded their tribe. That's fine to say they are full blooded their tribe because the tribe is the organization or the family, right? But to say that they're full blooded American Indian, that's another conversation. And most people on those roles were not, even though they said they was full blooded, because that is based off of a tribal stance.
Hey, can we let the
Okay.
brother Osea say something also? Because I know he came up here. He's been quiet too. He hasn't got to speak at all, and apologize for that, for cutting off, if any.
Oh
Brother
no,
Osea,
y'all good. I was just coming and listening. Y'all good.
my bad. My
Good.
apologies. Yeah.
Yeah, y'all good. I was just in the comment section. I ain't want to take over nobody live. I was just throwing stuff out there.
No, man. Like I said, this has been one of those, so whether we agree or disagree, man, it's still been one of those chill conversations where we just been passing information on, man.
Right.
I think that's been a great thing, man. But I do understand like a lot of these conversations and arguments because again, you're right. You know what I'm saying? Like finding an African ancestor is hard. You know what I'm saying? And Sage, you said yourself that you've helped, but we also got to look at the story of, even if we came our boats, those records may not have been kept after so long. You changed to a Christian name. Again, going back with the religion aspect about it. You change to a Christian name, and now you no longer have practices. You're no longer a part of the ethnic group. Not saying you aren't part of the ethnic group, but race and everything that you used to be. And then, like I said, you're married in, and sometimes even if you were African, you still marrying an African American or black American person that's been there
Hey,
for
but check this out. Let me
generations
speak
before
on
you.
this right quick. on the name change that you were just talking about, right? So my last name is Shields, right? I'm gonna just use this for a quick example. My last name is Shields. When you put my last name in the Hebrew language, it changed to Shiloh. You see where I'm going with this? That's what I mean by the land still named after the people, and that's why they changed the language of your name, so you can't put two and two together.
So I just, and this is not like the burst no bubble, but I studied language, and that doesn't
Right.
make me no better. If you deal with anybody that does transliterations, any linguist on the planet that's worth their PhD, masters, bachelors, associates, however far they are, right? The first thing that they would tell you is you do not transliterate names. So that's how one of the things when you hear people say like, well, his name ain't Jesus, because again, they broke the cardinal rule. You don't transliterate names. So that automatically will tell you it's like it's just misinformation. Right.
You also can't transliterate ethnonyms. People do that too, but you're not supposed to translate ethnonyms.
What
Like a
about that?
Nigerian is a Nigeria in Nigeria. He's a Nigerian in America. He's a Nigerian in whatever language you speak. He's still Nigerian with that specific um sound and frequency that you use when you say Nigerian. You don't
Right.
change names nor ethnonyms.
Right. But see, dealing with the ethnonyms, that's something, a concept that's a little bit later, especially dealing with far after Latin. So even with you, and not to push back, but to just to give the whole context, those people in Africa never called themselves Nigerians or even Yoruba, if I remember correctly, right? So that stuff that came most definitely when the British came into that part, or even when you deal with the origin of the term Niger deals with the Latin and the Greeks. So again, when you have to be careful with those type of things because you're taking something that's invading. It's just with the whole Africanus. So I can show you a freak people in Afra, AFUA, people of Africa that use the term Afra, which means body or flesh, right? But it never was Africa, right? And that's really a combination of two things. Or even the fact that a Roman general conquered North Africa, Carthage or Numidia, right? Cipriano Africanus,
Scipio Africanus.
right?
Yeah, Scipio,
So
Scipio, Scipio
You know what?
Africanus.
I
Yeah.
agree with you, Reed. I would just say this, right? The difference would be in the ethnonym, is it an exonym or autonym, right? So I believe the autonym is one that people name themselves. The exonym is the one that outsiders name them, but they are both ethnonyms, right?
right.
And so most people feel comfortable, prefer to use the autonym opposed to an exonym, because the exonym usually carries connotations that might lead into negativity because it was given usually by outsiders or invaders or ops.
Right. So a
I see what you're saying.
classic
But
example of what
Black
you're saying.
Americans use the exonym.
Hold on, bro. Hold on. I'm gonna go ahead because you just new to the panel
Well,
too. My fault.
but
Go
I
ahead.
mean, he brought up a point of contention that I bring up where Black Americans identify as the exonym.
Okay, and I'm glad that you said that. So you kind of
Go ahead.
you kind of alluded to what I was
Yeah,
gonna say.
go ahead.
So when we deal with that concept, word gymnastics as a whole, right? So let's use more in black, because a lot of people will say that's a exonym or auto. Yeah. Anyway, again, the original inhabitants in Africa, and then every synonym word tying back to that continent, whether it's Niger, Negro, Ethiopian, uh, Kemet, Kemetu, right? And there's other word. I just looked some other words up that would mean black in indigenous tongues in Africa are still going to depict these people as being melanated people, right? So to take that whole concept and say, well, add the semantics to it, nonetheless, these people always, and it falls into that whole, well, you can't say being black is indicative of Africans, but when I can show you multiple words that are used both ways of invaders and the people themselves that were most definitely identifying themselves on top of physical evidence, visual evidence of them saying, no, we are most definitely saying we are people of color, dark hued color, right? Right? The Uzuma'at and Tum Seti the first, when they're showing the four different types of human, right? The Nehesi, the Remich, which is the Nubians and the Egyptians, and then the Adum and the Tamil, which is the Libyans and the Hyksos, I think.
Right.
And they show them not only in different clothes, but they show them in different hues. Right. So then to sit there and say Africans are black is not synonymous with people of African, it's kind of, it's a hell of a conundrum. It's contradictory to what
I
they're
don't think it's
saying.
really that confusing, right? So
You
if we're
didn't land
talking
your
about,
plane the best, but I see where you're going.
I think if you're talking about a description, right, which a description is not necessarily an ethnonym. However, the term black is used as a description, an ethnonym for many different things. I'm not even gonna get on the list, but the point is, even using a description to identify people is something that has happened all throughout the world. It's not, it could be, you could say it's synonymous to an African, but you can also say it's synonymous to anywhere where there's dark skinned people, because the word black actually refers to dark. Or it means something specific, right? So just to use that as an ethnonym, now it's different when you're talking about Black Americans, because that was a actual ethnonym. You're talking about a group of people who were classified, who are recorded in history specifically under that term as their ethnic group or racial class, whatever you want to call it, prior to anyone else having that or utilizing that specifically.
That's
So
not
if you're
true.
gonna, well, all right, we can argue like blackamoors and stuff like that, but I'm
No.
speaking very specifically the term black, right?
Well, hold on. Let me say something that corroborates this, which is scientific evidence, where the predominant gene expression is the ALA111 allele, and that is responsible for the dark skin pigmentation that you would identify as African, but scientifically you wouldn't. That's not an accurate definition of the allele expression. African would be the last way you would describe it or identify it because it's common or predominant in all places around the world. So that ALA111 allele that is the cause of dark skin pigmentation is not exclusive to Africa. And that allele, that testing of the allele corroborates what he just said.
Okay, so if
So
I may,
wait.
hold
It's
on.
like,
Just before I forget it, I'm gonna forget it.
yeah.
Two things I want to say.
Mm-hmm.
The first thing that I'm gonna say is to say that was used here in the Americas before any other place. That's not true. The word KHAM or KAM, right? Like the prefix to Kemet. So a lot of people think Kemet means black soil. And even if you want to say black soil or the black lands, the term Kemetu, which I can go to a Middle Kingdom Egyptian dictionary, and you will see Kemetu, people of the black community. The reason why I always tell people the black community, because you'll see a circle and an X, which is the determinative for community. It's the crossroads, right? But I don't even have to go there. I can also use Sudan, right? Sudan is Arabic, which literally means black people. So again, to sit there and which Sudan was way older than anything over here in America.
Sud means south in Dutch. It doesn't mean
but I'm not
black.
talking about. I'm not talking about.
But see, that goes to
I'm
the
talking
point.
about,
making shit
and
up,
that
though.
goes to
But
no.
now you're
Wait,
making
wait. See,
shit up.
that goes
No,
to
I'm
the
not.
You're
point of
literally
No, I'm not.
making
I will
shit
show
up
it.
in real time.
I will show it. I will show it. I will show it.
Yes,
but read that kind of
Why
goes
the
to
fuck
the
is he
point
making shit
of
up
the
though, nigga? Like,
transliteration.
he's
That's
not making
why
it
I
up.
I talked to some
said
Sudanese
you
people and they
not
say that also.
you can't
who
transliterate a
named Sudan,
ethnonym.
nigga?
So what you're doing is
I said it
using
was Arabic.
transliterations
It's
of the
not Arabic.
description
Yes, it
of
is. Al
black.
Sudan.
For example,
Bro,
right?
no.
Kemet or KMT.
Wait.
This nigga
King,
don't
hold
know
on.
shit,
That was
bro.
a
Like, niggas
term
just be
that was
talking.
used before the word black even
If you disagree,
existed.
that's fine. Just hold on.
So before the word
Okay.
black
So
even existed, KMT or whatever they had in their language existed. That what I'm saying is you don't transliterate ethnonyms nor names, right?
No.
So
so
when you're
so
using
so P game.
descriptions to argue a ethnonym, it don't necessarily work because yes, people might have used words in their language to describe dark skin, but that doesn't make them black people.
Okay. So
So P
I'm gonna
game.
show you.
Wait. So P game. Wait. So on top of this, so, okay. So Ray, I agree with him. But it's kind of like, okay, of course, and we know like Negro lands, and we know that came later on. That was in Africa. So again, we have the term Negro being used for a place in Africa specifically. I know that came later on, so I'm not saying that was the earliest use of that. But he is right in the sense of it is odd that we have plenty, and it's not necessarily transliteration, is these people in these languages, it means black. Simple as that. And for the most part, while I understand the allele aspect, not everybody and I get it, you find these traits in other people, but it still will stand, if not all the time. Because again, you got the Melanesians, you know what I'm saying? You have the Aboriginal Australians. But for the most part, though, throughout history, black has been synonymous with people from the African continent. It's not called the dark continent for no reason. You know what I'm saying? It's not just, just because it's savage in the jungles. It's talking to other people. And that has to be used. And most people with this phenotype, the majority of the time, do have ancestry from this continent.
Don't
You know what I
all
mean?
people in the world have ancestry from that continent
Yeah.
according to the out of
What?
Africa theory?
But
Now I ain't trying to get into the argument of out of Africa.
no, no,
I'm
no,
just
no.
saying if we're
So
gonna
let's
use this logic, right? In
wait.
Africa being the
I
most diverse continent based off of the most diverse
genetic, yeah.
genetically and
But that was
phenotype, right? Wouldn't it be fair to say, just using based off of out of Africa logic, right? That it's the home for all skin complexions. It's the home
so
for
no, no, so
all
so
of it.
so
So everybody to just narrow down people of dark skin, especially in the Americas. Now, I'm not going to argue a transatlantic slave trade. I'm not arguing that.
yeah,
That's
yeah.
not my point. My point is to say
Well,
that to just say that there wasn't dark skinned people in Americas prior to everything the fuck else, like everywhere else in the world. You know what I mean? It's kind of like,
but
okay, you feel me? Like,
no.
why wouldn't it be?
And I definitely get the rest of the world, but if we're talking about the U.S. per se, we're talking about the U.S. or even the Americas in general, though. Look at the genetic makeup, right? All right. And we said this earlier because we've been talking about history and even the out of Africa theory. So again, melanin is an adaptation to protect you against UV radiation. Correct? Everybody agrees with that, right? Everybody. So okay. So
I
UV
do
No, I
believe
most
it was
definitely,
protection.
yeah.
So you,
a
yeah. So it
a
doesn't mess with your
reaction to
DNA.
that. And
That would not be an adaptation that I would need in Alaska. It would not be an adaptation I need in Canada. And if you look at the Native American tribes like the Algonquin or the people that we call the Inuits, so I'm not saying they're not some tannish. I'm not knocking that, but they're not as dark. They don't have as much melanin as people from the dark continent have. And even then, when you look at other Native Americans, like American Indians can be very dark. It can be dark. The Dene, there are people who are Navajo that are dark, but they're also more so in the sun. You know what I'm saying? Southeastern, lower Native American tribes are dark, but again, they're still not as dark as Africans. It would not be, if we had been here, and there's just an argument for it, if we had been here, we would be in more places. There would be more admixture, but our dark skin would be at a disadvantage because it would stop us from getting vitamin D. That's another reason why, you know what I mean? That's why you go to certain climates, England and things of that nature, there's less sun. How do they take in vitamin D most of the time? Through dairy products, as opposed to us. We can go outside and get most of our DNA and, look at the lactose intolerance, and a lot of other people in the world.
Well, is it
So
fair to say
I'm
this, right? Just like over there in Africa on the Eastern Hemisphere, the Western Hemisphere, such as the Americas, have areas that would produce melanin because protection of UV rays, such as
on the equator,
exactly
right?
like such as the southeast of America, southwest of America, Mexico, Central America, certain places. But when you're speaking about places like Canada, right? And I'm from an Algonquin speaking tribe, right? And I'm dark skinned and my ancestors are dark skinned. And I have some light skinned ones too. But either way, right? When we're talking about Canada, people who have been staying up there in Canada, and you're saying they wouldn't need it, I mean, that kind of makes sense of why they might retain that complexion,
So
right?
then
Because they stayed in Canada. But the
the
Algonquin nation, mind you, the Algonquins have spread all throughout Canada and all the way down the East Coast, down to South Carolina. So there's many different people of these tribes with different skin complexions. So when you go like, and
Yeah,
I'll even go a little further. Like, so when you even, and I know a lot of indigenous people bring this up, right? So I'm not going into it too hard. But when people talk about Verrazano, right, and not unlike the Ethiopians, this whole thing, I'm sure many people have heard it, right? But when you talk about those tribes that he was actually talking to, from all the way down to from Narragansett down to like the Bear River Indians down in North Carolina, and he was describing some of them, he was talking about Algonquins.
yeah, some of those definitely were. The Iroquois, I think, are one of the most famous Algonquin speaking tribes of
Yeah,
there.
all
Again, it's
of them
not
was
saying
Algonquin speaking tribe that he was talking to. So,
yeah. But again, if you know that Iroquois would be like the most famous ones of them. I'm not knocking that. But again, it still was like, again, why are we not in the Northwest Pacific? Again, and I'm not saying, I know phenotype is just an expression of genes. I do understand that. But, and I'm not saying you're not dark skinned, by the way. I do believe you. But we definitely can usually what it looks like is like, hey, this is your most recent ancestry, and we can use DNA in that sense. If you have 1% DNA, more than likely that's something from an older ancestor, right? But if you have 60% of a certain person of a certain type of DNA, that could be considered that's your more recent ancestry. You know what I mean? So some of the data doesn't say that, hey, you know what I'm saying? It doesn't go toward the 1%. It goes toward the more, you know what I'm saying, 60%. Because again, with
Hold
admix,
on, no,
you got high risk.
What? Like, come on now.
Ree was playing. Yeah, I was seeing the little white Eskimo dolls. You showing us puppies?
Huh? What you talking about? I don't know what you asking. About
Nah,
point
when
that
you
I'm
was
a
scrolling through the pictures, I was like, well, yo, why
no,
am I looking at little puppy dogs?
no. So really, I stopped at this one, and it is a little bit older, but we can tell the difference in the color. So the question that I was going to ask this, right? Because there's a lot of people that would say, the people that came out of the caves and the mountains, modern Europeans lost their melanin, right? So then, why do these people? It shows you Eskimo. Truly, their name would be the Inuit, right? That's properly naming them. Eskimos derogatory, like saying,
That's their federal designation anyway.
right, okay. But my thing is, why would they need that? We know that anybody by the equator, hold on, we know anybody by the equator has melanin to not burn because you're literally probably closer to the sun, right? You're in a tropical area. You also have more coiled hair, mostly. Well, I'll say like this, especially in Africa. I can't really speak for like South America. I don't understand that whole difference personally, but I know at least in Africa is to be able to block the sun rays from burning up your brain too. That's part of the reason also why you have a more, you know, that wide nose, right? To be able to get cold air to your brain. I don't feel like that's the whole reason, but I feel like that's probably some of the natural selection that happened over time dealing with as people, I won't say evolved, but adapted to their living spaces, right? Because you wouldn't need no wide nostrils in a cold environment. If all you got to do to understand that and to reverse engineer that is to go outside. Let's say you live in Chicago, go outside in February and breathe in after being in all night when it's cold. You're going to get a brain freeze. So it most definitely would prove that people with noses like this, right,
But
would.
Rick, you do know that Inuits are not the same as American Indians,
I
right?
didn't say that. That's
Oh,
that's
okay. My bad. My
you're
bad. My
right.
bad.
All I'm saying is, why would this brother right here retain his melanin? That's what
Oh,
I'm saying.
snow blindness. So with the sun up there, it reflects off the snow a lot of time here, and you can't go
Right.
blind with it. That's why they have shades. So yeah, you still get a lot of you still can get a decent amount, I guess, UV radiation from the reflection.
My other thing that I want to say, and I'm gonna land my plane, is to kind of go back into what I was saying as far as you keep saying KMT, which those are the English letters. It would actually be a piece of charcoal, and I'll show it to you, right? It'll be a piece of charcoal. You see this right here? This is the KH sound, charcoal. This is the M sound. That's the T sound. It's a loaf of bread. That's the determinative that's telling you it's a city. Altogether, it makes Kemet or KMT in the English language, but that is a piece of charcoal. So these people most definitely, that's why I said understanding the language aspects. There is no X, no nim. All of that's really hogwash because these people are clearly telling you what is the color of a piece of charcoal, right? The next thing I say is another way to also to prove this point is they say Asar is the perfect black. When you look at a lot of the different Necharu or what in English we would say is deity or God, even though that's incorrect, right? They're depicted as black. And the reason why is because black was sacred to them, right? It's like a blessing. It's like almost purity, understanding the language and the culture, right? So again, as far as people are trying to add into common lexicon concepts, that's fine and dandy dealing with what we're utilizing now in English, but it doesn't all the way apply to that because again, this is a pictograph language where each one of the symbols is symbolic of something, expressing something, and it's expressing exactly what it's doing. Like the concept of what a determinative is. This is telling you it's exactly the definition of determinative is saying it's exactly this. There's no ifs, ands, and buts about it. It's telling you city, right? So that's where I'm saying where it doesn't apply. We have to be careful with that. It doesn't apply the same way as what we would utilize as two and two in the English language, or how we would utilize black in the English language, because it does have the denotative connotative aspects to go into it. It doesn't have the same way in especially older languages, or especially this, where it's dealing with it's pictographs. It's not just a spoken language, but it's a visual language. And to kind of prove my point, right? Depicted as black. So and everybody just going.
Yeah, cause
I feel
what y'all talking about now? What's the topic?
Sorry
it's
about that.
just regular
Yeah,
conversation,
but
man.
you know,
Man.
blacks over here in
Identity
America.
politics as usual.
Yeah,
And history mixed with it.
yeah.
I'm enjoying the
So
conversation actually.
we're actually doing a different avenue tonight instead of arguing, biting everybody's heads off. Like, this is what it is. Which y'all missed earlier, man. We had premonitions and shit earlier. You know, dream walking.
Y'all leave Cha-Cha alone, man. Y'all leave my sister alone, man. Listen. You gotta meet people where they
I'll get my
at.
dream catcher. I'll get my dream catcher next time, dog.
Oh man.
I was trying to help her out, like, man, please don't go down this path with the soldiers.
She did, but she went fast. She went fast too, big dog.
It's no the thing of
it just
the
don't
thing
even
about it.
go
It's
ahead.
not wrong. It's not wrong. That is the way. Like that is what, and I subscribe to it. But the thing is, see, for in my understanding, it's still science. Like you don't just say, "Oh, I had a premonition and it's true." Like I seen a red bird, and that was my grandmama talking to me, telling me that at 12 noon tomorrow it's gonna be a showdown at OK Corral. Like it don't work like that. It's a real science that oracles had behind this that was used.
I
You know what I'm
don't
saying?
even think her what she was putting together was necessarily wrong. It was just how she was structuring it. Like again, that's why I was like, if you put the dates, like if you was to say, okay, you think they were smuggling some Africans over here to be some soldiers, and you're talking about like 1500s, mid 1600s, sure. But when you're talking about the transatlantic slave trade, and then you put into like concepts of where they was going to, who was buying these people, what they was being used for, and we have records for all of that. It's not really. It don't even fit within the paradigm of wars with the indigenous populations on the East Coast. And again, yes, definitely a lot of those colonizers, settlers did use slaves in some of their wars. And that's why you had a lot of slaves that escaped, that went to these maroon colonies, intermixed with a lot of different other tribes and all types of stuff. Like I can see where she was going with, but when you try to apply it, saying that was the reason that they had a transatlantic slave trade and why they was bringing slaves from Africa here, first of all, it's pointless. Like I don't even think it was that many slaves brought from Africa to the 13 colonies in the first place. So I don't even think it was like that was the move for them. But we're talking about the years between like 1700s to the mid 1800s, because you just gotta have an understanding of what was going on during settler times, colonial times, revolutionary times, all the way up until, you know what I mean, the emancipation. If you understand the history specifically on the East Coast and the expansion westward, then it just don't fit the intent. And if it don't even fit the intent, it's not really worth trying to speculate on it. Because, like, listen, man, there's enough stuff you can speculate on, but, you know, some things is just Harry Potter.
Hey, Ogun, Ogun. Ogun is a mess tonight, y'all. He is a mess.
I am.
Yeah, you a mess tonight, cause you the fact that he would want to be in some dirt is no. I didn't want either.
Wait.
I didn't want either. Talking
Y'all
about
ready to
being a
take
desert.
y'all
No,
ready to
I'm
take
so glad they ain't give
wet
me
and
Fort
cold.
Bliss because I don't nobody want to be in no desert. Do you know they have sandstorms? I wouldn't want to be in something like that. And I wouldn't want to be in Alaska either. Y'all gotta heat y'all engine up as it's sitting there. Else your whole car tear up. But I do like that they houses got heated floors everywhere. And I'm just so glad that I didn't get sent there, because I've literally seen people bust out in tears as they first duty station get listed as Alaska. I mean, crying just when they gave me
Y'all
I was
brothers have
supposed
a
to go to
good night.
Fort
I'm out.
Bliss. I was supposed to go to Fort
All
Bliss
right,
at
be
first.
safe, be safe.
Yeah,
And they
the
switched
bunny.
it. They changed it. They changed it on me. And then slap cross on my paper said Joint Base Lewis McChord. I said, Washington? I'm the only one that's gonna be going to Washington? I told my mama, and you know, Southern mamas, they be funny as hell. My mama said, well, baby, ain't nobody coming up there to see you. You might as well not even be in the map no more. You all the way up there in the corner. You don't even exist. You on an island on yourself. You're not even on the map. Ain't nobody coming all the way up there to see you.
Lord have mercy. Look, that's
And
all
he
right.
all the
I got
way
my
in
mama on to come up there
Alaska.
like one time.
Man,
Yeah,
they had to do
that's a no-go.
PT in their little snowshoes and walk in the snow. Can you imagine jumping out of
Done.
a plane in the cold?
Nope.
I
It's
can't
no way
imagine jumping out
possible.
of plane. I can't get over that
My
one,
dad
but
did it. My dad did.
Man, you
That
fall
was
out of the
it.
plane. You
salute
don't
to
even
him.
jump. You just walk out. You just walk off the plane. You don't even jump. You don't even jump.
That's
Trust me.
it.
You
There's
you
no
couldn't
skills in
push
this
me
shit,
out
bro.
of
There's no
plane.
skills.
You
There's no skills.
couldn't
You just
push
walk
me.
off.
You couldn't push
No,
me
it's
out of
like a
plane.
cigarette going out of the
Oh,
window on the highway. Like, it's gonna take you out anywhere. You're gonna go out.
I'm
Yeah.
trying
they
to
can
tell
get
you,
you. They can
you
get you.
couldn't.
Yeah,
No, bro, I'm telling
they
you.
tried to force me to go, and I knew when you said Alaska, your behind was airborne. They tried the hardest to get me to go
Yep.
airborne when I was at Fort Leonard Wood, and I said no. The drill sergeant said step to the left. Ooh, I was so mad. But because they were so
That's what.
filled up doing airborne to send you over there, because that's what caused a lot of us to end up being holdovers anyway. But that's not my reason. Mine was because my wife at the time didn't do the goddamn paperwork correctly, and so I had to stay with them. So it was over 30 people trying to get over there to Georgia to go to airborne school. They a lot of people couldn't go. And I was so glad that my ass did not have to go, because the ones who graduated, not only did their orders change, majority of them went to Alaska. They went to some went to Fort Benning, some went to oh, it's slipping my mind.
Yeah, but Sip, I was 10 years in at that time. I didn't care. I was ready to get out. So I wasn't gonna do nothing up there anyway but be on profile.
You never
So I
broke
really
a
didn't
leg?
care.
Wait. First of all, how are your knees? That's what I want to ask.
Yeah,
How
I
are your
just
knees,
asked
my
you,
Oh
so you
friend?
never
yeah.
broke a
Hey
leg?
bro, I got on profile, so I stopped jumping 8 years in anyway. So when they sent me to Alaska, I wasn't finna get on no plane and jump out of nothing. I was gonna go to an appointment as soon as they put my name on the manifest. Yeah.
Yeah, because
But
y'all
yeah, the reason
legs
I
are
brought it
stinking
up was
bad.
because I seen the native tribes up there and they white as hell. Like,
Some
Yeah,
yeah,
of
they
them
had
they're
little
like
do
bitty
super
look
white.
like,
Eastern,
yeah.
they had little bitty eyes.
Yeah, so I
That
interacted with
also
some of the
that
tribal
helps
people
though.
there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's gotta. I can't imagine what y'all did, man. I feel like alcohol would have been a blessing. Like I can
And
understand.
that's all
Like
we did was
I went up
drink
there.
and get divorced. Yeah.
Yeah. Like, like I went up there, like I went up there to work with the Canadian military in like the Northwest Territories. So not in Alaska, but close enough, man.
It's
And I was
close
like,
enough.
man, I wouldn't do anything out here.
But
Yeah,
I was in
bruh.
Wainwright for
There's
1
nothing
year.
out there
It got
but
to
wood.
negative 60. It got to negative 60. That's what I had to get out of there. I had to go back to
-60.
that. I swear to
That's
God.
That's
wild.
outer space.
I swear to God.
That's
Like
outer space.
it
right there.
burned. It burns when you touch stuff. Like it burned. Yeah. And those tribal
No, man.
Alaskans just live
That's
outside. They just live outside in that shit. I don't know how
that's
they do
freezer
it.
burn. That's freezer
Yeah.
burn right there. I can't deal with it. I can't deal with it. I'm not made for that. I'm from Mississippi. I can't do it. I can't do it.
I'm from Florida, but we ain't have no choice,
Texas be
homie.
bad. I know. I feel you. I feel you, man. But damn, Texas bad enough because it's dry as hell. You know what I'm saying? So you get out there, you breathe. It's like, damn, man, what a moisture. You know what I'm saying? Benning
What
is
part of
beautiful.
These
What part of
niggas really
Texas?
building
What
What
part
part
of
of
igloos.
hold on?
Mississippi
They
you
really.
from?
No, what part of Texas you been in? Because it's humid, bro. The whole Gulf is humid. If you in the Gulf
And
of
not compared to
Mexico,
Mississippi.
What
San
part of
bro,
Antonio.
Mississippi you from?
Not compared to Mississippi. I grew up in DeSoto County. I grew up north.
You
bro,
gotta tell me like what county that is. Whatever city,
I said
county.
DeSoto County.
Oh, DeSoto. Oh,
City.
okay.
Yeah, he part of the
Yeah.
little Delta
Yeah, I
area up
grew up in
there.
DeSoto.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, I don't too much know
Yeah. I
nothing
went
about
to.
that.
Yeah, well,
I think
I wasn't too far from Clarksdale. I wasn't too
Cakes
far from
down
Clarksdale. I wasn't
is
too far from Clarksdale growing up.
Central Panic area, and I'm on the Gulf.
Yeah.
Yeah, we
Yeah.
from Meridian, like where we right next to
Near
Jackson.
Alabama.
We from the country. Yeah.
Yeah,
I know.
I'm in
Yeah, I know where you
Mississippi
at.
now though. I'm in Brandon. My sister in Meridian.
What you doing at Brandon for?
That's where I live at, girl. I mean, dude.
I get it.
That's some
That's where I
country
live at.
ass.
I stay in Brandon. That's where I live at. I stay in Brandon. I moved from Meridian to Brandon.
Huh.
Hey,
Okay.
what you mean like that, man? What you saying? For, man? I told
Nah, I
you.
mean,
You get.
What?
Mississippi still got land out there. You know what I'm saying?
no,
What wrong with
Y'all
Brandon,
lucky though, cause
Big Silk?
I ain't say nothing wrong with Brandon.
Oh, yep. I
I
stay
just
in
He
think,
didn't say it. He didn't
I
say
stay
it.
in
He didn't say
Rankin
it, but he
County.
paused though.
I just think,
Rankin.
ooh,
Oh, hey. You see what he did? You see what he did?
What?
nah, y'all got that jail over there.
Somebody, and Pearl.
Yep, Pearl. Ooh, I ain't been a Pearl forever. Ooh, my
Mississippi
God.
jails is bad. They
It
bad. They
is.
bad.
It
They
is.
bad.
It is.
That's just
So
southern.
many
That's
people
southern
been
jails in
dying in
general,
there
man.
I was
lately.
just about to say that they
Unalive,
burying
my
them
bad.
boys. They burying them boys like in outside and making people buy they folks bodies back.
Wait, huh?
Oh, I don't know nothing. Now that
I don't know nothing
no, I
about
ain't
So
heard
that.
that
I seen
part.
something about the news in Jackson where they was making people like have to buy
That,
the bodies back or something like that. It was on the news. I seen it. That was like a year or two ago.
I mean, they definitely found. I remember Jackson was a couple years
Yeah,
ago.
they
They definitely
found bodies in
found.
the
They
back of
definitely
the
found those.
police. Yeah, they
Yeah,
did
yeah,
find bodies in the
yeah,
back
yeah,
of
yeah, yeah.
in Jackson in the back of
And
the what's the
we already
name?
knew that.
But I don't know about them buying the bodies back though.
I mean, but they
Yeah,
been
but
doing
you know
that.
what?
That's why we always tell people that's
We
coming from
always knew.
different regions, especially from up north, don't be riding through areas thinking that, because you got mouth and you can fight, that you won't be gone because you
It
by
ain't where you
yourself.
from, is where
And
you
they
at.
always catch you by yourself, and
Yep.
you will go missing, and they'll either throw you over that river, cut you up, and throw you out there in the woods. They will place you in a place that you'll never be
Never
found.
be
I'm just
found.
saying.
But that Mississippi River ain't playing. And look, first of all, if there's a piece of you still love, them alligators and catfish, they're gonna take you out. Alligator
Yeah,
guard.
you
I mean,
gone.
that's just with anybody though. Like that ain't. I mean, that's with anybody here. Like it's default. They just don't got ridiculous, especially the YNs.
Well, see,
Because
what you gotta look
they
at though,
lie.
you know what I'm saying? It's still most of, because you gotta remember, Mississippi still has the highest percentage of black people per, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's not the most black people, but the highest percentage of black people like in that state. Like, what do we say? Like 40,
For
45%?
African Americans, we are number one.
No, it's us.
Yeah.
It's Texas,
Yes.
bro. It's
No.
Texas.
No.
We're talking
I'm
per
Y'all have
saying
more.
capita
No,
though.
y'all have more.
For
Y'all have more
African
black people, but
Americans,
we have
solely
more
African American,
percentage.
Mississippi is number one.
You get what I'm
But
saying?
Yes.
overall,
And
Hold
then
on,
if you
bro.
Texas,
include everybody
majority of
black,
people that
it
stay in
would be
Texas come
Texas.
from motherfucking Mississippi.
That's
No.
true.
Hell
What
nah.
you're saying about Texas? Wait. What you're saying about Texas is true, but it's different. When we say percentage, we're talking about comparatively speaking to YT people. There, black people hold a significant amount. You can say that maybe there are more black people in Texas, but we still, from in the state, we're still like almost neck and neck with YT people. It's basically what I'm saying. I say higher percentage. You get what I'm saying?
But they had broke it down, Ogun, because when they include everybody black, whether it's from the Caribbean or the continent or whatever, Texas would be number one. And the one who would
Yeah.
kind of outdo them would be the DC area. But
Yeah, I
for
think
us,
it
for
is.
African American people, it is Mississippi. That's a fact. Yeah, I mean, y'all can go find and look it up, research it if you want to. But that's what it tell you.
I'll figure that because look, first of all, it ain't a lot of black immigrants that are in Mississippi. I've met a couple, but
Oh, you
not
talking
a
about
lot.
Africans? I ain't talking about Africans. I'm talking about African Americans, black
Then y'all
folks,
wouldn't be number
Texas.
one.
We talking
Y'all
about African
wouldn't be
American.
number one. Wouldn't be
Watch, I'm gonna
Texas.
show you. I showed it to Pumpkin already on her live
Texas
last
got hella
night.
Nigerians too.
No, like y'all wouldn't for
Yeah.
African American people. Y'all would not.
He's saying not for African American, but not for like black people, like the different diversity, like Jamaican, Korean, stuff like that. But with
Yeah,
just African Americans, Mississippi is number one.
exactly.
Okay. I'm finna pull it up. I'm finna
I
pull
mean,
it
you're gonna
up.
get your feelings hurt because they
Hey,
include everybody under
We gonna
African
see.
American, but
no, that's
you
fact. I
you
love saying
can't.
all the time when people
I'm
ask
gonna
me
have
where
to
I'm
get that
from.
source. I'm gonna have to message Dr. John and get that source because you about to
No,
pick up something
facts.
foolish.
No, I'm not.
Do that, but I love
No, I'm
saying
not.
like everybody be like, where you from? You from Mississippi? I be like, till I'm
Yeah,
the most African American out here because you know what I'm saying. I love
and you know
saying that
what,
shit.
Ogun? We number one in black home ownership and land. We number
Yep.
one. Surely.
I think I had this
And
girl. It was one girl on here one time talking about, I bet you don't own no land. Da, 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 da. I had to pull my camera off
shit.
and show
Oh,
my
you talk
shit.
about
And
that little girl that wouldn't
Shit.
shut her mouth.
yeah, you remember I had to take out my camera and show my
That lied and
land.
said that her people from Mississippi while talking about our
Yeah.
accent at the same time. Mm.
Y'all got the largest
Come
percentage.
on,
Y'all got the largest
I
percentage.
said
We
that, yeah.
just told you
We
that.
just said that.
Okay, but we got the most, man. Y'all got the
Cause it
largest
include
percentage.
everybody black. See, this is why.
Wow, bro.
Well,
So how?
okay. So basically
You
saying that you
go
got
ahead and have it.
1,001.
Nah,
You
I'm
got
gonna let him have it. You can just go ahead and
no,
have
no,
it.
no, no.
Yeah, y'all number one. Just have it. Go
We're
ahead and
all
have it.
right. We're all right. Is what I'm trying to say. We're all right,
That's what I'm
but
saying. It
it's still
depends on
different.
how
Like,
you looking at it.
yeah, fair
But
enough. Yeah, fair enough.
why y'all
I got you.
comparing y'all with white people? We just talking about how many black
We
people.
ain't talking about
Period.
no white folks.
You
We
ain't
don't
talking
gotta
about no
we don't
white
gotta
team. We
compare.
No, no,
said
no.
African
It's no,
America.
no.
African.
It's saying that we have a large
Talking
percentage
about
of the
that.
state. That's really what it's saying. We have a large percentage of the state as far as the ethnic group, and as a minority ethnic group itself, that's a very important deal.
Right,
That
y'all
we
got
still
more
have.
people versus other ethnic groups. We just got a large ass amount of black Americans
We just
or
said
black
that,
people.
bro.
We
Yeah,
said
facts. But where
You
y'all
just
most?
proved
But
what
where
we
y'all mostly
said.
concentrate? Yeah.
All I
But where y'all most concentrated
well, you said what?
I mean, you just
It's
Crazy as
either
proved
shit.
what
Dallas.
we had
It's either
already
Dallas or
told you.
Houston. It's either Dallas or Houston. Well, all
Dallas,
I ever
Houston,
said,
yeah.
my original statement only was that Texas has the most black people or African
Yeah.
Americans. That's my
We
Yeah,
were
statement.
by
all
So
right.
I don't
Yeah,
know
population.
yeah.
where
If I
y'all
was
went
right, we
besides
agreed.
that.
Yeah.
That's what I said. You know what I'm
well, you
saying? That's
Like I
all I
had.
said,
said.
we all right at the same time. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
We all
you
right.
know, it is what it
Mississippi got
is.
better culture though, I think.
Ooh, don't put us up now. Don't put us
No, I'm
up
just saying because
now.
Texas is like an
Now you
amalgamation of a
placing us
bunch
to
of
have
blacks
to
that moved
defend
there.
ourselves.
I
Look what you
mean,
did.
I
You done
mess with
threw a
Mississippi.
bone in there.
hold on. I
No,
mean,
this between
you
Texas
can
and
say
Florida, because
that.
he's from Florida. No,
No,
Mississippi
no,
ain't
no,
in
no.
this.
I can't. Listen. I ain't even finna. I can't really even trick because my great granddaddy and grandmother on my uh father's side is well, she's my great grandmother's from Memphis, but my great grandfather on my father's side is from Mississippi. So I can't even really trick. I was born in Texas. You know what I'm saying? But I
Yeah.
can't
Oh,
be
you got
mad
that. Oh,
at.
you
I
got that
can't be
nine
mad. I can't be mad at
out of
Mississippi.
one.
I just
Yeah.
know. You know, shit, don't mess with Texas at the same time. You can't mess with Texas, man. They tell you,
Nah,
we got a
but
Hey,
sign to
Listen,
tell you.
you know
where
We
what?
you
got a
We
from?
sign.
don't
The
even
sign tell
we
you on
don't even think
I-10 and
about
say, don't mess with Texas, man.
we,
They tell
we
you.
don't think about Texas too much, but y'all can have whatever.
I
I,
man,
mean,
I
they
will
feed
I
we
you
can
will
have
I
it
will
because
I
we
we
will
got
say
it.
love
We can
no, you
have it
know
because
we
what?
we
love
got
East
it. You know what I'm
Alabama,
Uggo,
saying?
let me
man.
tell you,
We
Mississippi, we so graceful. Let me tell you how amazing we is and
Oh,
how
here we go.
considerate we are. We consider
Oh
other
man.
people's feelings. But for the last 3 years, for the World National Barbecue Wars, guess who been number
Well, you don't even want to
one?
go
The
there. Don't
great
even
state
do
of
that.
Mississippi.
Don't do
Big
that.
oh
Sip.
no,
And
no,
Don't do
we
that,
gonna win
bro.
that.
drop
We
the
gonna
link.
win
I
that one by a
Don't
know I'm
do
gonna
lot.
drop
that.
the
Don't
link.
even do
I'm
that,
gonna
bro.
drop the link.
Wait.
I'm gonna
Oh
drop.
Wait. Yeah,
man.
Have
yeah.
in
Don't even
Mississippi
do
have the
all
most
that, bro.
southern good food
Hey,
as
hey,
well.
hey, hey. Them niggas got brisket. Look, I love Texas. Texas
Listen,
was
I'm
fun,
yeah,
trying to
but
Texas
tell
is
you, do
dry.
y'all
but
don't even
brisket
fuck with a brisket like
brisket don't
that,
beat them
man?
pork ribs. Brisket don't beat them pork ribs, big dog. I'm
Pork,
sorry, man. We out here.
You still eating the
Pork
swine?
cleaner than chicken. Pork
We
cleaner
can do
than chicken.
beef. We can do
A lot
I
of
beef.
people
don't
don't know
listen.
that pork cleaner
I'm
than
gonna
chicken.
do real with you. I don't eat no kind of meat, bro. So I'm a weird Texan. I'm a
You a
weird Texan.
vegan?
Yeah, I'm
You don't
In
plant
eat
based.
meat?
Texas?
Oh, I'm a
Wait. In
yeah,
Texas?
I don't
yeah.
know. You been
It's
around them
tough.
You
Mexicans
eat
too
fish?
long.
Hey, first off, bro, leave my Mexican
You
people
know what?
alone, bro.
Y'all soul food is Tex-Mex. What the hell is that?
Do
No,
you
that's
eat
not. You can't.
fish?
Don't do that. No, I don't eat no meat. I eat
You
fruits
don't
and
you don't eat
vegetables.
no type of fish.
I don't eat no flesh unless it's of a fruit
Oh
or a
man.
vegetable.
What
No
Somebody
fish.
said
dig that?
that y'all southern food is Tex-Mex.
Cakes.
Why do
She gonna
y'all
keep
have
asking me.
Tex-Mex? What is that?
No,
What is it?
hold on. Hey, you married? Cakes, you married, right? I'm asking. I
Mm,
gotta ask you that question first because I got an
N-
answer for you, but
Nah,
I
I'm not.
can't.
I'm not married.
Oh yeah, I eat. There's a type of fish I do eat. You know what I'm
Oh,
saying?
Oh boy,
okay.
that boy. I knew he was
Man,
about to say. I knew he was
It
about to
is
say
it
it.
is
I
a
knew he
type.
was about
She
to
kept
say that.
asking me like I don't know what else she keep asking me for.
See,
Like you know what I'm saying? Like no, there's a type of fish I eat, but
oh, that
I
boy
don't
out there.
digest it. You know what I'm saying? But yeah,
But you definitely put on the plate. I got you, big homie. Oh
yeah.
man, but Tex-Mex, I think a Tex-Mex was don't get me wrong,
I
it's
thought it
good,
was
man.
tacos and beans.
So
I mean,
Tex-Mex is mainly here in. I mean, it's kind of everywhere in Texas, but here in San Antonio is really big. But when you go to like Houston or Dallas or even Killeen, yeah, you know, it's niggas there.
Wait, where you at?
Grand.
San
Colleen,
Antonio?
but you was in the
Yeah, I'm in
military?
San Antonio.
Oh,
Man,
You
San
said what?
Antonio. Now, I lived there for a year. I
wait,
couldn't stand San
you a
Antonio.
Lackland, you a Fort Sam Houston.
My dad was at Lackland. He went from Carson,
Okay,
which is
good.
so I was born in North Texas, Denton. My mama's from McKinney, Texas, and that's still North Texas. My daddy ain't even from Texas though.
Yeah, I feel you.
But when
Yeah,
they
San
shut down,
Antonio. That food terrible.
yeah, yeah,
What
he
would
got
you
damn.
say?
after Desert
Dang.
Storm, he got stationed here in San Antonio.
So you just
No,
been in Texas your
uh,
whole life?
No, actually, I lived in Milwaukee from like '07
Oh
to
hell no! It get
2020.
worse.
damn. Damn.
And you know what? Everyone be on my ass because I say worse, man. But I'm glad I finally found someone else to say that too. You know what I'm saying? Because
No, worse, man. No, no, worse.
it expresses when
Hey,
it's really
that's how
effed
you do
up.
it.
You know what I'm saying? It's really effed up,
Terrible,
so it's
terrible as
worse.
hell.
Wait, people
Terrible as
Yeah,
hell.
said
It's
something
worse.
about you because you said worse.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Believe it or not, yeah,
We
Hit
say
him in the
worse
neck,
all the
man.
time. It's worse.
yeah.
It's worse than worse.
Yeah, that's why that's what I'm
Exactly.
saying. When you
Exactly.
trying to say the like the most above and beyond, it's worse. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, yeah.
Man,
But anyway,
boy,
yeah,
being
I
black and
ain't
cold,
only
boy, just
been
hurt
here.
my soul. Being black and
Man, listen, I mess with the
being black and
Midwest,
cold
man.
just bothered my soul, man.
You like the
I don't like the
Midwest? I
cold.
don't know about all that.
Yeah, I like the Midwest, bro. The Chicago be cracking. cracking. Memphis, Memphis decent. Indiana be cracking.
Stop that.
Wait,
Stop
Milwaukee,
Memphis not the
that. Stop
Midwest,
that.
they for the South.
bro, that's
Right. I
damn
was just
near.
gonna say that.
Hey, if you ask them, they gonna tell you
It's the
it's
South,
kind of
bro.
mixed. They gonna tell you it's kind of mixed. I'm
Yeah,
just telling
because
you,
all them
people
goddamn
there.
people from goddamn St. Louis be trying to go up over there, but they
Okay,
ain't
Yep.
from
but
there.
okay, from Milwaukee to Memphis is 9 hours driving, bro. I can't even get out of Texas in 9 hours. You see what I'm
Cause
saying?
y'all big as hell.
We is. But I'm just saying everything in the Midwest close, so bro,
And
it's
they
like you might as
overcrowded.
well.
That's why they probably when shit be going out all the time.
What you talking about? Hey,
Who?
see, you gonna
Who?
stop
What?
it. Listen, y'all got about y'all got about 3 light poles, man. Y'all got about 3 light
They
poles.
be having
I got
power
hell
outages.
no,
That
y'all got
motherfucker.
about
That's
3
why I
light
wouldn't stay
poles.
there.
Y'all got like 2.5 sheriffs and shit, man.
Ooh, they
Y'all
be
got.
having so many
Oh, you right? Oh,
blackouts. I don't like
I
hey,
know
that.
y'all ain't talking.
hey,
Do
hey,
y'all
They
even
they
got?
living on
Do y'all?
top of
don't
each
laugh.
Hold
other.
on. Do y'all
Hey,
even have?
On
Do
borrowed
y'all even
time.
have sidewalks in Mississippi, man? Stop it.
Huh?
What?
don't
Do y'all
Hell
even
yeah,
have
we got
sidewalks?
wait,
Y'all ain't got
sidewalks.
no
time out,
motherfucking
time out.
sidewalks, man.
Yes, the hell we
Most
do.
of Texas desert, big homie. Most of
No,
Texas
don't do
desert,
that.
big
That's
homie. You
West
not about
Texas.
out here.
That's West
Nah.
Texas.
It don't
Don't do
matter. It's
that. That's
Texas.
West
It's
Texas.
Texas.
Okay, so
You know
that
what I'm
don't
saying?
count. That's
And y'all,
damn New
man,
Mexico.
it
But when you
does
go to
count.
Dallas,
It's Texas. You
listen, we got 3 of the biggest cities in the country.
2 cities.
Yo,
No, 3.
Ogun.
San
Yeah, you do.
Antonio is
I don't
San
knock that.
Antonio is 7th.
So Ogun.
Yeah.
They
What's
got
up?
a Cali and New York problem. They have enough issues. Let's leave them.
Listen, bro. Listen.
No.
Yeah.
But look, he came from Mississippi, but most of Texas just dry and dusty. You know
The
what I'm
Bro,
saying?
the
I
Then,
New
know you
York
ain't
is
you know
talking
what
with
I'm
them
saying?
dusty,
dusty ass
y'all.
roads y'all got out there. Man, I got a cousin in
Dusty
Man, what you
Gulfport,
roads.
bro. I got a cousin
Dusty
out there.
Road,
Them
bro. What are
dusty
you
ass
talking
roads y'all
about?
got.
Yo.
Stop it.
Have
Dusty
you
roads
Y'all
ever
ain't
been
got
gonna
to
cut what you gonna
swamps.
Mississippi?
do.
Y'all got swamps and dirt roads,
We do
man.
not
What's
have
wrong
no
with our
Shit.
motherfucking
swamp?
swamp.
And y'all got like 2.5 light poles out there, man. You can't see shit,
No,
2.5.
man.
don't get mad because
Well,
y'all be having blackouts and y'all stay on
Man, we
top of
got
each other.
listen, y'all
Oh,
don't
Y'all
have
live on top of
remember,
each
all
other.
yo, Case,
listen,
remember
all
when
y'all have
Texas
is
had froze
blackouts. You
and
can
they pipes started bursting in their house and shit because they got so cold
Yes.
over there?
y'all still
Our
got
Yes.
outhouses.
infrastructure
Stop it.
actually really
Y'all still got
bad. Y'all
outhouses, man. Don't
infrastructure
do
they
that.
got
bad.
water out there.
Y'all
They got water out there.
Y'all don't even have whole bathrooms and shit. Y'all don't even have whole bathrooms talking about us, man. I ain't trying to hear that shit.
I know, man.
Watering
Look, man.
wells and shit.
Yo,
Y'all got the
Case, they
love
watering
came with the
wells.
hurricanes and them hurricanes came to Texas and
Man,
tore their ass up. Where y'all
everybody got
infrastructure?
farms out there and
Hold
shit.
on,
Y'all ain't
Reed.
got
I
no
got a real
buildings out there.
question. Reed, I got a
You ain't
real
got no
That's
question.
another
buildings.
but I used
Reed,
to stay in
Reed,
Texas though. I
I,
used to stay in Houston, Texas, and when we had that my auntie, I was staying with my aunt. I went to school there and everything, and it was just took that one time when that bad storm came through that I came out here back to Mississippi.
yo, Reed, I got
Man,
a question for y'all. It's a real question. How is y'all infrastructure so tore up? Y'all got all the Mexicans. What's going on?
bro.
Oh my
I
God.
listen, you think he getting off and shit, bro. Listen.
No, it ain't about getting off. Y'all need to put them
How
to work
y'all
because why
how
is it
y'all
like that?
first off, listen, bro, don't do Texas, bro. You know what I'm saying? Don't do Texas
Oh
like that.
man.
Y'all trying to
This is
Especially
deport them,
beautiful.
use
This is
them to build up
especially
that infrastructure.
especially when
this is beautiful out here,
your
man.
whole county use the same damn tractor and shit, man. Stop it, man. I ain't trying to hear that shit.
Oh my God.
The whole tractor, bro.
The whole county. The whole
Have
county
you
use
ever
the
been to
same tractor.
Mississippi? Have you ever been to
I told you
Mississippi?
my cousin stay in Gulfport. You know what I'm saying?
Gulfport.
Oh
I know
man.
Hold
they ain't
on.
got
Now
I
you
know they
lying.
got
Because if
half a
you say
light pole out
Gulfport,
there.
now
Cause
you
if you
lying.
stayed in Gulfport, then
Gulfport
you ain't
don't
gonna
look
even
like
see
Gulfport
that.
that.
is listen,
Gulfport don't look like that.
Gulfport ain't as big as Killeen,
It's
Texas.
not
And
Gulfport. It's
Killeen,
It's
Gulfport.
however it
Gulfport.
is, I ain't from
He
Mississippi.
said golf.
It's the golf, man. We say
He okay.
golf.
He okay, but
He
he
added an
protecting
We
his
O
say
to
understand,
it. He
golf,
man.
threw out
bro.
the U and put an O
We
up
don't
in
We
there.
say
understand.
No,
yeah.
your
We
parents
say
done
golf,
lied to
man.
you. No, you listen. Gulfport don't look nothing
Golf.
like
You
that.
say it again?
That's where you go to the. That's where you go to. That's where
Go.
you go
Go
to.
for it.
Go to the boat.
Go.
That's the casino.
Like the
So
Gulf of Mexico, like
ain't
the
no
Gulf of
damn
Oh,
Mexico.
traffic over
Go
so
there.
for it.
hold on, but I think that ferry do started like East Texas. There's like ferries to be in like Beaumont and all that shit to go through them little ferry
Yeah,
gambling boats and shit like that.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Yeah,
No,
be doing,
we
yeah, be
when I
doing that,
say the
man.
boat,
You
I
know,
don't mean catching a real boat. It's the casino.
No, that's what I just said, bro. Yeah, but
So
we
y'all,
actually
so
have
y'all kids will be
casinos. We don't
floating in
have
the
to get in
water
a
and they
boat.
be going from place to
We got
place.
real casinos in Texas.
Oh no,
Eagle
y'all
Pass.
got
Y'all don't even
we
have
got
casinos. Y'all
no,
be on the
we
side of
no.
y'all be on the side of
Boy,
the
you a damn
backyard.
lie. We got so many
They
casinos.
How
call
many
us
Matter
the
of
casinos
little
fact,
y'all
Vegas
hold
got,
of the
bro?
on,
South.
hold on.
They call us the
Matter of
little
fact,
Vegas
let
of
me
the
tell you
South, not
something.
y'all.
Matter of
How
fact,
many how many
we got two of them in Philadelphia where all the fucking Indians at.
okay,
Nothing but
Yep.
Indians.
The
okay,
real
y'all got
ones, the
Indians?
real
Okay,
ones.
but
Real
check this.
Indians.
Mississippi got way better
Okay,
casinos than
that's
Texas, and I
cool.
gamble, so I know
Man,
that.
stop it. Stop it.
Thank you,
But
Mississippi
thank
anyway,
you.
casinos
how
is
many
like
how
a
You
many
know they
Texas
call us
how
casino.
the little
many
Vegas of the
y'all don't have
South.
no
Live
real
jelly.
hold on, bro. Y'all don't even have a Piggly Wiggly and all that shit out there,
We
We
do
do
man.
got a
have a
Piggly
fucking
Y'all
Wiggly.
don't
Piggly
got no
No, we
Wiggly.
damn
got Piggly
Piggly
Wiggly, big
Wiggly,
homie.
man.
Yes,
Don't
we
do that.
do.
Y'all do
Don't do
not
that.
have one,
We
man.
still got
Yes,
Piggly
we
Wiggly.
do.
Y'all
Look it up.
y'all
Okay,
got
look
y'all
it up
We,
in
got y'all
we
said
we
Jackson,
still
no,
got Piggly
man.
Mississippi.
Wiggly.
Right
Y'all
now,
probably
go to
got
your
like
Even
a
phone and
y'all
put in
Homeboy
probably
have a
got
Jackson,
like
Piggly
Mississippi,
Wiggly.
man, you
Piggly
ain't
Wiggly.
Jackson, you in Meridian. What you talking about?
No, I'm
You ain't
not.
got
I'm
no
in
Piggly
Brandon,
Wiggly.
which is
We got Piggly Wigglies
Jackson, the
everywhere.
state of
Man, y'all ain't
Jackson.
got none, man.
Hey man, I
Look
know
it
Y'all
up.
y'all.
have
My
Look
y'all
it
sister
up,
still
man.
is
Look
in
it up, man. We
Meridian.
got.
I'm
I
in
promise
I'm
you,
in
hey
We
Brandon.
all about
we
my
got Piggly
Texas,
Wiggly.
man.
hey man, y'all
We
still
have
got
Piggly
Annie.
Yeah, we got
Wiggly.
that
We
Piggly
have
Y'all
Wiggly.
still
Kroger's.
got
We have
y'all
all
still
that.
man, we don't even use Kroger no more. We got HEB, man. We got
Well,
HEB,
our
man.
own line. We got our own line. You know what I'm
well,
Straight
saying?
good
from
for
the
y'all.
straight from the
Shit.
goddamn farm to us, man.
You said
Listen,
y'all
that's
Man,
all
where
y'all got.
HEB?
That's
boy,
all
sit up
y'all
here
got
talking
is
about we
farm.
ain't got no doggone Piggly Wiggly.
Y'all ain't got no damn Piggly
Somebody
Wiggly.
got.
Y'all got
Hey,
one
We
somebody
gas
got
got
to feed y'all
Piggly
station.
dry.
Wigglies
Hey, somebody
everywhere.
got to feed
I'm
y'all
Y'all
dry
surprised that
got
apples.
y'all got Piggly Wigglies
one.
in
Y'all
And
got
y'all
one
Louisiana.
and
gas.
y'all
Y'all
got
got one. No
three gas stations. They stacked on
shit.
top of
What
each
you
Hey, hey,
other.
mean? We got plenty of oil in
hey,
Three
the best
Texas.
gas
thing out of
stations.
Texas is
You better
Bucky's.
stop it. We got the
Y'all got
bushes
Bucky's.
here,
That's it,
man.
right?
We got plenty of oil in Texas. What you mean? Man, stop
Every
it,
time
man.
Y'all
We
we
do.
get
got the
Hey,
something
hey,
on the
they
bushes
right.
down
highway,
here,
Hey, they
man.
right.
we got both
They are
oils,
right
man.
about the oil.
You
We
can't even
got
They
play
both
with
based
us
like
about
oils,
that.
the
man.
middle. They
Listen,
based like the
listen. When
Middle East.
everybody else, when the recession hit, you know, one of the states that was self-sustainable that we didn't need no bailout, Texas. You know what I'm
Texas,
saying? We
man.
didn't need no bailout
Yep.
while
Cause
y'all was
hey,
putting all y'all
y'all right.
South
Y'all
cornfields
Texas
right
and
about that.
motherfucker
Y'all got
damn
some.
near our
and
state.
all that
Y'all got
shit.
them
Y'all had
oil
y'all
tycoon. Y'all
hand
got them
out,
oil
man. Love
tycoons.
it, man. Yeah, we get money
Hey,
in
hey,
Texas, man.
but during COVID, wait. But during COVID, we had our own food though, so we
Hey,
didn't get sick like y'all did either.
do y'all got
You know
your
what I'm
own
saying?
NASA? Do y'all
Man,
got
y'all want to
NASA?
hear
Yeah,
something
yeah. Hold
funny?
on. Okay, so I say this. Yes, we got NASA right down there. If you go to Bay St. Louis and all that, that's where they
Man.
Yep.
do a lot of the testing and whatnot. Cause we is #1 for that. We got RR2. That's why I be spilling over all the goddamn time. Listen, y'all ain't bit
Why
more
y'all
better than that.
why y'all don't have
Man, we big
sidewalks
dick
then?
Texas,
What
man.
you
You
mean? We
tripping.
This
I'm
first of
boy.
trying to
all,
tell you,
first of
man.
all, first of all, Reed,
I'm trying to tell you, hey,
we
get them.
so fancy. We
Hey,
so fancy that we ride golf carts through the street because we can, because
So
it's
do.
legal. Nigga, we
y'all know
riding
because y'all don't
horses down
have
the
enough
street. Is
money
you
for cars
serious?
and street lights. That's
Man,
why, man. Y'all ain't got no damn
Hey
street lights,
But
man,
man.
hey
anyway,
man,
y'all
They
listen.
had
Let me
I
to,
tell
can go
y'all
get a
something funny
horse
right
and
quick.
ride that motherfucker down the median right now.
man. But we ain't got to. You
Let
know
me
what I'm
tell y'all
saying?
something funny right quick. So boom, on my
What's up?
phone, it just picked up that somebody was in my damn driveway. So I went back and looked at my camera. Man, guess what it is? Some damn
What?
rain. It's
What?
raining like a motherfucker outside. I don't even hear it.
It's raining.
Man,
Yep,
water
well I'm
though.
at it is.
Man,
But it picked up on my
ain't nothing
camera. I
wrong
mean,
with
it
it.
picked up on my camera onto my phone that it was like somebody's in your driveway. So I went
That,
back and looked to see, man, it's the fucking rain.
man, that rain coming
Oh
down.
yeah,
Is it
Yeah, Yeah, it
pouring down
is.
out
It's
there.
pouring down real bad. I wish I could pull it up on my camera thing and show y'all.
Shit. Oh, it's
Man,
decent
that
right
shit.
now.
Man,
We
that,
have. Do y'all got
y'all
Wayne
funny.
Lee's? Cause we got Wayne Lee's.
I
Got
got a
who?
what?
Wayne Lee's.
Man, do you
Man.
got a bookies?
No, man, ain't nobody
Hell
man.
no, they ain't got no
Man, come
fucking
on,
Bucky's,
big
We about
dog.
to
man.
get a
Bucky's
Bucky's. We about to get a
Bucky's
Bucky's.
overpriced like a motherfucker.
We about to get a
Man, we
Bucky's.
got
You know,
money in
Bucky,
Texas,
hey,
man.
We about to get a Bucky's. So then now what?
They don't got no
We been
NASA.
had bookies,
That's
man.
They don't got no Six
Jasmine Cricket
Flags.
is what's her name? Jasmine Cricket
Jasmine
Crockett, whatever her
Crockett.
name is. She about
Jasmine
to run for
Crockett.
senator for Texas too.
Y'all ain't
Oh,
got
you
no.
know,
hey,
you know,
and we better be
FBA
out
I
here.
would
been
not vote for her.
FBA been having rooms talk about don't vote for Jasmine Crockett. I said this is crazy.
What? Really?
Yes, they
Dodo.
Yeah,
got
because
rooms
I think
on TikTok
yeah.
saying don't vote for
Yeah.
Jasmine Crockett.
Who is
You
she?
is kidding me.
Yeah, because
I'm
their
telling you
stance
the
on
truth.
foreigners. That's why they're saying that. I think. Yeah.
Cause they what now?
Because of her stance on like I guess she has a like it's a snippet of her saying that we don't want to work those farm jobs, so let them work it. And it was, oh no, we don't want foreigners. So I guess that's kind of what their point was. I'm not in her district. I wanted to win.
Like
I
in
can't.
North Texas, we got a lot of farms.
Not as much as Mississippi though. That's all they got, man. Is
Man,
dirt.
here you about to go. I know
Wait,
you
wait,
about
come on,
to.
come on,
You
come
know
on, come on,
what?
come on. Wait,
You know what?
question,
You're
quick.
not wrong, and I'm gonna give you that. Thank you for being honest. Because what y'all guys them ranches with them cows and stuff. Because that's all y'all can do anyway is pick up cow
wait,
shit.
for real. Hey, for real.
Nigga, how y'all
For
think
real.
y'all got barbecue but from us?
What?
Thank
We
you.
pork again. We still mostly eat pork ribs still.
Texas barbecue trash though, bro. It's like dry rub.
But you got
Oh,
to look
don't
at
do
Mississippi. We
that.
still do
Don't
cows
do
too.
that.
You said
Because really
no.
the only one that's really fucking with Texas and barbecue is really Memphis. I'm be real
Now
with
Florida
you.
barbecue better than y'all.
No, come on, big
Well,
dog.
fuck Memphis
Come
up.
on.
Well, fuck Memphis up.
Even who?
Well, I ain't gonna lie.
Texas ain't
Kansas
even
City
beat
got some
Memphis.
good barbecue. At least they
Texas not
brisket
even beat
is.
Memphis. That Memphis that made barbecue thing that
Crazy,
they be
bro. We
having.
got
Y'all not
barbecue
even beat
and
Memphis.
chili, man. We got barbecue, chili,
Man,
Mexican food.
ain't nobody running to eat some meaty soup. You get what I'm saying? Nobody's, you know what I'm saying? Y'all got
Cause
beef and
y'all
beans.
still
Y'all
eating
got beef
pork,
and
man. Y'all
beans.
don't got no beef. Y'all only got chicken and
Yeah.
pork, man.
Man,
Y'all
we
gotta
have
upgrade, man. Y'all
we
gotta
got
upgrade.
And we got the biggest rodeo.
Trying to tell you. And we got
What you mean?
NASA. Do y'all got spaceship? Do y'all
You
go?
know
Is
what?
y'all?
Y'all can have them
y'all got
little
the biggest rodeo.
rodeos
Hey,
and
wait,
stuff like
come
that.
on.
Because in
Y'all
the
got the
city,
biggest
guess what we
rodeo.
do? We go to a
Hey,
big patch of land and we have a good old time.
At
And
the
we don't have to
trail
worry about
ride, baby.
With
shit.
no lights on. With no
We
lights
have
on.
we
Y'all
have
go.
trail ride. We have a big old. We
yeah,
got
trail
big
We
ride,
old.
got
man.
trail
We go get
rides.
the
We got
the
trail
four
rides.
wheelers and all that shit, and we
Man, we
just
do that
ride
same
on,
But we
shit.
had
baby.
We have
We do
trail
we
that
had
rides
same
cowboys before
shit.
y'all
from
though.
March
We had
Hell
cowboys before y'all
no.
all the
though.
way
Hell
to
no.
No,
August.
hell, what you mean? What you mean? What you mean? Nah,
When
it's places.
Yo, Case, we got to troll them because y'all really think we like some little slaves, like we run around barefooted.
Exactly. I don't know what the fuck they. I don't know
that's
what
what
the
that's
fuck they
where
think. They got me
that's
like
where the
fucked up. They
no,
got
that's
me
where
like
the
fucked up.
no, I'm trying to tell you, that's where that little phrase
Man,
come from.
Texas ain't shit. Ain't
Barefoot,
nothing but a lot
a
of black
pregnant.
people that stay on
She just
top of
gonna
each
talk
other.
right up.
That's it.
Hell no, we got
Them
houses.
niggas,
We
niggas
have
ain't
whole
saying all in
houses and
Texas.
neighborhoods.
What part of Houston you stayed in? You must
Who,
stay in
me?
Third Ward or something.
Who, me?
The third
Yeah.
ward ain't even bad like that. They got houses out there, man.
No, I
Plenty
didn't. I
houses.
actually
Nah,
stayed in the north
third
part.
Ward is
I actually
like.
stayed in the north part in
Wait,
the suburban area.
I
So
got a
you
question.
stayed
When y'all
like
trying to be like
That
Louisiana,
ain't the
when y'all trying to be
suburban.
like
That's
Louisiana,
the hood.
when y'all trying to be like New
past
Orleans, that bad?
610, like 1960.
No, there was
Wait.
like no, there was like 2000. No, 19.
No, not. I'm talking
No, he
about
talking about the highways.
Farm Road 1960 is called the Cypress Cypress. They didn't change the name of it now, but I call it 1960
I
because
need to
it's been
ask my auntie where was that when
out
she
there
was
past
staying
Green
in.
Point.
Hell no.
When I moved up
Hell
there, it
no,
been
big
so
sip.
long. I was
Hey, shit bogus as hell.
when I moved up there, I
hey,
was like about 13 years old.
hey, that is true
I'm
though.
40 now. That was
Most
a
black
long time
folk,
ago.
it be a lot of black folk. It be a lot of black folk in Houston from Louisiana in some shape, form, or fashion. You right about that shit.
Hell
That's
no.
true. I
Hey,
ain't gonna lie, that's
pimp.
true.
Hey,
And Houston
You know they want to,
Houston is
listen.
like
They
little
want to be little
Louisiana, bro.
Louisiana so
It is.
bad.
It
That
is,
Yeah,
bro.
after the
y'all
hurricane, all in
messing
went
up.
to
Y'all
Houston.
messing up
No.
gumbo.
Even
Y'all
before that,
cook work for
Texas has
time.
a
Y'all
Texas has a
just
pretty good
bad,
history
just
of that though.
bad.
You know what I'm saying? From working the oil fields and stuff like that. So there's been like travel back and forth for decades.
Yeah,
So
but I'm
not just
saying though,
Katrina.
they saved
That
Texas food though when they moved out there like that.
oh
I know,
man,
right?
they y'all tweaking. Y'all tweaking for real,
well,
man.
That's the
Hell
truth. Like
no.
all y'all,
My
Y'all
best friend
tweaking.
stay in Fort what is Fort Worth?
Fort Worth.
Funky
Man,
town.
I ain't gonna
Funky
lie, I don't
town.
fuck with Fort Worth. More, they call that shit Murder Worth.
Murder town. Yeah. Now they do.
Why?
Yeah.
It's bad,
Not
right?
Back
It's
in the
bad
days it used
there.
to be
I'm not
funky
Man,
shocked.
they
town.
got they gang. They man, if you go on,
you see how they
I
do
don't know
cakes.
if you
You see.
if it's a blogger right now. If you go on Real Tunes right
Yep.
now, the gang banging is so bad. They got Cali sets out there coming. Like the niggas from Cali is coming down to Fort Worth to check them niggas.
Yeah, they got
Really?
the five
because
dudes. What is it?
y'all are the
Four
one.
Trey,
The
all that
game
Nas,
shit.
the
Five Deuce,
the
Four
Yeah.
Trade, all of them niggas like
H.
the Hoovers,
Yeah.
like the
Yup.
whole
the
Hoover
the
set.
GANG problem is because of y'all birthed these Cali people. It's y'all.
But we didn't
Texas
tell
did
they
it.
Man,
ass to
hold
come.
on.
We
All
didn't tell they ass
The
to come here.
Louisiana people, girl,
But
the
but
Texas
but
Louisiana
did it.
but
people.
but
Now,
PK but
every
PK
time you
though,
talk to
y'all
somebody
are
from
more
Cali, them
California,
y'all
they
are
be
more
like,
similar
"Look, I
to that
got
though.
family in
California
Texas.
ain't
We
nothing
from
but
Texas." They
bougie niggas who
y'all.
left from Louisiana.
Y'all
That's
are
the
more sim.
Louisiana. Man, where
But
They
Tuka
the
came
but
from?
they
they y'all.
perverted
Tuka came from
but they perverted
Shreveport,
the
man.
gangs, man. They
What you say,
perverted
No,
the
Ricky? What you say,
gangs,
Louisiana
Dave?
didn't
man.
really have gangs like that though. Louisiana
Yeah,
But
they
they
had
per,
their
but
own
listen,
shit going on.
they
but
had that
man, gangs
mindset though.
that's tribal, bro.
Yeah,
That's tribal, bro.
they was just grimy
But
though.
they was protecting the neighborhoods. That's how
Yeah,
it
them
started
project,
out.
them projects
Before
back
they
in the day.
inserted the sugar booger, they would
Not the booger
because
sugar.
they
Not the booger sugar.
I ain't heard
shit.
that
Nah,
in a
Hey,
minute,
hell
man.
no.
I ain't
Yeah,
look,
heard
we
that
don't
in a
look.
minute,
even they
After
man.
don't even bang in
after
Florida. I
they
moved to
dis
California and they was banging. I was
after
like,
they
man, this is
disband
goofy.
after they disbanded Black Panthers in Oakland, they came back down to South Central and they was, you know what I'm saying, they was both offsets that was out there protecting the neighborhood, and then they introduced, you know what I'm saying, and it, you know,
Really?
took all the jobs because if you look at what was going on in the 80s before Gerald Ford fucked up everything, man, you could graduate high school as a certified electrician,
Yup.
plumber,
Yup.
Yep.
carpenter.
Trades.
No,
You
that's
know what I'm
true.
saying?
Yep. Trade.
Auto
They
We
took all them
lost.
mechanic.
pro. They took
And
all
look,
them
We
and we
was talking
programs
lost a
about
out.
lot.
that the
The
other day,
auto,
shit.
the auto shit started crashing. People started losing jobs. Then you still had the veterans coming home from the Vietnam conflict.
Vietnam. Yup.
Yep.
They came home hooked. You know what I'm saying? Because it was that boy before it was
That
that
dog food,
hat
yup.
on. Yeah,
Yup.
Wait, Barrow Creole, you in
shit.
Louisiana?
Yeah.
Now, why you got that Steeler mask on? That should be
I would,
Saints.
man.
Why
I've been
you
wanting to
got
ask him
that?
about that forever and a day.
Why would
Cause,
he
cause
do
glass,
that?
Hey,
look,
you know what else
glass.
they
Wait,
don't
hold
got
on,
Mississippi?
hold
They ain't got
on.
no
Wait a
football
minute.
team either,
Yeah,
man.
Hold
I
up.
fuck
They
with
ain't
them
got
too.
not a damn
Hold on.
football team. Y'all ain't
First
got
of
Hold
no
all,
on.
first of
sport
all,
Hold up.
team.
Wait a
first of
minute.
all,
Y'all ain't
Wait a
got
minute.
no
Because I
sport
got
first of
teams
all,
in
because I
Mississippi,
got
man. What y'all got
it's
going
plenty.
reserve for
on,
my
It's
man?
squad.
plenty of states.
Hey,
It's plenty of states that
some of the
it's plenty of states that ain't got no
Shit,
greatest
we
NFL
players
got
team.
we
for
got
But
we got a
college,
we
Pittsburgh
but
got a
college
is
couple
wise,
from Louisiana.
we
but
got a
college
couple for
wise,
Some of
each
the
sport.
greatest players for Pittsburgh
Man,
from
don't nobody
Louisiana.
care about no
Terry
college,
Bradshaw from
man.
Ruston.
man,
Uh,
SEC, man, are you
Ryan Clark from
serious?
LSU.
Man,
Just
Hey,
Man,
about
hey,
look at
just about
Louis.
every
Hey,
football player that play in the league damn near came from Mississippi. Check
or
that.
Texas,
Lotto,
or
Yeah.
Texas,
Nah,
no, look,
Or
Florida
LSU,
or
dominate that.
Texas.
Daryl
Florida
Gamble
dominate
come
yeah,
from
that.
Texas.
We
Nah,
make
Florida.
we
All
make
y'all
running
had
backs,
Deion
receivers, and
Sanders.
linebackers
man,
here.
He said
y'all gave the
Mississippi.
Houston Oilers, y'all
Now,
gave the Houston
by
Oilers to
you,
Tennessee, man.
Creole,
I don't
you
want to
gonna
hear
have
y'all
to
Okay,
talk.
we still
change
got
that
another team
now.
though.
You
We got
gotta
a
put the
backup
Saints
though.
on there
That's how
now.
much money we
We
got.
got a backup too though.
Yeah, man,
And we got a couple
we can real
NBA
deal buy a
teams
new
too.
one, man.
All our teams
yeah, but
win,
I
man.
ain't gonna hold you.
How many teams
I'm
y'all got, man?
You know what?
Hey,
You
y'all
know
got
what?
to
We
get
don't need
y'all
them. That's all
money
right.
up in
That's all right.
Mississippi, man.
Hey, y'all gotta have the teams with that drive. You know
First
what
of
I'm
all,
saying?
we got the money, but it's because white people like Brett Favre keep stealing it.
it's confirmed. Yeah,
Hey,
yeah, they be
yeah,
Hey,
buying over
that's
exactly,
Alabama
that's
because
exactly.
I ain't gonna
listen.
lie, we would have
Y'all
got
y'all
our
y'all
bread.
got to
We
get
would
them
have
white
got
people like Bush.
we
You
would
got to
have
get
got
them
the
white
hell
people
on
like
went
Bush,
our
man.
ass out of
that
here,
Wait,
man.
ain't
wait,
what.
wait,
By
wait,
Wait,
wait.
what
in
you
May.
talking about? What you talking about, man? George,
Hey,
George H. Bush and high boy Ronald Reagan. Them the real D
Hot boy,
boys. How you think?
exactly. We
Yeah.
said
okay,
hot
but
boy
they get
Ronald
it
Reagan.
Them the
cracking.
real D
What are you
boys.
talking about? They got it cracking. What are you talking
And
about?
old freaky ass Nancy,
Literally,
nasty
yeah,
Nancy.
They got it cracking,
Yeah.
man. And they brought the money back to the state too. You can't say they didn't. They
yeah.
Mhm.
did.
But
And
they did it for them.
all of them got
But
popped.
but
All of them got
but
popped.
they
The
did.
children got popped for it. They got popped for
Yeah.
it.
Hey, that don't affect me, man. I'm just trying to, you know what I'm saying?
They
That
bring
don't
money. They
affect me.
bring money to the state. They
Then
bring money to
and
the state, but
then
they don't necessarily help the folks though.
our
Man, them
rappers don't
niggas
our our
is
rappers don't
old
have to go
gangsters,
nowhere.
bro.
Our
Type
rappers can
shit
get rich right here in Texas.
in
We don't gotta
Texas.
take
Wait.
nowhere.
Hey,
One of your most we're talking about one of
They
your
don't even
famous
have
rappers.
that many
Everybody listen to
rappers.
that new Dallas shit.
Hey,
Come on, man.
Pimp C from
You
where originally? Where was
okay?
he
But
born at?
Bun B,
He
where
from
he
Crowley,
from?
Pimp C
Texas.
from Louisiana.
Where's
I asked you a
Scarface
He from
question.
from?
Louisiana.
I mean, you
Where's
can say
Rap a
Pimp C
50%,
Lot?
from
50% from
Pimp C
Rap
where?
a
was
Lot.
born in
50%.
Louisiana.
Where? Come on, man.
Where
We put
Beyonce?
on
Beyonce
Chicago.
too.
We put
Y'all
on
not a rapper, but
Chicago.
y'all not
We put
rappers,
on
but Beyonce
Chicago
is
though.
from Louisiana.
Everybody
You know
from
what I'm saying?
everybody in Chicago from Mississippi. Shit.
Okay, but all I'm
Damn near.
saying is Rap
Now,
a
now,
Lot
now, now,
Records.
now, now.
Rap a
Now,
Lot Records.
Arkansas went in there in very high numbers too. A lot
Yeah,
of them did,
Memphis. Not
and
in Memphis
Louisiana too,
too.
because that damn train
Mm-hmm.
start
I
with
don't know.
Nah, I don't
y'all.
know about
Yeah.
Louisiana.
That Illinois train
Hey, I
start
got
all the
family
way at
that
the
moved.
bottom of
I got
Louisiana and it
family. Yeah,
go up. A
you
lot
can
of
train.
them,
I
You
don't.
can train
a
from
lot of
New
y'all
Orleans to
behinds ran
Chicago.
up there, especially the ones who was passing ran they behind up there to Chicago.
They went out
Ooh,
west
Pat.
after they
Out
came
of
on
Louisiana, a lot of them,
Big
a lot of
Sip,
their
Big
behinds
Sip
ran up there
got
to
from
beef with that
Chicago.
Pat
War.
Blanc. Big
Yes,
Sip
they
got
ran
That
it up there to
was the biggest
Chicago because
migration
they
to the
like to
west.
frolic up there in the snow and everything. And so
frolic.
they ran their behinds
Oh,
up. Yeah, they
so they
ran their
like them
behinds up there
pintos? They like
because
them pintos? That's what you saying?
Chicago's church they church way of life, they community based way of life down to how they structure themselves as far as music in the church and whatnot that's very Arkansas Delta. As far as like the
Yeah,
Yep.
music and stuff is
yeah.
reminiscent of Mississippi. So Arkansas get left out of the conversation when they was
Nah, you
making
right.
it going up
Arkansas,
there with the SIP.
Arkansas
They,
attached.
yeah,
I
We,
ran
yeah,
into
we,
more
we got,
people in
hey,
Chicago
we
who
got
people
the
was
boot.
coming out of Arkansas
Yeah,
than
yeah.
Mississippi. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah, no, you
we
right.
got all
Even
y'all.
in
I ain't gonna hold
Milwaukee too,
y'all.
there was a lot of people that
But
was from Arkansas. Yeah.
if I'm telling the truth, all y'all niggas Louisianians.
Yeah,
Man,
that, well, don't do all
Bayou,
that.
you got
I
some
come from the
jokes.
north side
Cause how
of
you
Texas
lying,
anyway.
Bayou?
If you
Hmm?
on the east side of Texas, you most likely come
I
from
was
Man,
out.
Bayou over
Yeah.
here trying to claim
Louisiana. Like
everybody.
my people in Lafayette
Hey man,
and
you must have forgot about the
Hey,
Louisiana Purchase.
No, I ain't forget about
All
no,
Louisiana
y'all
Purchase
no.
niggas
because if that the
Louisiana.
all of that was a
if
part
that
of
was the case,
Louisiana
that
Purchase.
means that technically speaking, then you a little Mississippian for real because we the big cousins, y'all the baby cousins. Because we
Yeah,
was
little
first.
Technically,
Mississippi.
That's
We
why.
was
Now
That's
you
technically,
we
why
trying
I
to
we the
went
listen?
back.
first.
Oh man, I don't know
We
why
the
you keep
Mississippi,
trying to
y'all
do
the
that.
baby
Mississippi
cousins.
was
Say,
found
I
before
ain't
The
gonna
Louisiana.
baby
hold you
Man,
though.
It was
cousins.
found.
No, don't do no because you our little
Natchez,
cousins. We created y'all.
Natchitoches, and
I've been
Atchison,
telling
he
y'all.
No,
That's
no,
what?
no,
why
no,
I've
no,
been
no, no,
telling
no, no,
y'all
no, no,
people
no.
I
But
descend
P
from
gang,
the
and that's
mountains.
Mississippi, Louisiana,
Mississippi was
and
founded
Texas.
before Mississippi was founded before Louisiana. Technically, by
Hey, and
rights,
let
yeah.
me tell you this,
You
Bayou.
talking
The
about the
Let me
Luxor
tell
was
you
state?
founded,
this.
yeah.
Let me tell you something else. Natchez is older than New Orleans by 2 years old. They still little babies.
Ooh, ooh,
Y'all
wee.
Hold
little
on, though, but
babies. Y'all little
are
babies in
they
this
older than
creation.
Natchez? Hold on, but are
We
they
Man,
y'all
older
hold
than
big
on.
Natchitoches?
cousins.
Hold
Hold
on.
on, is
Now
Natchez older than
Mobile,
Natchitoches though?
Don't mention
Mobile,
Oh,
Mobile
not.
because we came
y'all
before
jacking our
Mobile.
shit.
Don't
Y'all
mention
jacking
Mobile
our
because we
shit.
came before Mobile.
Well, my
Man, we
people
out
come out
here.
of Mobile too now.
And you that means that you our little baby cousin too.
Hey, so
Man,
why
Hey,
it
we
take
hey,
y'all so
started
long
Mardi
to get
Gras.
shit
All
together
right,
though? Hold on.
Alabama started
We the
Mardi
little
Gras. What you talking about?
we little cuz, but
You
why
feel
y'all
me?
still ain't got no sidewalks yet? We already
Man,
got
yeah,
that
you
shit in
know.
Nashville, man.
Cause y'all
I'm
take
just
chill,
saying,
chill,
everything.
man,
Y'all
what
take
y'all
man.
got going
everything.
on,
Cut that
man?
out.
You know how
Get
because
y'all
the
shit
our
baby
together,
horses,
cousins come
because
man.
up
our
in their
horses
older
don't
cousin
our
room and
horses
just
don't
steal
need
shit and it
sidewalk.
just disappear?
They
That's
need
y'all.
dirt.
Yeah. Man, they ain't got not a nail sidewalk in that motherfucker. You can't
That's
have
all
no
right.
fresh
That's all right.
Yo,
J's.
That's all
That's
right.
Ogun,
okay.
That's all
you
right.
Your
know
shit
how
be
you
That's
dusty
have
as a
Quarter
your
motherfucker
horse.
out there, man.
hey, I
Ogun, you
never
know
had
your
a
little baby
problem
cousins
finding
run up
what
in
I
your room
needed
and they
when I
take
went
your
up,
stuff
when
and
I
you
went
never see
over
it
there.
again. That's them.
Yeah, yeah.
We
But you
don't
can't say
need
nothing
y'all
because you
stuff.
know
We got
what?
our y'all.
So,
We got shit y'all don't even have. We
when
got
they
shit
had
y'all
them
don't even
bad
have.
but when y'all had them bad storms and shit, y'all run y'all ass to
Man, here we
Mississippi.
go, man. Ain't
Mississippi.
nobody
Hey,
caring
Hey
hold
about
man,
on.
hey,
You
it.
I
run
ain't
your
hey,
ass
never,
to
Listen,
I ain't
Mississippi.
we
never ran
And
I
we
could
no.
just
be
go.
making y'all ass get the fuck back to Texas too.
I
Man,
could
I'm gonna
just
be real.
go
I'm
up
gonna be
to I
real
can go
with
up to
you.
the Panhandle, so I
I
can go
don't
to
go
North
nowhere.
Texas.
hey,
I stay
You
my
know what I'm
ass
go
in
saying?
down in the
Houston.
pan. Hey,
Shit, you,
I
hey,
live up
cuz
that's a
there.
you
long.
I
Hey,
live
you
up
talking
up
about
you
going
there.
up
bold for
there
that,
in
So I
cuz
don't
pan?
worry
Man,
about it.
that's a long
you
ass
bold as hell for
drive.
that. You know what happened the last
Man,
couple
look at
storms.
that
You bold as
pan.
hell for that, cuz.
Hey,
Let me
yo.
Man, I tough that shit out of me. I don't go
too because I
Okay,
be listen. I don't even stay in the H, man, but I leave that
I
man,
don't
shit.
I'm gonna
go
go
They
grab.
that
nowhere.
shit.
I just go inside
I
my
ain't
brick
doing nothing.
house, turn my
I'm gonna go
generator
grab me
on.
two. Go grab
As
me
long as I got a
2 gallons of
barbecue pit,
daiquiris.
I'm good.
He
Stick
said,
them
"I'm
boys
it in the
Gucci.
freezer.
You know
Get
I
what? You
let
know what's funny
everything,
though?
the power
get the
can go
get
out.
the
I just go in the
charcoal,
deep freezer and
get the
throw something else
charcoal
on
Hey,
in the
repeat.
in the
You
damn.
said put some
hey,
gas in
we
that
all
generator, huh?
Hell yeah.
and we all doing this or whatever, and this is how I love. This is how I love us. You know what I'm saying? Like we cracking jokes, but all of us are tied to each other in some shape or fashion. Whether we been living in Texas, stationed in Texas before, or you know what I'm saying, a folk from like part of us, even when we Mississippi, we still related to folk in Louisiana. It's funny, man, how this all working out, man. Tonight, you know what I'm saying? It's kind of
Man,
fun.
I
I mean,
don't
that
know.
sound
Y'all
like
laughing.
you got more in common with
Look,
the
Detroit
niggas in other
Detroit
states
feel
than
left out,
anywhere else.
man.
No, for sure,
What's up,
Nah,
for sure.
everybody?
I like the
But we
D.
don't.
I had fun in the D.
I like the
That's why I
D
I
said
had
I
too.
fuck
yeah.
with the Midwest, dog. The Midwest
Why we
cool, man.
why we feel left out?
It's
What
cold up
other
there,
people
bro.
from
I thought
Detroit
that's
came
you
from
that said something.
Mississippi? They ran their ass from
Nah, they
Detroit.
coming out
They
of
Hold
ran
on,
Alabama.
hold on,
from
hold on,
They
Case. Hold on,
coming
Case.
out of
St.
Don't do
Alabama.
Louis,
that. Don't do that,
Y'all
They
because we
coming
know
out
got
of
Chicago.
Alabama.
we got
They coming out of
ancestry.
y'all
Alabama and
sound like
Georgia.
We got ancestry from Georgia, Tennessee, also.
But
Alabama.
the
Yeah, I
majority
ain't
of
gonna
y'all
lie.
actually
Florida.
come from Mississippi.
Y'all sound like voodoo chief. Y'all trying to claim every motherfucking thing.
No, I
Man,
ain't
we
claiming
the
nothing. I ain't
home, we
claiming
the
That's what
nothing.
they
home,
sound like. They sound like
we are
some.
the homeland.
They don't got
Like
shit, man.
everybody on this got some type of part of Mississippi that they are from,
Not
or
not in
their
They
Florida.
mad.
family
Not in
somewhere
Florida.
from Mississippi.
They mad because
Not
they
in
ain't got
Florida.
no damn
Or
sidewalks
they
and no
or
damn
they
Piggly
Oh,
do.
Wiggly,
Now
Florida
man.
is
I'm gonna tell you.
entering the
I'm gonna tell you
chat.
like this
Florida
though.
is
I know a
entering the
whole.
chat.
Who?
I know a
Florida is not
whole.
tied to that.
I
Listen, we
know
the
a
only ones
whole
that ain't flee
group of
nowhere.
brothers from Florida. I mean, from Mississippi
Ooh.
that came over here to Louisiana and married. Like it was like
Please,
5 brothers
why
that came over here and married like 5 sisters.
Y'all can't connect
Oh,
Florida to none of that.
why
I ain't
you
never heard
did
no
that?
oral history on that.
Not
no,
Florida
no.
said they
I
ain't
mean,
never
No,
y'all
ran
be in Georgia.
I
Y'all
don't
be
nowhere.
in
We
know.
ran
Georgia
out
all
of
the
I
time.
don't.
Y'all
Rosewood
be
and
in
Wait a minute.
Georgia all
the
Hold
the
state
on.
of
time.
Florida.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Let me fuck you up right quick though.
Florida got
Do
a
you know
Cali
about
problem.
Do you know about the Republic of Florida?
Mm-hmm.
You talking about
Established
No,
in
the one
they,
the
no,
Spanish
1804,
controlled it?
that's not the
which
just.
Huh?
is
That's the one
which is
star.
present.
No, no, no.
Which is
No,
present
that's
day
not the
Baton Rouge,
Republic of, that's
Louisiana.
not just the Republic of Florida. That went from Florida to California. And you'll notice it. It's like in
Okay.
Texas, they talk about the Lone Star Republic. All of them. That was
Right.
Texas. That was Cali. That was Florida. That was all the southern states that
Cause
went
we was
from
the
east to
fucking
west.
Republic.
Yeah.
We was
Nigga,
all linked up.
that's
You know
see
what?
that's what I
It's
be
funny
keep
too
telling niggas. That's what I
because it's
keep telling
counties.
niggas, and we had bread all through this bitch.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we had the most bread though.
But there's a lot of
I
Man,
just
ain't
controversy.
nobody
I
got
just
time.
believe Mississippi
Listen,
because everybody
listen.
come from
Some
Mississippi.
Texas just not started. Texas just
I'm
not started
saying,
getting the spotlight. Everybody been
I'm
Man,
running
stop it,
behind
man.
on
Man,
yeah.
we took
Florida.
off, man.
They
Houston, we
man,
got.
Cut that
Texas,
Hey,
out,
man.
bro.
hold on, hold on.
Like I
Can I say?
said, Texas,
Nobody
Listen,
called
the
Texas.
state of itself is just overcrowded,
no, hold
overhyped,
on, man. We got
over
plenty room. Stop it.
everything,
No, we
and
No,
y'all
no,
good.
no, no,
still
no, no,
have
no, no.
blackout.
Cake,
I
cake,
think we
cake.
just like
Y'all
Hey,
got
Texas.
Texas
Like,
disrespect for real.
If
No, no,
you
no, no.
drive
Hey,
from
cake.
Houston to
It's
San
just two or three
Antonio,
cities.
you'll see all the
That's all
empty
Texas got.
space that
how
got.
many? Listen, y'all ain't got one, but hold on. Tell me you ain't
Our
heard this
three
before.
cities alone was smashed
Man,
on
West Texas ain't got
everybody.
one city.
You
West
What?
don't
Texas is
listen.
like
West,
open
Tell me you
land.
ain't
oh
heard
yeah,
of.
West
Tell me
Texas
you
gonna
ain't
be
heard
all
of. Tell
Man,
me
class.
you ain't heard of
I lived in
Juarez
Houston for like
or
5
El
years.
Paso. Tell me you ain't heard of
you
Juarez or
have,
El
Yeah, but
Paso.
they
and
never
You
went
know
Waco,
you
none of
have.
and
That's
Waco too. Look,
dangerous
look, and Waco
territory.
Yeah,
too.
I
that's where
heard of
all the work
Waco.
come from.
I know
All the
about
work come
And
Wichita
Waco
from.
too.
Yeah,
Man, it's
Falls.
military
All
bases you
yeah,
talking
yeah.
about.
All the
Like
work
That's
come
Texas.
from
that's
there,
where
man.
all
I know
the
about
that's where all
Lufkin,
the body snatchers be
Cleveland,
happening at too though.
Yeah, hey, well,
Yo,
I mean,
Jasper.
yo,
Yeah. As a
it
matter
get
of
rough
fact,
yo.
out
it's a
there.
shortcut that I can
Somebody
drive
in the
right out
comments
here from
said Texas
Louisiana and come
always
in
shine.
through
They just
Jasper.
chase the wrong pony when they get to the light. When they get the light. God damn.
Man, hey, tell me this though. Who ain't heard this shit though? Cause the niggas want to hate, man, but
Well,
we
he said
got
they chased the
phrases.
wrong
Nigga,
pony.
don't hate on
Yeah, they
me.
chase
We
the.
got phrases, man. We got phrases. Y'all,
It's
like, come
what you gonna
on,
tell me? It's
man.
going
All I
down.
know, all I know
What you gonna
is,
tell them niggas? It's
when
going down.
I met somebody from Texas and they were black because they would talk about how they just love them some Tex Mex, right? I said, this is the first time I have ever seen a black Mexican in my life. Y'all are Mexicans.
That's very
Y'all
Bro,
look
common.
don't do
Mexican to
that.
me.
I
Don't do
give you
that.
that.
Nah, don't do that.
I love
Don't
me
do
some
that.
Don't,
Tex
Nah,
Mex, bro.
don't do
Hey,
that.
hey, hey, hey!
Yeah,
Don't lie to
no.
me and say you
nah.
never
Hey,
been to
Do
the
me
Casa de
some
bro,
Sweet
Asada.
Case,
tacos.
that's
Nah.
in Mexico over there.
nah.
We ain't gotta
Listen,
go to
cause we
Mexico.
like
We go to
tacos.
Texas.
Don't listen.
I
Tacos
love
is good as a
tacos, bro.
motherfucker, but listen,
Who
we
love
not all of us
tacos?
Hey,
is.
See, that ain't no
I
Southern
I
do.
fuck
shit.
with.
That
How the
ain't
Nah,
fuck
cause
it
Texas
ain't?
ain't known for tacos. Texas
Man,
known for they
you can get
barbecue.
Texas known for
CK
Cakes,
barbecue,
tacos.
right?
Cakes. If somebody say I'm about to make you some
no,
soul food,
y'all
they
just
hand you
known for
some tacos,
brisket.
you gonna be
Big,
happy.
big difference. Y'all known
Fuck
for
Listen,
brisket.
no.
If
That's
they
it.
if
I'm
somebody
not.
That's
say
it.
Hell
listen.
somebody
y'all
hold on,
want
hold on, hold on,
motherfucking
hold on, hold on,
tacos
hold
with me,
on,
guys.
hold on. Hold on. I know y'all ain't talking shit about tacos. Y'all eating frogs and coons and snakes and shit.
First
I
of
ain't
all,
trying to
first
hear
of
that
all,
shit.
Hold
that's
on.
I
Now
don't
we
want
first
to
of
hear
all,
all
talking.
that
first of
shit.
We
all,
not gonna
first of
get
We
all.
I
into
don't
sure
want.
that.
I don't
do.
want
That's
to
We
hear
all.
none
sure
of
do
that
eat
shit.
Wait till
fried
I
Y'all
get
not
to
frog,
it.
even eating
I'm
frogs.
not
regular
gonna.
Wait
We're
meat.
not
till I
We
gonna
get
eat
to
get
it.
Y'all eating
into
alligator
horses
Cause
and
too.
shit.
frog legs.
y'all
Y'all
got
eating
heart
all
disease
kind of shit
We
because
that's
eat
not
frog
even
legs
listen,
normal
and
and shit,
We
alligator.
man.
eat. That's right.
I'm not trying
alligator
to
is
hear
an
that shit.
Gators,
actual.
We
and we wear them
hey,
Alligator,
motherfuckers.
In
listen.
We
Texas
eat
they
them
And
eat
and we
deer.
beef.
wear them.
And
Yeah,
deer
man.
meat.
No,
Guess
deer meat
what?
Listen.
good.
Some good back.
We
Deer
Some
meat
eating
good
good.
back
it.
We got
straps.
We
man, we
eat
Some
got
we
good
deer
back
eat
meat.
straps.
we eat what we know what we put in our body.
Y'all eat what y'all get from
No,
out
the
y'all
fuck y'all
backyard.
don't.
That's what y'all
I
eat.
bet you
No,
ain't
Y'all
got
Yes,
eat
the
no
the
not
fuck
shit
from
farm
we
from
our
out
do.
y'all
animals.
backyard.
yard. Y'all be
We
eating
eat
this
what
shit
we
from
know
y'all
we put in
backyard,
our
man.
body. We ain't going to the store. We
Hell
ain't
nah.
going
feel
to the
bad for
store
y'all
and
niggas that's in
getting
the
that
city.
bullshit that they selling out of the store. Now
They don't got
we
Yeah,
growing our own
my
food.
Y'all
fish
don't
still
gotta
come
go
out
to
the
the
red
store. Y'all
river.
just go to the woods next door.
Right. They go to their
You got
backyard and
We
roast out
grow
the thing, man.
we grow
That's
our
what
own
y'all
food.
say.
We
and
have
ain't no
our
goddamn
own
wrong
crop.
wrong
Y'all
Now
with living
mad.
off
Y'all
the
mad because
land.
we
Man,
ain't got no
What's
bush. We
wrong
ain't got
with
no
living off
water.
the land?
Mississippians love bush meat.
Yeah.
Oh man.
No, you out of
Nah,
line. Hey,
nah.
ain't no
Y'all
bush meat
niggas.
over
And
here on this
do,
side.
and
Yeah.
do, and do.
Y'all
Yup.
love y'all some damn coon for sure.
Coon tastes like
Some
Hey,
damn
turkey.
hey,
so eat
coon
some
is
It
cool.
coon.
tastes
What you
just
talking
like
about
some
tastes like
turkey,
some
Hey,
baby.
turkey?
if
And
coon
don't
was
leave
a
out the
Hell
vegetable,
deer.
no.
you
The
off the
deer
pig,
meat so
We
listen,
can't be.
good.
sweet
Oh my
Okay,
No, deer
god.
meat
we
is
can't be
good though.
shamed.
Deer meat is
I
good.
hey
mean,
We
man,
deer
can't be
I
meat,
will
deer
say.
shamed,
meat is damn
gang.
near universal.
Yeah.
I eat deer meat up here.
I
Shit,
eat
we
some
ain't
Ain't
I eat
never
some
we eat
eat.
rabbit. I eat
peacock
some
too.
cottontail rabbit too. Some
Shit,
rabbit meat. That's not
a
bad.
good
But I
regular
ain't
it's
gonna lie
rabbit.
still,
though. I'm
Not
not gonna
it's
Peter
eat
still
no
fucking
coon.
Cottontail.
I ain't eat no
hunting
You
coon.
season.
make
I've
you
just
make
been.
you
I
make the
never
best
eat
and do.
coon. Mm-mm.
You ain't never ate
Hey,
no coon?
No, I ain't
look,
gonna
I'm
eat
gonna tell
no
you this right
regular
now.
Hell
coon.
no.
I'm
Look,
sleeping.
I'm not
And
eating
I'm
no
telling
bro,
you right
coon,
now.
man.
I ain't eat no
if
I'm telling
I'm
you
coon.
right
sleeping
you
on
now.
don't
coon.
cook
I
it right,
just
it come
I'm
know
out
sleeping
real
on
salty,
coon.
bro.
A couple
I ain't,
weeks
I
ago, I
just
fed my
know
baby some muskrat.
that
yeah,
A couple
people
weeks ago, I
people
fed my
from
Muskrat.
baby
What the
some
Texas.
muskrat.
hell?
Yeah,
I ain't
they
eating
eat
no
all
nah,
damn
that
that
ain't
stuff.
no
coon.
fucking
Now
way.
I
I'm
ain't
I
not
gonna
don't
eat
pay
eating
no
no
nobody
attention
coon.
these.
to
A
that
But
motherfucker.
buffalo,
No.
a
I eat
wild boar. I ain't
deer
eating no
What you eat
motherfucker.
pig feet
and
though?
Some
What you eat
gator
pig
tail.
feet
I
though?
had some gator
and
tail.
some
I eat some
gator
You
gator
and
said
tail.
like
you eat
frog legs,
pig
but I
feet.
ain't eat no coon.
And I
Yeah, I
never
ain't
ate neither
nobody's
one of them
rabbit.
You
What
motherfuckers.
know what
about gizzard?
Louisiana eat a
I'm
lot
not
of?
gonna
You eat
be
gizzard?
listening to two people from Texas who last name end in Rodriguez and Consuelos. That's just not happening.
He got
Them ain't
jokes
no
and
real
shit.
they got
Texans.
they got
He
So
got
they
jokes and
Mexican.
shit.
but you know
It's okay though.
in Louisiana they eat a lot of Nutri-Rat.
Yeah,
They eat
Huh?
a
Hey,
lot of
that just
Nutri-Rat
what?
depend.
on muskrat.
Listen,
I
it
Wait,
bet
y'all
depends
they
eat
on.
y'all
do.
eat
I
That
rats
bet
over
depends
they
on
there?
where
do.
you at in the state. Hold on, that depends on where you at in the state. Now that we all of us don't eat that shit.
Hey, I eat
You gotta
squirrel.
go.
I
You
eat
gotta go
Well,
hunt
squirrel.
for
I
it.
thought it was the
I'm
ones
not
Hell
eating
closer
no
to
yeah,
the
squirrel
hunt
either.
swamps.
It's
squirrel.
like southern Louisiana, like right around Natchitoches.
Yeah,
No, well, see,
they be all through
Natchety's
the
still the north,
swamps.
Yeah,
cause
that's
I'm right in
Yeah,
the
Natchitoches.
heart
boy.
of the
Get you.
state. But yeah,
Boy, down in
but
the
like the
bottom, boy, you
further
get
south
Yeah,
you
them.
go,
Nutri-Rats is
I be
them
out
big
there.
yeah,
ass. Hold on. I think I still got a
Yeah,
picture of
yeah,
them
yeah, 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 yeah.
motherfuckers.
It's
They
a
used to
They
rat.
water,
really not. They technically a
water
rodent.
road,
hell
They
yeah,
ain't a
But how
water
man,
you
that
road.
y'all
motherfucker
over
look
there
more.
eating
I
It
ain't
look
eat
rats?
like a
nobody's
Nah, y'all
rat,
too
man.
far gone. Y'all too
no.
It,
far
it's not a, it's not a
They
rat. Well,
Man,
eat
you know y'all
rats.
eat that
I
shit in
I
Mississippi too, man.
No, we don't eat
they
no
eat
rats in no
it.
Mississippi.
A
it's meat.
Nutri-Rat is
Y'all eat
part. A
We
rats.
don't eat
Nutri-Rat.
no
Hold on,
motherfucking rat.
A
Hell
Nah,
but
no.
y'all
Nutri-Rat
eat
is
I know,
part
turtles.
I
of
know.
the.
Out there
But
in
y'all
okay,
Florida,
eat
you feel
turtles
they
they
though.
eat
talking about me.
No.
in
marsupials.
They
Florida
talking
they
about
Y'all
eat
eat
me.
turtles.
armadillos.
He
They
said
eat
Yeah,
hell yeah,
marsupials.
we eat
Nah,
turtles.
nah, we
hell,
eat
hell yeah,
armadillos.
we
We
eat
eat
turtle.
alligator, not armadillos.
No,
Hell
they
Yeah,
yeah,
don't
we eat
eat
I know
turtle.
Nah,
niggas
we
eat
I ain't
no
gonna
in
turtles.
lie,
Florida
we
they
eat
do.
Yeah,
They eat
armadillo down here.
armadillos and turtle. They eat
I ain't
armadillos
never
and
had no
turtle.
armadillo. I
Ain't
ain't never
nobody
had
eat
no
no
man,
armadillo.
them
damn
niggas
Nobody
ain't.
eat
armadillo,
no
man.
armadillo,
And
bro.
then
No, in
definitely
Florida
I
armadillo.
ain't
they
gonna.
do. They
Hey,
eat
them
armadillo.
turtle shells make the best
Listen,
ashtrays.
Yes.
I tried
Facts,
gator meat one
facts.
Hey,
time.
one
That
of
was
y'all
it.
big screamy, because this is what Mississippians be eating right here.
oh
That
hell
ain't what
no.
we eat.
That's
What
exactly
the
what the
hell?
fuck
That's
y'all
a
be
big.
eating.
What is that? What is that? A
That's neutral
platypus?
right there.
A
What the hell
neutral
is
rat.
that?
That's
That's
a
A
neutral
neutral
rat?
rat,
rat.
man.
The one at the
Man, that's
bottom.
a
The one
Girl,
at the
we don't
bottom. You
eat
see?
that,
I
bro.
told
You
you.
tripping?
that
I told you
motherfucker's
that.
a
He said
I
beaver.
told you they look
Louisiana.
They
like.
eat
I
No,
told
no,
you
beavers
no,
they
and
no.
look
Hold
like
shit.
on,
a
hold on, hold on,
beaver.
hold on. Y'all,
That
y'all,
shit look like
look
a
at the
beaver.
top. Y'all
Yeah,
see
I
them.
can't lie.
no, that's
I
a
He
can't
beaver,
lie.
said
man.
Louisiana.
Which
Come on,
one is
Trey.
the
That's the
beaver?
He
Top
said
one
The
big,
big
bro.
one,
Louisiana
right?
eat
The
that
top one
All
is
of
beaver.
them
big.
a
is.
beaver is like
The
5
big
times
one is
bigger
the
than that,
beaver,
bro.
right? The
Yeah,
small,
big one is big.
the smaller one is the muskrat and
The
That
neutral.
look like one of
neutral rat.
y'all foot right
Man, that's
there.
what they be
Man,
eating in
MIA,
Mississippi.
what y'all be eating? Y'all don't even have no seasoned ass steak. Don't know how to cook
Hold on,
shit.
hold on. You talking about Detroit? Don't play
They
Yeah,
that.
I'm
don't got
talking
no
about
seasoning.
Detroit.
Don't
No
Hey,
play that.
seasoned
You
They
ain't
ass.
don't
stopping.
got
You
no.
Don't
ain't
even
stopping
know
They
at the
don't
how to
right
got no.
cook.
spot.
Don't even know how to
They
put
don't even
season
got no.
together.
You ain't stopping at the right
Look,
spot.
they
You
don't
might
even
as well
got no
come. You
seasoning.
might
Y'all
as well
don't know
come
how to
on down.
cook
they
You might
don't
at
as
even
well come
have.
all.
on down
Hey,
to
am
Y'all
I?
be
Hey,
Papa
y'all
Dot's.
be
am I?
eating
Hey,
all kind of bullshit.
Come on
am I?
down to
Hey,
Papa
they don't
Dot's
even.
Man, do
They
Smokehouse,
y'all
don't
got
even
a
man.
have
Papa
one.
Do's?
They don't even have a gas station in Mississippi, man.
We
They don't
don't. We
have
don't do
gas
that. We don't do
stations.
that.
Bro, we
That
got
fall off the
gas
Wow.
station.
bone
Man,
shit.
come on, man.
If it's falling
Nah,
off the
he
bone, that
said we
shit
gotta go to a
overcooked.
smokehouse, KK.
What?
That's
If
all they
if
got
it's
is
still on the
So
bone,
smokehouses.
that
it's
so
That's
if
the
we gotta
family
go to
No,
a
they
smokehouse.
don't.
smokehouse, that means somebody and their family don't know how to cook. Why we going to a
Right.
restaurant?
And you can't
Exactly.
and you
Y'all don't
can't
even
touch you
have
can't
Who
touch
those,
said
no
that? Hold
man.
on,
dish
hold on,
without
hold
it
on.
getting
Who
not
said
at
broke.
that?
all.
No.
Because all my peoples come from the south.
Cause they don't got no Tony
Nah,
Saturated
don't
stuff.
use us now.
I'm
Don't
in
use
the
us
south.
now. You
They ain't
just
got no they
you
ain't got
Nah,
no
my
Tony. They
people
ain't got
come
no
you
Tony
from.
just
Satchel.
I got
Nah,
delineate.
my
they ain't got
people
no
come
Tony
from
No, they
Satchel.
Iceland,
don't
You
got no
just
Tony
Mississippi,
delineate.
Saturated.
How you
Memphis,
delineate and grab
Tennessee,
at the same time?
Fulton County, Georgia.
Aren't y'all in
Boy.
arguments with New York City and Chicago over the best pizza?
Man, fuck Chicago pizza.
Chicago
That
got
ain't
the
shit but
best.
sauce.
Yeah,
That ain't
that
shit but
shit
sauce
fire,
in a
man.
dough cup.
Man, come on, man. I never had
I
New
think
York
Chicago
pizza though.
pizza be New
I'm
York.
not gonna
I
hold
think
y'all.
Chicago pizza
The
be New
first
York.
time I was in Chicago,
Yeah, me too.
I wanted to taste a bean pie so bad. So
What?
I went and
You
got
said
me
a bean pie.
A bean
I
pie.
never had one. Nigga, I'm from Louisiana. We don't got no goddamn Muslims down here selling the final call.
Oh, you
What
gotta
about
just
what about what's his name?
Chicago,
Hey,
they
what's his
like
name?
them. What's the name
Can I
of them
tell my story?
sandwiches?
all you gotta do is
Can I
hit the
tell my story?
temple.
The Italian
Yeah,
beef.
man.
Them
We
Italian
Yeah,
buy
beef.
you
Italian
one.
beef.
Buy you
Yeah,
one.
Them
they
Italian
like the
beef be so
Italian beef
motherfucking good.
sandwiches.
Oh
Buy
my
you
Them
one.
niggas
god.
Buy
lying.
you want to tell us his bean
That's
pie
not
story. So
beans.
go ahead, tell us the
Cause the
bean pie
shit
story.
ain't beans. The motherfucker sweet potato pie. Cause the shit don't taste like no damn beans. The shit tastes like sweet
No.
potato pie. Them niggas
It's made
lying.
out. It's made
Oh,
out
it
of
ain't
beans. But I get what
beans.
you're saying. Yeah,
I
it's
only
made
had
out.
one, I
I
only
tasted one
had a
before.
slice of a bean pie one time.
Yeah.
It wasn't all that
And
bad.
they
So what you gotta think? You
So,
gotta think
so
about it,
you
though.
telling me that it's sweet beans?
Yeah,
I'm
You
like,
know
basically.
they
okay.
sweeten it up.
It's
Yeah.
sweet
Oh,
potato pie,
it's
bro.
like them brown beans.
A bean
Think about the
pie?
A bean? Y'all
yeah.
never had a bean
Yes,
pie?
a
Oh my
bean
Yeah, I
god.
pie
ain't never
tastes
had
like
no
No,
bean
I've
sweet
pie.
never
potato
had a
pie.
bean pie. What the
It's
fuck
like
is
Think
foreign
about
that?
it.
language to them.
That's
We
what the
eat. We eat.
Muslims sell in
Wait, tomorrow. We eat
Chicago.
egg pie. We eat egg pie.
Egg
What the
Chest
pie.
fuck
pie.
is
We
egg pie?
Y'all
Man,
freaky as
y'all gotta
hell,
get a
man.
That's
bean
why y'all don't
pie.
know about food.
Y'all gotta
Y'all
get a
freaky
bean
as
The
pie.
fuck
hell.
is an egg pie?
Y'all gotta get a
Right.
bean pie
You
from them niggas in bow ties. If you get a bean pie from them niggas in bow ties, you gonna get a real good bean pie.
I
That's what
do.
I
And some
got.
fresh ass fruit.
we got this one
Hey,
nigga
my
in
brother.
Third
Hey, my
Ward.
brother. You
And I
got
told
Man,
time.
and
You
I
I
got
ain't
time
show
to
told
me
talk
a
to me.
and
bean
I told
pie.
him, I
They
say,
gonna be
bro, I
standing
say
in the
you
middle of the
lied.
street
I say
passing that shit
you
out to
lied
you.
to me,
Somebody
bro.
show
They
Kate
do
I
the
be
said this
doing
bean
shit
that with
pie.
tastes
that
She
like
want to know
sweet
what a
newspaper
pie.
too.
It's a
bean
sweet
pie
potato
look
pie.
Hell
like.
yeah, right
Hey,
in the
look,
middle of
pull
the
up.
Yeah,
Hey,
show
street.
me
two,
what a
two. Hey,
bean
man,
pie
two,
look
three piece
like.
suit outside. If you
Yeah,
hide them
somebody pull
motherfucker.
up a bean pie. She want to see what it look like.
It look
look
like a
You
little
ever
pot.
Pull up.
It look like a little pot
you ever
pie.
seen a motherfucking what they call them shits? A Jamaican meat
Them pot
patty or
pies.
whatever the
Oh
fuck?
no,
Oh
them the
oh
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, 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 yeah,
Bean
yeah,
Hey,
yeah.
patty.
now we
The
them
call
meat
them.
Bean
patty?
Now,
patty.
The
yeah,
yeah,
now we
Jamaican
call them
you're
Nacogdoches
those
meat patties.
Jamaican meat patties.
Yeah,
hell
the
yeah, they
meat
Yeah,
Yeah,
Them
do.
yeah.
we
patty.
call
We
motherfuckers
them.
got
do
meat.
be
We
hitting
got meat.
though.
We got meat
They
pies
say
down there though.
Jamaican meat patties, but Natchitoches, we call them
We got
Natchitoches
meat.
meat
Yeah, we got
patties in
meat
Louisiana.
pies. Yeah, we got meat
Yeah,
pies.
that's
Yeah,
what
we
we
got
call
meat
meat
pies down there.
pies.
Yeah, meat
Yeah,
pie.
Yeah,
it's the same thing. It's the same thing.
that's exactly. It's the same
Just
motherfucking
like
thing.
sweet potato pie, cake.
Okay,
Yeah,
so they
Well,
just
that's the
take the
bean
beans up
pie,
and
y'all.
smash them
That's the
down
bean
real
pie.
good and make it into
No,
a
the
That one
pie.
do
Jamaican
look
one look
good
different from
though.
the other
yep.
one.
Yeah.
Nah,
Yeah,
it
and
Hey,
put it on
pull up
the
that chest.
shell.
Pull up that chest. Pull up that chest pie.
yeah.
Chest
Pull up
pie.
the
And
Egg
what?
pie.
sometimes some of them put like a crust on the top,
Either
kind of
egg
looks
pie,
similar
either egg pie or chest pie.
similar to a pecan pie.
Yeah.
CHESS pie.
Nah,
Now
I ain't
rap
gonna hold you
y'all.
now.
Nah, you see how
I
y'all
was
got
I
them
think
disappointed.
he
down.
know how to spell
Hey,
I
cheese.
was
what's this?
disappointed in your
That shit look good as
Popeyes.
hell.
That's
Y'all
that
see how
chest
y'all
pie
be
right
having
there.
them down sweet potato pies, right?
I
Wrap them
told
I
them
like sweet
motherfuckers
motherfuckers up
potato
in the
pie.
egg
I
roll
told them
pack
niggas in Chicago I
Yes,
wanted
pie.
and
spicy,
fry that shit.
and the nigga gave me
Man,
mild.
I
Oh,
don't give a fuck. I
Goon.
ain't eating no
Do you be
damn bean
eating
pie.
coconut
That just
pie?
mm-mm.
Hey, what's in the chest pie
It
though?
tastes
What
Nah,
like
is
I ain't
it?
even talking
sweet
about the bean pie,
potato
the sweet potato
pie.
It's
pies.
a
I'm
type of.
telling
What
you,
about the sweet
It's like a
potato
type of.
pie?
It's like a type of
Wrap
cracker.
them
Like a
Yo,
type
bitches
of
Kate,
up
you
cookie.
in
like
wrap them
pie
coconut
bitches
tastes
up
pie?
in
like. That's
Yeah, I
what the
can't
an
eat
bean
that.
egg
pie
roll
tastes
wrap
like.
and fry them
Yeah, beef patty look
motherfuckers.
way different
Yeah,
from
that
regular.
sound good.
I
That sound
think
like it would
Mississippi
be
is
good.
responsible for the
They got
bacon
eggs
pie.
in
Just the
this
sweet
shit.
potato itself, not the crush and all that.
Cornmeal
Just the
too.
sweet potato. Ooh, I
Cornmeal
bet
Yeah.
too.
if you dip it in some